Okay, then fine. Yesterday we started from prehistory until prehistory we completed until the end of the Mahajanapadas. Okay, so until 600 BC to until 300 BC, and now today we'll continue from 300 BC. From 300 BC to until we will try to touch modern India also. We will see. It depends on the energy. It depends on the ultimate time, paucity, and everything. It is going to be. We'll see. Okay, now we can jump into without further ado. That is, we can coming into the Mauryan Empire. Okay, so what was the time period of Mauryan Empire? Between 324 BC to roughly around 187 BC. Again, I already mentioned that there will be some kind of factual errors will be there from textbooks. So whatever we are giving in the classes, there will be some kind of factual errors will definitely be there. Yes, yeah. And now, what are the sources for prehistory? To learn the prehistory, what are the major sources? Archaeology. Listen, what is the major sources of Mauryan Empire? Which are the major sources of Mauryan Empire? Ashokan inscriptions are there. At the same time, two major textbooks: Arthashastra of Kautilya, Indica of Megasthenes, and then again Ashokan inscription. The four types of inscriptions are, which are the four types of inscriptions? Major rock edicts, minor rock edicts, major pillar edicts, and minor pillar edicts also. And also one future inscription of Rudradaman, we know that one, that is Junagadh inscription or Girnar inscription also. Okay, that will touch upon Girnar inscription one more time too. What is the speciality of this Girnar inscription of Rudradaman, Junagadh inscription? It mentions about two things actually. What is it? What is the major thing that mentioned in the Rudradaman inscription of Junagadh? A repair of lake of Sudarshana Lake. Sudarshana Lake repair. Okay, we'll come to that one. And now we can directly jump into what Arthashastra dealt with. Because sometimes they have asked two questions about what are the things that is being dealt in Arthashastra. What is Arthashastra actually? Who is the person who wrote this one? That is Kautilya, or we can say his name is Vishnu Gupta. Okay, Vishnu Gopal. So sometimes Chanakya. He was a teacher at which university? Takshila University. Okay, and it's in which language? Sanskrit language. It's kind of an encyclopedia. We can say it deals with almost all aspects of the society. Internal administration of Mauryas also. External administration, about the qualities of the king. Okay, at the same time, it also acts as a law book also, like IPC section. You see what kind of law book it is? What kind of law it suggests? It mentions which kind of laws? That is the Varna system laws, the legal and judicial laws of different Varnas. Because the Arthashastra mentioned that one for the same kind of crime, so different Varna should be given different kind of punishments. Because generally, Kautilya supports which Varna? Upper Varna, lower Varna? Upper Varna, because Kautilya from which Varna? Brahmana. Okay, so obviously that is a recommendation of laws, prisons, taxation, irrigation, agriculture, everything is dealt in Arthashastra. Okay, so it is the almost deals with each, whatever they gave with respect to any kind of administrative aspect as a non-administrative aspect with respect to Mauryan Empire, that will be mentioned in Arthashastra. Okay, and mining, fortification, coinage, manufacturing, slavery, but it mentions slavery. There is a difference between Indica and Arthashastra. Arthashastra mentioned there is an existence of slavery in India, but Indica does not mention there is a slavery, because Indica actually outrightly says that one, openly says there is no slavery in India. Okay, that is a major difference between Indica as well as Arthashastra. Okay, and this book was rediscovered in 1905 by a person called as R. Shama Shastri. Okay, and Indica, we know who is the person who wrote? Megasthenes, and Megasthenes was the which ambassador? Greece ambassador. Greece ambassador, which court? Whose court rather? Seleucus Nicator ambassador in whose court? Yar Astandali? Chandragupta Maurya. Okay, so sent by Seleucus Nicator to the court of Chandragupta Maurya. Okay, and next one, that is the exact, what is the difference between Arthashastra and Indica is that one. Indica says there is no slavery, because sometimes they can put one statement, no. What Indica is saying? Indica just consider the following statement. Indica says there is no slavery in India. Right or wrong? Wrong. According to Indica, right. But was slavery existed or not existed? Existed. And which Varna acted as slaves? Shudras. Okay, but later what happened? Shudras position, how it changed? And from slavery position to they became agricultural laborers. Okay, they became agricultural laborers. We'll see that one. And portrayed Indians as very honest, having great character and moral values. Okay, that is a depiction of Indians by Indica. Okay, and now of course we don't want to get into Bindusara and Chandragupta Maurya. Chandragupta Maurya we already discussed enough. For Chandragupta Maurya, that is he defeated which family? Nanda family, and then he went to where? He came to Karnataka, which place? Shravana-Belagola, and he performed what? Which practice? Sallekana Vrata. Okay, so he was a follower of Digambara or Shvetambaras? Digambara. Okay, so Bindusara, of course, next line of succession. After Bindusara, we talk about one major king, that was Ashoka the Great, and then 268 BCE to 232, and is the first ruler to maintain contact with the people. I told you Ashoka had Facebook, isn't it, right? Okay, so through his Facebook, he maintained contacts with the people. Okay, that is which are, I told you, like 4 types of inscription are there: major pillar edict, minor pillar edict, major rock edict, as well as minor rock edict. What is the differences of all this? Major rock edict, minor rock edict, major pillar as well as minor pillar. What is the major differences? Why they are called as such? Major rock edict deals with Dhamma. Okay, you can just write major rock edict deals with Dhamma. Okay. Major rock edict deals with Dhamma. That is a major differences. And minor rock edict as well as minor pillar edict deals with the early part of Ashoka. Okay, so early part of Ashoka's rule. And then major pillar edict deals with the last phase of Ashoka's rule. That's it. Okay, last phase of Ashoka's rule. And he had 2 kids, that is Mahendra and Sanghamitra. So, and Mahendra and Sanghamitra were sent to which country? Sri Lanka. To spread what? To spread which religion? Or rather the religion or the message of Buddha? Message of Buddha, not the religion. But ultimately what happened? Buddha's teaching turned into a religion too. Okay. And another son is mentioned in one of the inscription, that is Tivara. Okay. And one more daughter was also there, Charumati. If you want, you can write that one. Charumati, Tivara, Mahendra and Sanghamitra. Okay. And he converted to Buddhism under the influence of his nephew. His nephew's name was Nigrodha. Okay. So under the influence of Nigrodha, that is his nephew who had become a Buddhist monk, now Ashoka turned into Buddhism. Before turning into Buddhism, Ashoka was following which religion? Which religion he was following? Which god he was worshipping? Shiva. Okay, he was a worshipper of Shiva, turned into Buddha. Okay. And now we're coming into Brihadratha. He was the last major king and he was killed by Pushyamitra Shunga. Who was Pushyamitra Shunga? He was one of the officials in the Brihadratha's court. That is in 187 BC. That 187 BC is the last king of, or the last rule of Mauryas. After that one, which dynasty was established? Shunga dynasty was established. This is politics, but instead of politics, we'll focus on the administration. In the administration, again, we are going to focus on the major terms. And now I told you, the administration first started from which era? Like we started from Jana, like Rigvedic times. Jana turned into what? Janapada. After Janapada, what it became? Mahajanapada. After Mahajanapada, what it became? Empire. What is my empire? What is the difference between empire and a kingdom? What is the difference between empire and kingdom? Kingdom area wise, territorial wise. That is Mauryan Empire means it is a very, very big empire. That is a ruling over a very big area, that is called as Mauryan Empire too. And Mauryan administration, was it decentralized administration or centralized administration? Centralized administration. Okay, it's a very, very highly centralized administration. Centralized administration in the sense that one, all authorities are looked after by whom? The king. The ultimate authority, the supreme authority is always the king too. Supreme authority in what terms? In which matters is the supreme? In basic policy matters, administrative matters, at the same time, is the highest court of appeal also. Is the highest court of appeal, like a Supreme Court. Is the supreme judicial authority too. And now administration, particularly Kautilya mentions Saptanga. What are the Saptanga? What they deal with? There are 7 angas that they are very, very important for what? They are important for administration. Which administration? Provincial administration or central administration? Central administration. That is, one is king, second one is Amatya, also called as minister, and third one we can say Janapada, that is territory. King needs a territory to rule over. And again Durga, that is means fort. And fifth one we can talk about treasury, because treasury is an important part of administration, that is Kosha. Then again Danda, that is means army. You can protect your territory, you can protect your Kosha, all these things with the help of army. And lastly, a king can continue to rule over a very long period of time only with the help of his friends, that is Mitra. So these are the 7 angas of Kautilya. Okay. Again, where is mentioned? All these are mentioned in Arthashastra. Okay, so whenever Kautilya comes, all these are mentioned in Arthashastra. And king, his law is supreme, I told you. Is there any conflict between the religious law? Religion says something, or any kind of Smruti literature or Shruti literature says something, and king opinion is different, and whose law will prevail? King's law will prevail. Okay, so kings does not have to follow any kind of religious laws. So ultimately it left to the king's will only. That is, any kind of conflict between the traditional law books as well as king's law, then whose law will prevail? King's law will prevail. Okay, that is one thing. So Arthashastra mentions the qualities to become king also. At most mentions everything. What kind of qualities a king should have to become the Raja. What kind of qualities it mentions? It mentions it born of I family. So which family? Obviously says that one. Which Varna he should be belong to? Kshatriya Varna. Okay, so he says he should be upholder of Dharma. Which Dharma? I told you. Dharma does not mean religion. Dharma means what? Which dharma we are talking about? Varnashrama dharma. So it should be upholder of the Varnashrama dharma. What is Varnashrama dharma? The maintaining that fourfold division of the society. That is fourfold division is Brahmana, Kshatriya, Vaishya and Shudra. So it is the duty of the king, make sure that one Varna is not interfering in the duties of other Varna. That is the basic concept of upholder of dharma. Then he should have the qualities of writing, that is a literate person, and ultimately says that he should have a military training also. So different qualities of the king are mentioned in again which textbook? Arthashastra. Okay, and then we'll come to Council of Ministers, that is Mantri Parishad. Okay, so it mentions about 18 departments. So can we say that is the overall bureaucracy for the first time in India started expanding during the times of Mauryas. But what happened to this bureaucracy during the time of Guptas? I believe we should already have the basic concept about the difference between Mauryan political system as well as Gupta's political system. Gupta's political system is highly decentralized and Mauryan political system is highly centralized. That is a major. What is the reason for decentralization during Gupta's? Land grants as well as feudalization. When was the land grants began? Shatavahanas. We'll come to that one. That is reference of 18 departments. They are called as Tirthas. Okay. Yesterday we discussed about Ratnins. What were Ratnins yesterday? Later Vedic times. What were Ratnins? Ministers again. Departments also. Now they are called as what? Tirthas. And some examples we can say. Karmantika, that is say industrial department. And then again Antaravamshika, it means king's security. Then again Sannidata, he looked after treasury. And who is the person who collected taxes during the later Vedic times? Bagaduga. Okay. And what was Bali? Bali rather? What is voluntary tax or obligatory tax? Voluntary tax. Understood, right? At the same time, we discussed some other terms also. Baga as well as Kara. What is Baga and Kara? Taxations also. And now again further expanded too. Then again city administration. Now head of the city administration was Nagarika. And the city administration information for us comes from Indica. Who wrote Indica? Megasthenes. Okay. That is at the same time, according to Indica, the city administration was in the hands of 6 committees. Which are the 6 committees? And each 6 committee had 5 members each. So how many members total? 30 members. 6 into 5, 30 members. Entire 30 members looked after the town administration. Which are the major towns during that point of time? Maurya's time. Of course, Padaliputra, Rajagriha. Okay, these are the major towns too. Takshila. And these are the major towns too. That is city administration was in the hands of a city council which had 6 committees and each committee had how many members each? 5 members each. And all these committee names are mentioned in which textbook? Megasthenes Indica. But the term Nagarika, that is given from which textbook? Arthashastra. Okay, so that was mentioned in. Now we'll see all the 6 committees. First committee is Industry and Craft Committee. And what is Industry and Craft Committee looked after? It looked after fixing the wages. Whatever the laborers are there, the fixing of the wages of the laborers are done by which committee? Industry and Craft Committee. And second committee was Foreigners Committee. What is my Foreigners Committee? What it will look after? Did you go through the PPTs yesterday I sent? No? Sikila? Yesterday Sikila? They must have shared, I guess. Okay, so what is Foreigners Committee? It would be easier if you had gone through. Foreigners Committee means that is just looking after any foreigner coming to the empire. Which empire? Mauryan Empire. If anybody enters the foreign empire, that is Mauryan Empire, you should look after that foreigner. That is their stay, comfort, at the same time, security. Okay. Then again, city have one more committee, that is Registration of Birth and Death Committee. Can we say Census Committee? Kind of census was also happening and the head of this committee was called as Gopa. Okay. And again, fourth committee, Trade and Commerce Committee. Then Trade and Commerce Committee looking after what? Market. Looking after market means what? Market means what? How do you define a market? Market means supply and demand, nothing else. Okay, fixing of the prices and everything, checking the prices, spurious goods and everything will be taken care of by Trade and Commerce Committee, and inspection of weights and measures also. And the head was called as Panyadhyaksha. Okay, so head of the Census Committee or rather Registration of Birth and Death Committee was called as Gopa, and the head of the Trade and Commerce Committee was called as Panyadhyaksha. Then Manufacturing Committee, checking the quality of the goods. They're checking the quality of the goods also called as, that is checking the any kind of duplicate goods also called as spurious goods. And lastly, Taxation Committee. And who is head of the Taxation Committee? Shulkadhyaksha. Okay, head of the Taxation Committee was called as Shulkadhyaksha. It's very easy to remember Shulkadhyaksha. Shulka andreno? Taxation. Okay, the head of the Taxation Committee was Shulkadhyaksha. Now, be careful. All these committees are mentioned in which textbook? Indica. The heads of the committee, the Gopa, Panyadhyaksha, Shulkadhyaksha, they are mentioned in Arthashastra. Okay, the heads of the committees are mentioned in Arthashastra, but the entire all the 6 committees are mentioned in Indica. Okay, because that is how you come to the conclusion, how you come towards a fact is that one, you have to interlink, I have to go through research and development of different textbooks, and then you come to the conclusion. That's how history is read to. Okay, heads of all the committees are mentioned in Arthashastra, and the committee names are given by Indica. Okay, and next some others are there. We can talk about Banda Nagara Adhyaksha. He looked after what? Jails, prisoners. We can say jailer. Then again, army. There was a standing army. What is my standing army? Permanent army. Who is the first king to have a standing army? Yesterday we discussed Bimbisara. Okay, and then again Ayudhagara Adhyaksha, who looked after the weapons and armament production, weapons maintenance, everything was taken to look after by Ayudhagara Adhyaksha. Very simple now. Ayudhagara Adhyaksha, Shulka Adhyaksha. Panya Adhyaksha means what? Panya Adhyaksha means trade and commerce. And soldiers were paid in cash. If soldiers were being paid in cash, what kind of economy was growing? Cash economy. Can we say coins? Can we say money economy was growing? Okay, monetization was happening. Okay, that was thing. And again, justice administration. Who is the highest court of appeal? King. The supreme authority is always the king itself. But here there was one kind of local level judicial official was called as, that is at the village level, he was called as Gramika. So Gramika also had the local administration, law and order administration also, as well as judicial administration also. There are two kinds of courts were there during Mauryas. Which are the two kinds of courts? Dharmasti and Kantakashodhan. So what are the two kinds of courts? What they deal with? Dharmasti and Kantakashodhan. Dharmasti deals with personal dispute. Okay, which are the personal disputes? Marriage, as well as divorce, as well as land. All these kind of things are called as personal disputes. Now Kantakashodhan, they dealt with the disputes between individual and the state. Okay, what kind of disputes will be there between individual and the state? Homicide, murders. Okay, rather we can get into taxation. Okay, like that kind of issue, wages, taxation, because if you can't any kind of issues with the government with respect to taxation and everything, you can go to which court? Kantakashodhan. Another court was called as Dharmasya, and Dharmasya dealt with the personal disputes, any kind of persons having any kind of personal disputes. So we cannot say civil court and criminal court. That kind of things was not evolved till then, because that kind of thing, civil court and criminal court, they started evolving by the time of Guptas. We will come to that one. Okay, and I already mentioned supreme judicial power is always the king too, is the highest court of appeal, and importance was given to evidences and witnesses. So to come to decide which person is guilty, so they gave massive importance to evidences and witnesses. But in spite of witness is there against a Brahmana, instead of witness is there against Kshatriya, do you think they were given the same kind of punishment? No, they were given different kind of punishments. It means because the punishments was based on Varna system. For the same crime, different punishments were given. If one person had committed murder, if it is by upper Varna and lower Varna, the lower Varna person was given higher punishment and upper Varna person is given lower punishment. You see? That is, but the penalties were based on Varna system. And that's why I told you, right, there is a legal and judicial framework of the Varna system was also starting to evolve from the time of 600 BC onwards. It started consolidating from the time onwards, Mauryas as well as Guptas. So, and now we can come to revenue administration. One is that one, Samaharthi, that is chief collector of revenue. That is a different kind of taxes were there. Taxation on pastures. Pastures means what? Grazing lands. Taxation on grazing lands, and that is called as what? Vraja. Okay. Taxation on mines. Taxation on mines are called as Khana. Okay. And again, income from crown lands. Crown lands are called as Sita lands. What is my crown lands? What are my land lands? Today we have public sector units. Public sector units. But today's public sector units not productive, but their public sector units was more productive. Okay. That is crown lands were called as Sita lands. That is the state cultivated some lands through what? Through Shudras. And this, when Shudras were forced to cultivate this land, and that forced labor is called as what? Vishti. Isn't that forced labor is called as Vishti? So that question was asked in 2019 prelims. Have you gone through that one? Vishti. What is my Vishti? Vishti is a forced labor. It's a kind of a taxation, because Shudras were not producing or not involving any kind of production function. Who are involving in production function? Generally Vaishyas were involving in production function. Which kind of production function? Agriculture. Isn't? And then again merchants, traders, and they used to pay taxation to the government. But Shudras were acting as what? Agricultural laborers as well as slaves. They were not paying any kind of taxation to the government. Now the government thought Shudras should also pay some kind of taxes, and that is the reason Shudras were forcefully brought to cultivate crown lands. That crown lands are called as what? Sita lands. So the Vishti is some kind of a taxation paid by untouchables as well as Shudras to the state. Okay, through laboring. That's single. And again, land revenue was called as Baga, and the person who assessed the taxation was called as Samartha. Then again, Sannidata was the chief custodian of treasury. At the same time, chief collector of revenue was called as Samahartri. So these are the different terms we can talk about during. And all these terms, all these officials, Ayudhagara Adhyaksha, Panya Adhyaksha, Shulka Adhyaksha, Samahartri. Okay, then again we can talk about Sita Adhyaksha also. The head of the Sita lands are called as Sita Adhyaksha. You can just write the head of the Sita lands are called as Sita Adhyaksha. Okay, so very simple to remember. Okay, so Sita lands, Sita Adhyaksha. Now what all this shows again? All these officials. What kind of administration it was? Centralized, fine, but bureaucratic administration. That is, huge bureaucracy was existed during which empire? Mauryan Empire. Look at the sheer number of officials who are existed. The sheer number of officials, how many officials are existed during Mauryas. But this kind of bureaucracy was not there during which times? Gupta's time. The reason being land grants, the reason being feudalization. We'll come to that concept too. And again, Pana, it was called as silver money. It was used to pay for salaries. Okay, that is what kind of coins, when was the first time coins were established in India? Which coins? 600 BC, during the time of Buddha. Those coins are called as what? Punch-mark coins. Who issued those coins? Merchants, not the kings. Okay, the merchants issued those coins. And which metal was used? Silver and copper. Okay, so now money economy was also increasing. Now we are coming into provincial administration. I told you, even though administration was centralized, but ultimately for the administrative convenience, the entire empire was divided into different provinces. We know Ashoka was the governor of Takshila as well as Ujjain before becoming the king. Okay, so for the administrative convenience, the entire empire was divided into provinces, and the head of the provinces was called as Aryaputra, also called as Kumara. And who is Aryaputra and who is Kumara? Is the royal prince. The would-be king will be the head of one of the provinces. Like I already mentioned, Ashoka was the governor, he was the Aryaputra, or he was the Kumara of Ujjain as well as Takshila before becoming the king at Pataliputra. And then again he was assisted by Mahamatas. What do you mean Mahamatas? Ministers. Okay. And then provinces are further divided into Pradeshikas. Can we say districts? Okay. And again districts were further divided into our smaller districts. They are called as Rajukas. So empire, central administration. Then again provinces, under provinces, Pradeshikas, under Pradeshikas, Rajukas. So they can ask for chronological. One medieval question was asked. Subha, Paragana, isn't Sarkar, isn't all these things? One question was asked, right? So same thing can be asked in ancient India also. That's what I keep saying. That's anticipate the questions. One kind of question asked in medieval India, the same kind of question can also asked in ancient India too. The provinces, Pradeshika as well as Rajukas. We don't have the names of the heads of the Rajukas as well as Pradeshikas too. And then again, local administration at village level we have Gramika. What was Gramika? What Gramika was looking after? I told you already one thing. Judicial duty also, law and order duty also. And Gopa maintained records. And Gopa was also used in other sense also. He was the head of the which committee? Birth and Death Committee. The Census Committee, can we say? Don't use the Census Committee. Use it as Birth and Death Committee. Just for understanding purpose, I mentioned it as Census Committee. Okay. Then again, Stanika, he collected taxes at the local level. So these are the terms. That's what we'll be focusing on today. Only the terms in every administration, economic parts as well as political parts also, we'll be focusing on the terms. So that is Gramika, Gopa as well as Stanika. And they can directly ask Gramika, Gopa, Stanika in ancient India related to which of the following? What they are related with? Administrators. Nothing but they are officials also. Can we say that? Okay. And next one we are coming into Mauryan society. Society nothing much changed. Central level. Yes, Stanika is, then again Samartra, Sannidata, Samraitri. Okay, so they were looking after a provincial level also as well as the central level also. Okay. Now we don't have much information about that. Okay, so we have at the local level, then at the provincial level, probably provincial as well as the central level would be intermixed, probably we can say. Okay, and Mauryan society divided in the base of Varna system. And now Kautilya mentions a new kind of caste, a new kind of, the first time instead of Varna, we start hearing the term castes from the Mauryan time onwards. That is one type of caste he mentioned was Antyavasayins. What do you mean Antyavasayins means? Antyavasayin basically meaning is they're living outside the villages. That is the basic meaning of it. Probably they were untouchables. I told you what is the major reason for the growth of untouchability? I told you two reasons. One is technological gap. What technological gap? ChatGPT. Okay, now which technological gap? Iron technology. Second reason is intervarna marriages. Intervarna marriages is a major reason for the growth of untouchability. When intervarna marriages happened, what happened to those persons? They were boycotted out of the society and they were given which status? Untouchable status. Like I told you, Antyavasayins probably untouchables. It means they were living outside the settlements. And who lived outside the settlements? It is the untouchables are the one who lived outside the settlements too. Again, Mauryan society continuing that one. There is forced labor. I told you, forced labor and lower varna. Why the forced labor is there and lower varna? Because they were not engaging any kind of production function where state can impose taxation upon them. Instead of that one, what state thought? They should be forced to laboring. Laboring in which lands? Sita lands. What are Sita lands? Crown lands. Okay, that is called as which kind of a taxation. And now, because the urbanization is growing, what is the reason for the growth of urbanization? Second urbanization, what is the major reason? Again, which technology is major reason? Iron technology. Because iron technology cleared the forest, bringing more land under cultivation, isn't surplus production, at the same time contacts with Persian lands also, contact with Roman lands also. That is the reason the production function is increasing, trade function is increasing, and now the lower varnas are also started taking up arts and crafts too. Which kind of arts and crafts? Some lower level of arts and crafts. Now look at how the position is evolving of Shudras. Now the position declining of one section, that is untouchables. Isn't? But Shudras are improving their position. Firstly, what they were? Slaves. And then what they became? Agricultural laborers. And now what they are taking up? Professions. Which professions they are taking up? Arts and craft. And now if they are taking up arts and craft, the distinction between which two varnas are getting blurred? Vaishyas and Shudras. Isn't? Because there is no perceptible differences or conspicuous differences between Vaishyas as well as Shudras too. Okay. And then we can talk about Mauryan economy right now. Surplus production, we already talked about, that is Sita lands is there. Who is the supervisor of Sita lands? Sita Dhyaksha. Okay. And again, government provided irrigation facilities. If the government provided irrigation facilities, what the government collected in return? Taxation. That is water tax was also collected. Okay. And then again, it led to the growth of trade. Trade was growing due to the political stability given by the Mauryan Empire. Trade was also growing because of the association. Association were called as what? Arts and crafts association were called as what? Guilds. Who was the head of the guild? Shetty or Jetaka. Okay. Then again, coins were becoming much more common. Okay. That particularly we can talk about silver and copper coins. When was the first time gold coins were introduced? Indo-Greeks. We talk about post-Maurya times. So first the gold coins came only from the time of post-Maurya. We'll come to that one too. And again, state control over trade and industries. It is not just centralized political system. It was not just centralized administrative system. It was also centralized economy also. All these economical system, all the trade system, cultivation system, everything was also controlled by the state. Okay. And now Mauryan economy, we are coming into that one. Like I told you, that is state monopoly of mines and metallurgy. It means who can mine? It is the state only state can mine. And who can deal with metallurgy? That is the state again. That is what? The economic system as a political system, administrative system was completely centralized. And again, superintendent of market was called as what? Samstadhyaksha. Okay. Then again, superintendent of weights and measures, Pautadhyaksha. And superintendent of rivers was called as Navaladhyaksha. Then again, state also engaged in trade. Okay. State also cultivated. The state cultivated lands are called as what? Sita lands. And now state also engaged in trade also. And the state goods are called as Rajapanya. So whichever the goods which are traded by the state, they are called as which goods? Rajapanya goods. Okay. That shows how much economy was controlled by Mauryan state. Okay. And highly centralized economy also. All the economic activities are also highly regulated by the Mauryan government or Mauryan state. Now we are coming into next major topic, that is Ashoka's Dhamma, okay, and inscriptions. This is one of the major topics. So please go slow, not possible. Okay. Hopefully you will understand better. Okay. Please go slow, that will help us understand better. Hopefully you will understand better my position. Okay. Kushal. Okay. Now we are coming to Ashoka's Dhamma. What is Dhamma? What is Ashoka's Dhamma? Was it a new religion? No, it was not a new religion. Many people make the confusion of that Ashoka's Dhamma was a new kind of religion. The same kind of confusion also made to Akbar's Deen-i-Ilahi also. Okay, they say it was a new religion, but those two were not a new religion. So Dhamma in Prakrit as well as Dharma in Sanskrit. Okay, it is nothing related to religion. And it means righteousness. Okay, so moral way of conduct. We can say universal or social religious order. You want to maintain society in a better manner. That is one thing. It came around 269 BCE. And like I already mentioned, we'll understand Ashoka's Dhamma through what? What is the sources of understanding Ashoka's Dhamma? Major rock edict. Okay, that is major rock edict. Okay, so 14 major rock edicts are there. We'll come to that one. I'm not going to give all the 14. Few of them, whatever they're mentioned in the rock edict, I'm going to give you then. And Dhamma was inspired by which religion? Buddhism, but not completely influenced by Buddhism. Okay, so some people will say that is Dhamma was completely influenced by Buddhism. No, Buddhism definitely influenced, because Ashoka was converted to which religion? Buddhism. But at the same time, along with Buddhism, the personal ideas of Ashoka also influenced Dhamma too. We'll come to that one. And it was not a religion or faith, and considerable thought was given. It was not, and also people would say that Dhamma came out overnight. No, Dhamma was not implemented overnight. Dhamma was implemented over a period of time. It was not an event, it was a process. Dhamma was a process. It is evolved over a period of time too. Okay, so now what is the reason for the evolution of Dhamma? What is the reason for evolution of Dhamma? Why Ashoka brought the new concept of Dhamma? Why? What is the reason? Because look at the society, what is happening in the society? Look at the different conditions, social, religious and economic condition. What was the social condition? How the society is divided? Into 4 varna. This Brahmana, Kshatriya, Vaishya and Shudra. And now new kind of castes are emerging, which Antyavasayins. What do you mean Antyavasayins? Untouchables. So these varnas had harmonious relationship or conflicting relationship? Conflicting relationship. What was the religious condition after 600 BCE? There was a direct challenge to Brahmanism. There was a direct challenge to Vedic religion. Thrown by whom? Buddhism and Jainism. So there was a religious conflicts. What was the economic conditions? Economic condition is what? There is a new kind of professions are emerging. What kind of new kind of professions are emerging? Arts and crafts also. And who adopting these new arts and crafts? Vaishyas as well as Shudras also. That is also creating some kind of conflict. Now it was a conflict-ridden society. Ashoka wanted to bring peace. Ashoka wanted to bring harmony. And that is the reason he brought the policy of Dhamma. Okay, so that is because of the existing social conditions, religious conditions as well as economic conditions. Now I already mentioned, he wanted to conserve this entire diversity. Because of iron, the empire was also expanding. When the empire was expanding, in which valley it was expanding? Gangetic Valley. New tribes were becoming part of the empire. And the tribal culture was also becoming part of Mauryan Empire. Now there was a conflict with the Vedic culture also as well as the new kind of tribal culture. These tribal were given which status? Untouchable status. Either they were given Shudra status, also not even Shudra status, they were given generally untouchable status because they did not have the technology of iron. So there was a lot of diversity and he wanted to conclude the diversity into unity. So he had two choices. This right? One, act like North Korea. This right? Use the military authority. You can use the violence. And second one, he wanted an imaginative policy that could be approved by everyone. A tribe also accept that one, as well as we can say upper Varna will also accept that one. You see? So that imaginative policy is called as what? Dhamma. Okay, that imaginative policy is Dhamma. Okay, so what do you mean by Dhamma? Contents of Dhamma we can understand through major edicts too. Okay, so morality was emphasized. Ultimately, what it was emphasized one? Morality. It is not a new religion. So understood, right? Why Dhamma was brought out? Dhamma was brought out to bring harmony in the society. Society was completely ridden with conflict. Now we can understand one by one. Major rock edict 1. We are not going to discuss each and every one. It deals with what? Prohibition of animal sacrifice. Can we say non-violence? Yes. And major rock edict 2. It deals with social welfare measures. And who should take up social welfare measures? It is the people or the government? It is the government. Which social welfare measures? Building of roads, wells, as well as tree planting. So it is a two-way. People should also properly behave. At the same time, government should also provide all the opportunities, to people also. And the third one says that one, major rock edict 3 says that one, Ashoka ultimately says in rock edict that one, that is every person should respect Brahmanas. Every person should respect, we can say Shramanas. Who are Shramanas? Buddhism, Jainism, monks, Shramana movement we talked about, okay. And he also says in major rock edict 3 that one, respect your parents, respect the elders. So is it a religion? No. So what is emphasizing on all these things? Morality. Okay. So major rock edict 1, 3, 2, 3. So dealt with. Then again Dharma content. Then again major rock edict 4. Importance to duty. So who is another person in medieval India who gave massive importance to duty? Kaya Kavya Kailasa. Vaswana, of course. See all the things how it can interrelate all these kind of things. Okay. Then again major rock edict 5 refers to appointment of Dhamma Mahamatas. Why Dhamma Mahamatas? These are officials to spread what? To spread Dhamma. Okay. And again major rock edict 7. 6 is not necessary. We are directly going into 7. The 7th, he says that one, he appeal for tolerance. What do you mean by tolerance? What do you mean by tolerance? It has been in news in India for quite a while. What do you mean by tolerance? Tolerance amongst all the sects, he is saying. What do you mean by tolerance? Accepting. In spite of differences, you should accept other religious ideas. That is called as tolerance. It shows that how much conflict was there in the society. Between which one? Between Vedic religion as well as Orthodox religion. Sorry, Orthodox religion as well as unorthodox religion. Which are the unorthodox ideas? Buddhism, Jainism, Ajivikas, Charavakas, Ashashvatavada, Ajita Kesha Kambli. Yesterday we discussed. So he is appealing for tolerance. And again, Major Rocket 8 says that one. So in spite of appointing Dhamma Mahamatas, Ashoka himself took something called as Dhamma Yatras. That is the tours. Okay, he was going on tours just to spread the message of what? Spread the message of Dhamma. And he also sent whom? He also sent his children also to spread the message of not the Dhamma but rather Buddhist ideals too. And again, Dhamma content we can talk about Rock Edict 9th. In Rock Edict 9th, he criticizes the ceremonies, the rituals. The ceremonies and rituals which are practiced at the time of the birth, death, illness. So can we say he is also against superstitions also? So that is what the ultimate overall structure of Dhamma to Major Rock Edict 9th. Then again, ultimately we can directly go to Major Rock Edict 13th. And this Rock Edict is the one thing that talks about the Kalinga War. After the Kalinga War, what Ashoka did? He gave up war and he converted into Buddhism. Okay, so in this Rock Edict only is mentioned that one, a Shiva worshipper turned into what? Turned into Buddhism. That is a worshipper of Shiva turned into Buddhism. And some people make the mistake of Dhamma was a pacifist policy. What is a pacifist policy? What is a pacifism? Not specific question. What is a pacifism? Pacifism is completely giving up war. Like what Japan did after Second World War. What Japan did after Second World War. That is called a pacifist constitution. So some people say Ashoka's Dhamma was a pacifism. What is a pacifism? He completely gave up war. He completely gave up, we can say, giving any kind of warnings to people, all these kind of things. But that is not true. Because these forest tribes which were there, they were acting as robbers and dacoits. They were causing some kind of law and order problem. And that is the reason the same Rock Edict 13, he warns the tribals. If you cause any kind of law and order problem, we are going to take action against you. And that shows what? That shows which attitude of Ashoka. I mean, he is concerned about the society, he is concerned about administration also. And some historians criticize after Dhamma, Ashoka left out his administration also. He did not concentrate on his administration. He was only interested in making some kind of Dhamma, making only spreading message of Dhamma. No, he was also interested in administration too. And that is a one example. Which edicts talk about that one? Major Rock Edict 13 too. So this is the contents of Dhamma. So overall, what is the conclusion of Dhamma? What do you say? How do you define Dhamma right now? It is a code of conduct. It's a code of conduct for people also, for government also. Because second Rock Edict says what? The government should take up what kind of measures? Welfare measures. And which are the languages and inscriptions? Languages of the inscription? Which languages are there? There is a difference of languages and scripts also. The 3 languages are used, 4 scripts are used. What is the difference between language and script? Language is the communication. Script is the character that used to write a language. So now, English is language, but English is written in which script? English is written in which script actually? That is Roman and Latin script. That is, English does not have its own script. English is a language, but written in Roman and Latin script. Now, which are the 3 languages? Prakrit language, Greek language, as well as Aramaic languages. Which are the scripts? Brahmi script, then again Aramaic script. That Aramaic script means belong to West Asia as well as Syria, and then a Kharosthi script. Kharosthi script is what yesterday we discussed? Indo-Iranian, and lastly which one? Greek script. Now, which is common? Greek script is also there as well as language is also there. Okay, that is one thing. Greek script is also there as well as language is also. So overall Ashokan inscription, it has 3 languages as well as 4 scripts also. Who is the first person to decipher this one? James Prinsep. Okay, that is in 1837. Which script he deciphered actually? Mainly Kharosthi and Brahmi. Okay, mainly deciphered Kharosthi and Brahmi too. And Prakrit inscription are in mainly Brahmi as well as Kharosthi script. Okay. And now, which among the following first to decipher Ashokan inscription? 2016. George Bowler, James Prinsep, Max Muller, as well as William Jones. Answer is James Prinsep. Now, what is your responsibility? Should know who is George Bowler. Should know who is Max Muller. Should know who is William Jones. And William Jones we already know. Who was William Jones? He translated Manusmriti from Sanskrit to English, especially in 1770s. That is one thing. Okay, so now you are responsible to know about who was Max Muller, who was George Muller. At least all these persons are definitely related to something related to Indian culture as well as Indian languages development. Okay, something kind of Indian research. Okay, so that's, you should know about that one. Then again, unique inscription of Ashoka. That is, I told you, Kandahar inscription is a bilingual inscription. It's a bilingual inscription that is in Greek as well as Aramaic. Okay, and now Ashoka's name. Like I told you, Ashoka, which name he uses generally in all the edicts? Devanapiya, Piyadasi. Okay, these are the names are used, but Ashoka names are used. Ashoka as a name was used only in 4 minor rock edict. Where it has been used? 4 minor rock edict, not in major rock edict. Okay, that is, which are the 4 minor rock edict? That is Maski, Brahmagiri, both are in Karnataka. Maski in which district? Raichur district. Okay, Brahmagiri is in which district? Then again Gujara, that is in Madhya Pradesh. Then again fourth one, that is in Nettur, that is in Andhra Pradesh. These are the only 4 edicts, that is minor edicts, that uses the name of Ashoka. Okay, and all other uses the different names too. And now Allahabad or Prayagraj inscription, very unique inscription we are going to see. It has the inscription of Ashoka. It also has the inscription of other 2 rulers. Which are other 2 rulers? Samudragupta and Jahangir also. It has the inscription of Ashoka, Samudragupta as well as Jahangir. And Jahangir moved it from Allahabad to, from Koshambi to Allahabad. Okay, so 3 inscription in the same pillar. Okay, that is one thing. Then again Kanganalli, it's a question was also asked. Is it right? Where is Kanganalli? That is in Kalaburgi district of Karnataka. That is Sannati village. It was a Buddhist site also, along with a stupa, and Ashokan inscription is also there. Sorry, not Ashokan inscription, rather sculpture of Ashoka is found. And in sculpture of Ashoka, what the names have been inscribed as? Rani Ashoka. Also called as, it is in which script? Brahmi script. So also there was one kind of relief structure is also there. Which relief structure? Dharma Chakra. What Dharma Chakra related to? What is Dharma Chakra related to? First sermon of whom? Nityananda. Okay, first sermon of Buddha. Okay, now that is Kanganhalli. Then again Shahbaz Garri, that is in Peshawar, and this Peshawar inscription has a particular words. That particular words is Dharmadeepi. Okay, that Dharmadeepi means inscription of Dharma. That is in which language? Or Kharoshthi script rather. Then again Kalinga edicts. Kalinga edicts are very, very famous. 2 Kalinga edicts, Dhauli and Jaugada. So one question was asked last year. 1 pair only, 2 pair only, 3 pair only. They were given some kind of match the following for which one? Ashokan edicts. Okay, how many have already done Ashokan edicts through map? How many have you gotten all the Ashokan edicts in a map? Eshana madidira? But you want to clear UPSC prelims. So what is your duty is that one? Take all the Ashokan inscription sites, put it on map. Okay, like I told you, for what? Paleolithic sites, Mesolithic sites. Okay, at the same time for Ashokan edicts also. So put it in a map. Okay, that is very important. That these Kalinga edicts shows the paternal attitude of Ashoka. What is the paternal attitude? What is the paternal attitude? That fatherly love towards the subjects. There is benevolence. Okay, benevolence towards the citizens. That is one thing. That is, as it mentions, all men are my children. That is especially again influenced by Dhamma also. That is which edicts presently talk about that one? Dhauli as well as Jaugada. That is in Kalinga. Kalinga means which state? We are talking about Odisha. Okay, and again list of the major rock edicts. All the list is there. Okay, so now what you have to do is that one, put it in a map too. So make sure that one, revise this and without looking at it. Okay, so take a empty map and try to mark those places. Okay, so go that extra hard, go that extra mile. When you go that extra mile, you are going to get more out of your preparation. Okay, if you keep doing the same things again and again, if you expect different results, it will not come. To get a different results, you have to do things differently. Okay, differently means not completely differently. Okay, so that is, there is a thin line of difference again. So actually do what is necessary. Okay, don't do what is easy, do what is necessary. That is very important. Okay, again minor rock edicts, that 22 minor rock edicts are there. All the lists are there. You can go through all these kind of things. Okay, and again minor pillar edicts, only 5 are there. That is Lumbini. What is Lumbini pillar inscription is famous for? Because it talks about what? It talks about birthplace of Buddha. Okay, I have given all the unique inscriptions. And right now you can also know a little bit more about the inscriptions too. Then again, major pillar edicts, there are 7 major pillar edicts. Okay, so because they are going this much deeper, okay, especially I will come to that question, that will come to. In which of the following relief sculpture, inscription is Rani Ashoka, that is King Ashoka mentioned along with the stone portrait of Ashoka. Which one that is? Kanganalli, we know that one. Answer here. Sanchi, what is there in Sanchi? How we build up that? Stupa is there. What is there in Shahbaz Garri? We already discussed. Ashokan inscription. What is the Soha Gaura? One question was asked, right? Which was the following is the Nate Harappan site. Soha Gaura. Look at that one. How the answer options are repeating also. Listen. So all this takes out of lot of analysis. Yes, sit with 2 to 3%. Look at all the interlinkages in your preparation. That is very, very important too. Okay. Very famous question. Okay. Last time. What is the answer? Now Dauli, where it is? Odisha. Okay. Where is Yaragudi? Andhra Pradesh. That is fine. Where is Devgada? That is in Odisha. Okay. Where is Kalsi? Kalsi is in Uttarakhand. Okay. Now how many pairs are correctly matched? 2 pairs. Can you eliminate this one? No. Can you do any kind of tricks? No. The only way you can answer this question, knowing all the edicts of Ashoka, knowing where they are found. Okay. It means what? UPSC is making very, very tougher questions also. But what you do is that one, when you expect this kind of question, you can expect different kind of difficult question in 2023 prelims also. But instead of thinking about that one particular question, think about the rest 99 questions. Isn't? Don't worry about that one. Think like a test match. Don't play 2020. Okay, you don't have to hit each and every ball. What you have to do in test match cricket is what one? You have to leave the balls also. In this case, you have to leave the questions too. Leaving is the best form of attack. Not in test cricket, other is in UPSC. Because why? When you left the question, because negatives we are taking care of, you are not, and at the same time, when you intentionally want to attend any kind of questions, what will happen? You are emotionally become unstable. Because you will be worried about whether that is right or wrong. When you start worrying about whether what the question you have attended is right or wrong, you are bound to commit mistakes in other questions. So try to keep it very, very simple. Okay. Sounds easy, but execution is very tough. Okay. And next one, look at that one. Who among the following rulers advised his subjects through his inscription? Of course, we already know. Who advised that one? Ashoka. You no need to go into all these kind of things. Okay, that is only one person that is possible. That is Ashoka. Listen, he is a one person who maintained contacts with the people. And particularly this, if you read this statement, what this statement says, whosoever praises his religious sect or blames other sect out of excessive devotion to his own sect, with the view of glorifying his own sect, he rather injures his own sect very severely. It means what he is talking about. That is respect all other religion. Major Rock Edict 7th. What he talks about? Tolerance. Isn't that related to this one? Okay. So tolerance, that is, you have to equally respect all other sects also. Okay. And now we are coming into post-Mauryas. So Mauryas done. Now we are coming into post-Mauryas. Post-Mauryas is 200 BC to 300 AD. So post-Maurya times, that is in general what we can say, where was the political center during the Mahajanapalas as well as Mauryan times? Which is the center of the politics? Magadha. But right now the political center is shifted to northwestern part of India. Okay, that northwestern part of India is, we can talk about Takshila, Gandhara, and that became the political focus of India. Okay, then again series of invasions. Which people came? Shakas, Kushanas, okay, Indo-Parthians, Sasanians, everything they came. Then again many regional kingdoms emerged. Compared to Mauryan, these kingdoms which were there during post-Maurya times, they are bigger or smaller? Very, very small. Okay, so we can say intermixing of cultures. When these foreigners came, they started intermixing with Indian culture, and that is what we talk about, unity in diversity. A lot of foreign culture also merged with Indian culture too, and Indian culture also went to outside, and age of urbanization further exploded. You know, Silk Route. Presently, China is further developing that one. Silk Road is there, and Silk Road is generally associated with which time period? 200 BC to 300 AD. Okay, we'll come to that one. Then again, India, what we know culturally today, was fructified, was concluded during the time of post-Maurya's time, between 200 BC to 300 AD. Nearly for how many years? Nearly for 200 BC to 300 means 500 years of history we are talking about. Okay. Now politics, after Mauryas, which one? Shungas. Who is the founder? Pushyamitra Shunga. He was a Brahmana. After killing which one? Brihadrata. He was the commander-in-chief of Brihadrata. Okay. Then again, he was ruling between 185 BC to 148. I told you already 187 BC also. Some factual errors will be there. I keep mentioning that one. And again, he was it had two capitals. One at Pataliputra, second one at Vidisha. Okay. And Patanjali was his contemporary. Who was Patanjali? Not Baba Ramdev. Okay. Patanjali Yaro. Yoga. Okay. What is the book of Patanjali? Mahabhashya. Okay. In Mahabhashya, he mentioned Shudra women as what is the term he uses for Shudra women? Dasi or Vrishali. You can just write down. In Mahabhashya, Patanjali calls Shudra women as Dasi or Vrishali. Vrishali. Okay. In Mahabhasha. Okay. Vrishali. Dasi or Vrishali for Shudra women. There is a term used by Patanjali for Shudra women. Okay. And now Kalidasa's famous drama Malvikagnimitra. He mentions about the war between Pushyamitra Shunga as one of the kings of Vidarbha. Where is Vidarbha? Vidarbha. Not Madhya Pradesh. Maharashtra. Nanu confuse maabidtirodre. Okay. That is Pushyamitra as well as Yagnasena. Okay. That is and the victory of Shungas. But Malvikagnimitra, who is the hero of Malvikagnimitra? Agnimitra. Next king of Pushyamitra. That is Shunga dynasty. That is Agnimitra. That is the son of Pushyamitra. He was the hero of Kalidasa's Malvikagnimitra. That is Malavika and Agnimitra. So Agnimitra fell in love with Malavika. Okay. So that is the story about that one. That is Malvikagnimithram. Okay. We will come to that one. Then again, last ruler was Devabhuti. Which dynasty we are talking about? Shunga. Are you getting the chronology right? Chronology is also very simple. Okay. 3 rulers in 73 BCE. And now he was killed by Vasudeva Kanva. Next dynasty was which dynasty? Kanva dynasty. But Shunga dynasty is famous for one of the Greek ambassador who was living in Shunga's court. Who was that Greek ambassador? Heliodorus. Okay. Heliodorus, he was the Indo-Greek ambassador of Takshila. He was living in the Shunga's court. In Shunga's under which king he was there? Bhagabhadra. Okay. Heliodorus was the Greek ambassador in Shunga's court of Bhagabhadra. And why Heliodorus is famous for? He issued an inscription. Which inscription? That is Besnagar pillar inscription. That is in Vidisha, Madhya Pradesh in 113 BC. And in this pillar inscription, he mentions what? Mentions himself as the worshipper of which god? Krishna. Not, of course, Vishnu is related to Krishna only. That is, he is the worshipper of Bhagavata. That is, Bhagavata is one form of articulation of Lord Krishna. Okay, he calls himself as the Parama Bhagavata. Okay, that is the worshipper of Bhagavata. That is which inscription? Vidisha, Besnagar pillar inscription. Issued by whom? Issued by Heliodorus. And again, Shungas, of course, patronized scholars like Patanjali as well as Manu. But Patanjali is true, Manu is disputed. Because Manu himself is disputed. Okay, because there is no evidence to prove he was existed actually. Okay, that is different. And Baru Stupa in Madhya Pradesh, that was built during the time of Shungas also. And Shungas also added one more, we can say architectural styles to stupas. Which style they added? Or some kind of one kind of structural addition they happened to stupas. Stupas were generally similar. Okay, their overall dome shape was there. What Shungas added was Toranas. Shungas added Toranas. Toranas around the stupa. Okay, that we will say in art and culture too. And again, Kanva, 73 BC, 28 BC, Vasudeva Kanva, his capital was Padaliputra as well as Vidisha. And according to some scholars, the last Kanva ruler, Shusharman, was defeated by Shatavahanas. Very, very simple. Okay, next dynasty was Shatavahana, but Shatavahana we will see in South India. We will take South India as a separate topic. Okay, that is overthrown by Shatavahana dynasty. And now if we are coming to foreign invasions, first one was Bactrian Greeks. So Bactrian Greeks means what? They belong to which region? Afghanistan as well as Central Asia. Then again, they are the first to invade India. Okay, but actually the real first invasion happened in Persians, right? But we are talking in post-Maurya times. In post-Maurya times, first one by Indo-Greeks, or we can say Bactrian Greeks in 2nd century BCE, occupied more territory than Alexander. Okay, Alexander, what is the extent of Alexander? Until which river he came? Bias river. He came until Bias river. Okay, so keep linking. Came as far as Ayodhya also, Padaliputra as well as Ayodhya too. Okay, then again, they are the first to issue which coins? Gold coins. Before that, which coins were there? Silver and copper coins were there. Okay, and coins with the name of the kings. They are the first one to issue coins with the portrait of the kings also, names of the kings also. Now, who is the indigenous rulers who issue coins with the portrait of the kings as well as the name of the kings? Before Guptas only. Shatavahanas. Shatavahanas are the first indigenous rulers who issue coins which are the name of the kings, which are the portrait of the kings also. And first foreigners to issue was Indo-Greeks. Okay. And now Bactrian Greeks, Afghanistan, Tajikistan, Uzbekistan. One ruler was Demetrius. And they say that one there is a conflict with Pushyamitra Shunga also. But that is again disputed, not proven. Again, Menandar Milinda we discussed yesterday. Why is he famous for? He converted to which one? Buddhism. Who influenced him to convert? Nagasena. And the dialogue between them were recorded in which textbook? Milinda Pano. That is in which language? Pali language. Okay, that by Nagasena. And the capital was Sialkot. That is present Sialkot. Then it was called as Sakala. Where I discussed about Menandar. And now this Milinda Pano is a canonical text or non-canonical text? non-canonical texts. Which are the canonical texts? Sutta Pitaka, Vinaya Pitaka as well as Abhidhamma Pitaka. And the last ruler was Hermes. Okay. And he was defeated by Parthians. And next one we are coming into Shakas, also called as Scythians. Shaka is the Indian term for Scythians. They are mainly Iranian origin, from Iran and Central Asia. Okay. And major ruler was Moga. That is, his coins had the images of goddess Lakshmi. That shows that how much Indian culture was influencing the foreigners. Okay. And then the Shakas again, one major ruler was Chastana. Why Chastana is famous for? 78 AD. Which era? Vikrama era was 57 BC. Okay. Shaka era was 78 AD. There are two Shaka eras are there actually, according to historians. And one Shaka era that is in 78 AD. They say that one, the regnal year of Chastana, when he became king, and that era is called as Shaka era. But according to some other historians, when Kanishka became the king in 78 AD, he started which era? Shaka era. So there are two Shaka eras are there, controversial. Okay, that is, he was a Shaka ruler of Western Kshatrapas dynasty who ruled over Ujjain. The Shaka era is believed to have attained or started at the ascension of the power by whom? By Chastana. But generally accepted was Kanishka's is accepted. Not this one is not accepted. And there was a legend also. One Vikramaditya legend was also there, right? Who was Vikramaditya? We'll come to that one. The Rudradaman, the famous of all the Shakas, is a famous ruler, Rudradaman one. And he was ruling over. Shakas actually had different branches. The 5 branches in India. Okay, Western Shakas, Takshila, okay, as well as in Indo-Gangetic Valley also. He belonged to Western Shakas. Okay. And repair of Sudarshana Lake, we talked about. When this Sudarshana Lake was built during? It was built during which times? Maurya's times. Okay, Sudarshana Lake during Mauryan times during Kataivar region and built by Pushyagupta, one of the governors of Chandragupta Maurya. Okay, and it was repaired by whom? Repaired by Rudradaman. Okay, and that is recorded in which inscription? Girnar inscription. And also, Rudradaman is the first person to issue inscription in which language? Sanskrit language. The first Sanskrit inscription was issued not by Indians but rather by a foreigner. That foreigner was Rudradaman. Okay, that is the first long inscription in Sanskrit. That is same inscription. Which inscription are we talking about? Girnar inscription. Okay, there is a legend that is Vikramaditya. Okay, the Vikramaditya legend says that one, he was ruling over Ujjain and he defeated Shakas. That is the reason he started which era? Vikrama era in 57 BCE. But again, it is not historically proven. It is not historically proven. There is a legend that Vikrama Samvatsara, Vikrama era, they started in 57 BCE. But what happened? This person became very famous. Now all Indian other rulers started adopting the title of Vikramaditya. Like Chandragupta second Vikramaditya. Okay, in Chalukyas also there are 2 Vikramadityas are there. Okay, there are so many Vikramadyas. Overall there are 18 Vikramadityas are there in Indian history. Okay, but that Vikramaditya title came through this one person. That was a legend. That legend was, again, it is not proven. He defeated Shakas, and after defeating Shakas, he started which era? Vikrama era. The 57 BCE. That is happened in 57 BCE too. Then again, Parthians, Pahalavas, Shaka Pahalavas, 1st century AD, Iranian origin. They ruled over very, very small portion. Why they are important? One ruler, Gondophares. What happened during Gondophares region? Reign? First Christianity contact to India happened during the time of Gondophares. That is mentioned in that inscription. Whatever the inscription they issued, one inscription they issued was Taktibai inscription. That is the first Christianity contact to India. Who is a person who visited his court? Saint Thomas. The first Christianity contact to India happened during the ruling of Parthians, also called as Pahalavas or Shaka Pahalavas. And now in India, in South India, to which region Saint Thomas came to? Which port he came to? Which port? The port he came to was Muziris port. Today it is called as Kodungalur. That is in Kerala. So that is a port he visited in South India, and he died in Madras only. And he built around 7 churches in Kerala, and is regarded as one of the 12 apostles of Jesus. One of the 12 apostles of Jesus according to New Testament. Okay, established how many churches? 7 churches, and landed in which port? Muziris port. So Muziris port is important for religious purpose also as well as for trading purposes also. And now what you have to do? Look at all the ancient ports and put it on map also. Okay, so again sites also as well as Ashokan inscription sites also as well as ports also too. We'll come to ports too. Again Kushanas, they are also called as UHs as well as Tocharians. Where they came from? Kushanas, they came from Central Asia, steppes in and around Mongolia region also. Some little bit Chinese origin is also there. Defeated the Shakas and ruled over Indus region as well as Gangetic region. And their empire actually extended from Central Asia to India. One of the biggest empires ever had. Okay, that is from Khorasan. Khorasan is in Central Asia. From Khorasan to until Gangetic Valley. Gangetic Valley, that is Pataliputra too. Okay. And the Kushanas, that is the Kajula cut of faces. Then again Vima cut of faces. Then again issued the largest number of gold coins. Now Kushanas issued the largest number of gold coins. And then again he was a firm devotee of Shiva. We are talking about second person, Vima cut of faces. Okay. And again he proclaimed himself as the Maheshwara. But Maheshwara means again pertaining to which god? Shiva. Okay. That shows how much intermixing is happening. That is, their coins having the images of Indian gods and goddesses. And then coins having the images of Lord Shiva also. Now Kushana, but the famous ruler was Kanishka, that is 78 CE. And it had two capitals, that is Purushapura, that is Peshawar. And second one was Mathura. Then again he built Peshawar city as it is today. And he started which era? Shaka era. Generally historians consider that it is more accurate compared to Chastana. Compared to Chastana, which is more accurate? Kanishka. Okay, so when Kanishka became ruler in 78 AD, he started which era? Shaka era. Okay, and which is now used by government of India as the official calendar. That Shaka calendar is the official calendar of government of India that related to Kanishka. And the fourth Buddhist council and first Buddhist council, who was the king? Ajatashatru. Second Buddhist council, Kalashoka. Third Buddhist council, Chandragupta Maurya. Ashoka. Fourth Buddhist council, Kanishka. Okay. Now Kushanas, Vasudeva II, that is the last Kushana emperor. It's a mid 2nd century AD. And he had the title Vasudeva Kanva. He took the title of Shahano, Shao, Vasudevo, Kushano. Who is Vasudeva? Krishna. And that shows how much Indianization was happening to the foreigners. How much Indian culture was being adopted by foreigners too. Okay, that is one. And now Kushanas, we talk about Charaka, known as father of Ayurveda. And Charaka Samhita he wrote in Sanskrit, and Ashwagosha, a Buddhist scholar, Buddha Charita, full-length biography of Buddha. And these two scholars believed to have lived during the time of Kanishka. Okay, who? That is Charaka as well as Ashwagosha. Ashwagosha is a Buddhist scholar, and Charaka is the father of Ayurveda, and their timeline is during the time of Kanishka. Okay, now another one who is a Trinity of Ayurveda, they call Trinity of Ayurveda, they called who is that one? Indian medicine, Trinity of Indian medicine, Shushruta. Okay, then again Charaka, one more person. Who is another person? Vagabhatta. Okay, Vagabhatta, Charaka as well as Shushruta. Shushruta is the father of Ayurveda. Ashwagosha, he wrote which one? Buddha Charita. Buddha Charita is a poem in Sanskrit, and both these scholars were the contemporaries of which ruler? Kanishka. Okay, so not the rulers but rather persons. And Indo-Sasanians from Persia and Iran, lower Indus region, first time they called the Indus region as which region? Hindu region. That is how the word Hindu came up. Okay, and one of their inscription mentions that word. Which word they mentions? Hindu word, and they use the term Hindustan. So that is the first time the word Hindustan is mentioned. During the time of which one? During the time of Indo-Sasanians. But this term was made popularized by whom? Popularized by Mughals, popularized by Britishers. For the first time, the word Hindustan was used during the time of Indo-Sasanians. Their inscription mentions the Indus Valley region as Hindu region, and the people living in that region as Hindustan region. That's it. Okay. And now, what is the impact of new contacts? They introduced tiles for flooring, but we already seen tiles were there during Harappan civilization. Where the tiles were there? Tiles were there. Kalibangan. Then they introduced better arsas. Central Asian arsas. Central Asia is known for arsas. Then saddles, reins, and toe stirrups. What is the saddles, reins, and toe stirrups? Where they are used? Arse riding. They are used for arse riding. They use caps, helmets, boots for warriors, turban, long coats, trousers. Everything was introduced by Central Asians. And Greek horoscope, they introduced punch-marked coins, and that coins have the images of rulers also, name of the rulers too. And then again, whatever today you are wearing, everything was introduced by Central Asians. Trousers and everything were introduced by Central Asians. So what is left with Indians? What is the real Indianness? Panche, Vesti, is a dhoti. That is the real Indianness. Okay. Now trade, towns and crafts, continuing that one. Trade contacts with the hometowns. They maintained their contacts with the hometowns, and that is the reason trade was further explored. And particularly discovery of monsoon winds happened during this time. Okay, the monsoon winds were first time discovered during the post-Maurya's times too. And again, Indians were extensively participated in which route? Silk route. Where the Silk route connected? From China to Western Roman Empire. Where is Western Roman Empire? Europe. Of course, that is presently Rome city, that is Italy and everything. Is right? And what is the, if it is connecting China to Roman Empire, what is the position of Indians in that one, in this route? What Indians did? Why it was called as Silk route first and foremost? Because silk was the major item of export from China to Roman Empire. You said? And what Indians did was, because from China to Roman Empire, it was a long distance. You said? That is the reason what Indians acted as intermediaries. Indians acted as intermediaries. First, Chinese provided their silk goods to Indians, and Indians further taken into Roman Empire. You said? Indians acted as intermediaries, and it was a very, very profitable trade also. And along with silk route, along with silk product, Indian products also went to Roman. So that is what, of course, spices and everything too. Then again, Indians extensively participated in silk route, the western China to Roman Empire, as a major exports from India: ivory, saffron, pepper, as well as food product. Pepper means also called as Yavana Priya. What do you mean by Yavana? Yavana means outsiders. Yavana means outsiders. Pepper was called as Yavana Priya. They wanted pepper from India, and they were given the name of Yavanas. Again, Yavana is a term further utilized in Mahabhashya. Mahabhashya written by whom? Patanjali. Okay, Patanjali, Mahabhashya. So that is the term used was Yavanas. Yavanas means outsiders, and pepper is called as Yavana Priya. Okay, pepper was called as. Why they needed pepper? Why they needed pepper? Pepper chicken? Nothing, huh? What they needed? Why they needed pepper? Preserver of meat also. Then again, what is the major imports? Particularly one pottery, red polished pottery. It's very important that Indians imported red polished pottery. How many potteries we have discussed? Northern black polished ware. Which time period Northern black polished ware? Huh? Age of Buddha. No. Painted grey ware? Later Vedic age. Ochre color? Chalcolithic. Red and black ware? Harappans also, megalithic also. And again, black and grey ware? Neolithic. Black and grey ware was Neolithic. Now we are talking about red polished pottery. And of course, Indians also imported cloths, glassware, lead, wine and copper also. Why wine is because of Mediterranean region, we know, known for fruit cultivations. That is one thing. And now continuing with the trade, guilds were also increasing, because if the trade is increasing, more arts and crafts, obviously which associations were increasing? Traders associations were increasing. Now another type of mercantile group. One type of mercantile group was production distribution. You said checking the prices and everything. Another type of mercantile group called as Sartha. What are these Sarthas are? These Sarthas are some kind of Banjaras. What are my Banjaras? Traders. These are big commodity traders. They used to carry bulk commodities from local areas to the town areas. Okay, they are called as, head of this Sartha is called as Sartavaha also. They are caravan traders. Caravan traders, or we can say caravan trade. So the leader of such a guild was called as Sartavaha. So different kind of trader groups was also evolving. Have you heard about Manigramam? Huh? Aivale 500, Aivale 500. These are all big merchant guilds. We'll come to, when we take up South India, we'll come to that one terms also. And now society, artisan craftsmen are largely drawn from which category? Shudras. Because Shudras' position is improving or declining? Improving. In spite of their economic position is improving, are they getting any kind of spiritual significance in Varna society? No. That is the reason they have supported which religions, which theories? Jaina theory as well as Buddhism theories too. Okay. Materially they are improving. When their material position is improving, what it is called as? From slavery to agricultural laborers, and now as agriculturalists as well as artisans and craftsmen. What is happening to their social position? It is called as social mobility. There was a better social mobility was there during post-Maurya's times also. And again, gained wealth. Okay. Now the distinction between Vaishyas and Shudras are blurring, because Vaishyas are also having professions as artisans and craftsmen, and Shudras are also following which professions? Artisans and craftsmen too. Okay. But still continued as laborers and slaves also. That old position continued. Now Manusmriti, first time reference of Manusmriti belonged to this period. Which period? Post-Maurya's period. 200 BC to 300 AD. Okay. And what Manusmriti deals with? What Manusmriti deals with? It's a law book. Law book of what? Law book of Varna system. That's it. Okay. Then again, society continuing that one. Foreigners also assimilated into Indian society. Now these foreigners came and occupied India. And now they were assimilated into which Varna of India? Kshatriya. Because they were fighters. They were warriors. And they were given which status? Kshatriya status. Look at that one. That is Buddhism also made very easy to adopt into Indian society. At the same time, Brahmanism also attracted considerable Yavanas. What are my Yavanas? Outsiders too. Okay. Foreigners assimilated into Indian society, and particularly to which Varna they got assimilated? Kshatriya Varna. Okay. And Brahmanas gave this status of Kshatriyas and make them to assimilate into their society. Instead of letting them going into Buddhism society, Brahmanas wanted them to come to Vedic society. There was a fight was going on. Okay, now religious development, we already know Buddhism. What developments happened? Mahayana Buddhism. What is Mahayana Buddhism? Theory of incarnation. First image of Buddha from Mathura. If theory of incarnation is there, image worship started developing, idol worship started developing. So when the idol worship started developing, now the first image of Buddha produced from which school? Mathura school. There were 3 local sculptural schools were there. Which are 3 local sculptural schools? Mathura, Gandhara, and then Sarnath also. 3 schools were there, and one more, Amaravati was also there in South India. This side, and these were the sculptural schools. They are producing images of Buddha as well as Hindu gods also. The first image of Buddha from Mathura. What Buddha had imagined, Buddhism was completely changed. Buddhism was completely changed. From Hinayana Buddhism, Mahayana Buddhism, later it became what? Tantrayana Buddhism also. And again, what happened to Brahmanism? Brahmanism was growing or received setback? It received setback. Because why? All the foreigners were more supportive of which religion? Buddhism. Why they were adopting more and more Buddhism? Because of the equality approach. Okay, because of equality approach, received setback because foreigners were more supportive of Buddhism. That doesn't mean they did not support Hinduism, but more support was given to Buddhism too. Okay, some more religious development. Vaishnavism and Shaivism was becoming important because which are the first gods? Early gods we talked about: Prajapati, Indra, Agni, Vayu. They went into oblivion. Okay, now new types of gods became important. That is Vishnu, Shiva, as well as Brahma also. Now Brahma was given the status of what? Creator. Vishnu was given the status of protector, and Shiva was given the status of destroyer. And now Vishnu's avatars was given. Okay, at the same time, animals, trees, mountains, all these objects became objects of worship. Okay, so that is cow became object of worship, snake became object of worship, mountains also became divinity, and particularly trees also became objects of worship too. Which trees particularly? Peepal tree, banyan tree, tulsi leaves. So all these attained the status of what? Attained the status of divinity. Initially it was given to personification of nature, and now every part of nature was became divine. That's it. Now Deccan and South. In Deccan and South, which dynasties we have to see? Chola, Chera, Pandya as well as Shatavahanas. Okay, Shatavahanas in Deccan, and 3 early kingdoms in South. There are 3 early kingdoms: Cholas, Pandyas as well as Cheras. Cheras also called as Kerala Putras. Okay, we'll complete this one, then we'll take break. Okay. Shatavahanas, okay, 2nd century BC to 3rd century AD, okay, defeated Kanvas in central India. Kanvas defeated whom? Shungas. Shungas defeated whom? Mauryas. You're getting the chronology right? Chronology is very, very simple. And capital was Pratisthana. That is Pratisthana today is Paitan, that is in Maharashtra. And then again another capital was Amravati. And some textbook also mentioned one of their capital was Koti Lingala also. That is in present Telangana. That was also one of their capitals too. And they started the practice of what? Practice of land grants. What do you mean land grants? What do you mean land grants? That is some part of land was given to Buddhist monks also as well as Brahmanas also. And that land grants kept on increasing, and that land grants led to feudalization, and that land grants led to decentralization. Centralization was there during the time of Mauryas, and from the time of Shatavahana it started to become decentralized, and the decentralization reached its peak during the time of Guptas. That's it. Okay. And Shatavahanas, the founder was Simuka. Again, one Shatakarni is there. That is, his name is in Sanchi Stupa's gateways. In Sanchi Stupa's gateways, one of the names of Shatakarni is there. But the famous is Gautamiputra Shatakarni, not Balakrishna. Okay. Then again, 106 CE to 130 CE. Again, defeated one of the Shaka ruler called as Nahapana. And he was eulogized in which inscription? Nasik inscription. What is my eulogy? Eulogize means what? Eulogy means what? Eulogy means achievements. Our ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಅವರು ಹೇಳ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋದು. ಓಕೆ, ಇನ್ನೇನಿಲ್ಲ, ಹೊಗಳ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋದು ಅಷ್ಟೇನಿಲ್ಲ. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಏನಂತ ಕರೀತಾರೆ? Eulogy. Eulogy means that is self-praising. Self-praising of the king that happened, that is called as eulogy. You know Allahabad Prashasti? Allahabad Prashasti of Samudragupta. Aivole Prashasti? Pulikeshi II. You said Allahabad Prashasti was compiled by whom? Arisena. Then again, Aivole Prashasti was composed by Ravi Kirti. You said we'll come to all those things. Shatavahanas. Hala, he authored one textbook called as Gata Shaptasati. It is an erotic poem. It was written in Maharashtra Prakrit. Okay, one of the king, that is Allah king, he wrote one textbook called as Gata Shaptasati. It was an erotic poem written in Maharashtra Prakrit language. And after Shatavahanas, who became important? Vakatakas, then again Kadambas in Karnataka and Ikshavaku in Andhra Pradesh. After defeating Ikshavakus, who came? Pallavas came. After defeating Kadambas, who came? Badami Chalukyas came. After defeating Badami Chalukyas, who came? Rashtrakutas came. After defeating Rashtrakutas, who came? Hoysalas came. After defeating Hoysalas, Vijayanagara. You should know the chronology. Chronology should be very, very important too. Now, administration of Satavahanas, they use Amatya, Mahamatya. Where we use these terms already? Mauryas. Some influence of which kingdom is there? Mauryan kingdom. Or then we can say Magadhan influence or Mauryan influence is there. So, who are Amatyas and Mahamatras? They were advisors, some kind of ministers. Then again, kingdom was subdivided into Aharas as well as Rashtras. What do you mean by Aharas and Rashtras? It could be districts also. Then again, villages was under Gaulmika. In Maurya's time, we talked about Gramika. You see? Now it is called as Gaulmika. Gaulmika means whom? Village head. And then again, Kataka and Skandavara is a terms used for military feudatories. What are the feudatories? What are the feudatories? Feudatories means military governors ruling over one area with considerable autonomy, and they had to pay some kind of tributes to the king. Okay? And these feudatories had to pay some kind of tributes to the king, and that is called as feudatory system. And that feudatories, the terms were used as Kataka and Skandavara. So they can directly ask Kataka and Skandavara related to which of the following? Related to which of the following? Administrative officials we can say, or we can say feudal lords during Shatavahanas. And then again, the first Indian rulers to grant lands to earn religious merit. Okay, to earn religious merit and giving to religious figures also. And today that is called as what? Donation to temples. Okay, donation to temples. That is because temples were not yet there during Shatavahana time. Temples started from the time of Guptas. You see? So before that one, Shatavahanas started the practice of giving land grants to Buddhist monks as well as to Brahmanas to earn the religious merit. And today, to earn the religious merit, people donate to temples. Instead of donating to temples, donate to some kind of orphanages. That would be better. You will earn more religious merit. Okay. Then again, language. Which is the administrative language? Prakrit. Prakrit was the administrative language of Shatavahanas. But they also gave support to which language? Sanskrit. Okay. Shatavahanas gave support to Prakrit also as well as Sanskrit also. And now, economy of Shatavahanas issues the coins in different materials, different metals. Which coins they issued? Lead coins, copper coins, silver coins, 14 coins. 14 means is an alloy of silver, and then again bronze coins also. Previously, which coins were there? Silver and copper. Who was the first to issue gold coins? Not Kushanas, Indo-Greeks. Okay. And first native rulers to issue own coins with the portrait of the rulers. And first native rulers. Who is the first foreign rulers to issue? Indo-Greeks again. Okay. So there is a kind of interlinkages. Always learn through interlinkages through. Then Shatavahana society was there. Matrilineal social structure can be seen because the names of the king, Gautami Putra, okay, Vasishti Putra, okay, all kings were named after mother, that is Gautami Putra, and Nasik inscription was issued by his mother, Gautami Balashri, okay. So can we say good position of women, at least for royal women, if not for common women, royal women had, we can assume some kind of good position was there. But even though there was a good position, the king was always the son only, that is the throne always passed on to the son. There is a little bit matrilineal structure can be seen. Now we are coming into Sangam literature. What do you mean Sangam literature? Sangam means what? What do you mean Sangam? Sangam means it's a college or assembly of Tamil poets. Where? In which city it happened? Madurai. Okay. In Madurai. Okay. At the same time, it is called as early Tamil classical literature. It is difficult to pinpoint exact dates of the Sangam literature because some of the textbooks have been lost, but it is orally transmitted for centuries and between 300 BC to 300 AD. Now, how Vedas were also orally transmitted, Sangam literature was also orally transmitted and they were written down after 300 AD. And Vedas were written down after 300 AD only, during the Common Era. And the present available Vedic textbooks belong to which century? 11th century. Okay. And now Sangam, we know that is, it is believed the three assemblies were there and they are called as what? Academy of Tamil Poets are popularly called as Muchangam. Okay. And under the patronage of which kings? Pandya kings. And the first was at Ten Madurai or Madurai under the chairmanship of Agastya. And the second assembly was at Kapatapuram under the chairmanship of Agastya Tolkapiyar. And the third assembly was at again Madurai under the chairmanship of Nakkirar. Okay, so again, these are chronologically, they can ask for first Sangam assembly, second Sangam assembly, third Sangam assembly. Who are the persons? Agastya, Tolkapiyar, and lastly Nakkirar. One pair only, two pair only, three pair only. Okay. Now you also imagine, you also anticipate how more, what kind of different questions UPSC can ask. Okay. If you are doing that in your own mind while reading, you are one step ahead of others. Very few people will do that. Please do that one. Okay. So keep expecting different kind of questions. How difficult UPSC can make the question. Okay, when you're preparing for the worst, what will happen ultimately? Your position will be very, very good. Always prepare for the worst, hope for the best. Okay. And now classification of Sangam literature, they are called as narrative as well as didactic also. That narrative literature is called as Melkanakku. Okay. And it deals with heroic poetry. Heroic poetry is also called as anthology. What do you mean heroic poetry? Again, eulogy. That is giving the achievements about a king. Okay. It talks about wars, cattle rights are mentioned in narrative poetry. And second type of Sangam literature is called as didactic. What do you mean didactic? It's also called as informative. And one more term is called as Kilkanakku. Okay. Melkanakku as well as Kilkanakku. That is, it deals with ethics, philosophy, love, polity. Okay. Two types of Sangam literature. One is narrative, other one is didactic. Okay. And two didactics are very, very important. Which are two didactics? Two epics. Silapatigaram. Okay. At the same time, Manimekalai. Who is the person who wrote Silapatigaram? Ilango. Who is the person who wrote Manimekalai? That is Sattanar. And Silapatigaram deals with the triangle love story. That is love story of Kovalan. And that is the wife of Kannagi as well as Madhavi. Okay. Sorry, Kovalan, his wife was Kannagi. And Manimekalai is the sequel. Okay. Manimekalai was the sequel to which one? Sequel to Silapatigaram. Who was Manimekalai? Manimekalai was the daughter of Kovalan. Is a Odyssey of Tamil poetry. Is a sequel to Silapatigaram and deals with the adventures of Kovalan, Madhavi's daughter Manimekalai. And Manimekalai converted to which religion? Buddhism. So this Manimekalai generally also talks about Buddhist religion also in South India. Okay, so Manimekalai related to Buddhist religion also. Okay, so you getting the difference? Silapatigaram as well as Manimekalai. Okay, and some other literature we can talk about. That is Tolkapiyam, a book on Tamil grammar. Okay, written by whom? Written by Tolkapiyar. Okay, and women poets were also there in Sangam literature. One of the unique things about Sangam society is that one, women had better position compared to whom? Compared to North Indian society. So South Indian society women had better position because we can talk about women poets were also there during Sangam literature. And one example is Avvayar, and she wrote around 58 poems too. And ultimately Sangam literature, which language? Generally Tamil language. We know that one. Now politics, Pandya's capital was at Madurai and port was Korkai, and it was southeastern part of the peninsula where the Pandyas were there, and contacts with Roman Empire also. And when they were having contacts with Roman Empire, the ruler was Augustus. And some kings, Nedungelian I, Nedungelian II, he defeated Cholas and Cheras. They had their conflicts also amongst themselves. And in the battle of Talayalangalam. Okay, so one battle is very famous, especially between Pandyas who defeated Cholas. That's called as Battle of Talayalangalam. Okay, so just one battles also, because they haven't asked all these kind of questions, but still we should prepare for that one. If you knowing better, something is better than nothing, right? You just know one fact about everyone. And Pandyas, their power declined due to invasion of Kalabras. They were the tribe. So these are tribes who actually contributed for the decline of which power? Pandyas power. Which is the symbol of Pandyas? Twin fish, not one fish, twin fish. Okay. Then politics we are coming into. Cholas, seat of power was Urayar. These are early Cholas. We will have to talk about royal Cholas also. Who are royal Cholas? April 28, PS2 will coming. That is one thing. Arumolivarman. Okay, that is one thing. Jayam Ravi and Vikram between Pennar and Velar river and northeast of Pandyas. They were located in the northeast of Pandyas too. And famous ruler was Karikala Chola. Okay, and he defeated Pandyas and Cheras. Of course, they had mutual romantic relationship among themselves. The Pandyas, Cholas as well as Cheras too. Okay, that is Battle of Venni. Okay, and he founded this port city of Kaveri Pattanam. Okay, that is also called as Puhar. And now, how many ports I mentioned? Muziris port, Korkai port, and now again Puhar port as well as Kaveri Pattanam. Now, what you have to do? Forget about it. Okay, what do you have to do? Map. Okay, that is your responsibility. You have to put it on the map too. And he is the first person who built some kind of dam in the river Kaveri. Okay, on river Kaveri too. Okay. And next one we are coming into Cheras. That is Kerala region. Okay. And capital was Vanji, a prosperous trade with Romans, with Roman Empire. And Roman regiment was there at Muziris. Why Muziris also famous? Already discussed. Saint Tom came to Muziris port, and another port called as Tondi port. Okay. And famous king was Senguttavan. Okay. He is also called as Red Chera or Good Chera. And he introduced one kind of a cult. That cult is, that is worship of Kannagi. Who was Kannagi? Wife of Kovalan. Kovalan and Kannagi were the hero and heroine of which? Silapatigaram. Okay. And he was the first to send an embassy to China from South India. Who? Senguttavan. And he was also brother of Ilango Odigal, according to some beliefs. Who was Ilango Odigal? Is the person who wrote Silapathikaram. Okay, so are you getting all the linkages right? Okay, this is about Sangam politics. That is, we discussed about Pandyas, Cholas as well as Cheras also. Okay, we'll just finish Sangam administration also. It was monarchical administration. Some terms are there. It will be there in your PDFs what I have stated. That is, terms are called as, ministers are called as Amaichar, priests are called as Antanar, then again envoys are called as Tuthar, then spies are called as Orar, and military commanders are called as Senapati. So they can directly ask right. So they can directly ask one particular term also, and can put 3 to 4 terms. I can ask you to identify what they are. So all these terms are related to what? Related to administration. And then social structure. Society was clan based. Clan was called as Kuti. Okay. And rich peasants are called as Vedalas. Agricultural laborers were called as Kadaisian. Animal skin workers are called as Pariyars. Commanders of army was called as Inadi. And lower caste were called as Pariyans, Pananas, and again Velans also. Okay, how the society was divided. And women position, I told you, women position was better compared to what? Compared to North India. That is, education was given, engaged in other economic activities. Okay, and Sati was exceeds, and Sati was called as what? Tippayadal. Sati was given a different name, Tippa, but it was not obligatory. Sati was not obligatory, and widow's presence was also there. And one more type of women were present during that point of time. They were called as Shevilitai, or we can say, probably I don't know exact pronunciation. Shevilitai could be anybody? Tamil pronunciation? Sevilitai. Okay, thank you. And who were like foster mothers. Okay, they were like foster mothers. You say, what is my foster mother? Taking care of kids. Okay, there is about women position. And Sangam religion, local people worshipped God. Which God? Muruga God. Okay, that is called as Kartikeya in North India. Okay, and medieval times the same god became Subramanya. Okay, and believed in magical forces called as Ananku. Then again worshipped nautical memorial stones, and that is also there in Sangam literature too. Okay, now Sangam economy, we can, all the Sangam territories are called as Tinais, or we can say ecozones. That ecozones are Kurinji, Palai, Mullai, Marudam as well as Naital. That is, Naital means sea coast, Marudam means wetlands, pastoral tracts are called as Mullai, and again Palai is called as arid zone, and Ili zone is called as Kurinji. Can we say diversified economy? Because the economic activities in these 5 different regions should be different. In sea area should be different, Ili area should be different, wetland should be different too. Okay, and overall we can say there was a flourishing trade with Roman Empire also. So these about Sangam. And last 3 major ports: Muziris, Arikamedu, Kavaripattinam, Korkai, Tondi. So this is what you have to do. So take a break. We'll complete Gupta. Okay. Shall we complete this one also? Ancient will be completed. What do you say? No. Okay, then now we are coming into last topic in ancient India. Okay, that is Gupta Empire. So again we'll go very quickly. So Gupta Empire is between 300 CE to 600. Okay, 600 CE, that is the last phase of ancient India. After 600 AD, what it will be called as? It is called as early medieval India. Also, we'll also see that one too. Now, what are the origin of Guptas? They say they are mainly belong to Vaishyas category. Okay, they are feudatories of Kushanas. What are my feudatories? What are my feudatories? Feudatories means they were, we can say that is, they were officials under different ruling families. Now, like say for I told you that is Badami Chalukyas were feudatories of Kadambas. Okay, Rashtrakutas were feudatories of Badami Chalukyas. Hoysalas were feudatories of Rashtrakutas. Like that too. Okay, so they were feudatories of Kushana. It means they were officers under Kushanas, and they belong to Vaishyas category, and their empire is smaller than the Mauryan Empire. So sometimes they can put one statement, no. Okay, that the Gupta Empire was bigger than Mauryan Empire. No. Which empire was bigger? Mauryan Empire was bigger. Okay. And now kings, when our founder was Shrigupta. Okay, Chandragupta one, there is a famous king, that is again 319 to 335. He started something called as Gupta era. We started 3 eras, right? Vikrama era. Who started Vikrama era? Vikramaditya, that is 57 BC. Then Shaka era, 2 kings, Shashtana as well as Kanishka. And now we are talking about Gupta era. And its capital was Pataliputra. And now again, during the Maurya's time, the center of focus was Pataliputra, Magadha. In the post-Maurya's time, the center was shifted to northwestern India. And now again the focus is shifting to Magadha. And that is Pataliputra too. And again, we talk about Samudragupta, 335, 380 AD, great conqueror. And is all this exploitation, his eulogy is there, is given by whom? Is given by Arisena, his court poet in Sanskrit. That is which pillar? Allahabad pillar. And the same pillar whose inscription is also there? Ashoka's inscription. And one more inscription, one more person's inscription, Jahangir inscription also. Same pillar inscription, that is stone pillar inscription, also called as Prayaga Prashasti. And now, even in Deccan also, Samudragupta had his supremacy. And Deccan Pallavas, even Sri Lankan kings also submitted to the supremacy of Samudragupta. And that is the reason he is called as what? Napoleon of India. To be honestly, Napoleon should be called as Samudragupta of okay, Europe. Because Napoleon was in 18th century, 17th and 18th century, 18th and 19th century. But he was there during 4th century AD itself only. Okay, so that is what? Colonized history. Okay, colonized history. That is the reason he was called as Napoleon of India. Because he occupied many areas. And one thing you have to understand here is that once they occupied one area, they did not try to rule over directly. Once that king is defeated, that king was given which status? Feudatory status. Okay, with some autonomy, and that is the reason feudalization tendency was increasing. What Mauryas did was, they were under direct control of the Mauryas once they defeated one area. But what Guptas did was, they did not put under the direct control of the Guptas, but rather they kept the rulers there as feudatories with some kind of autonomy, and that is the reason that led to feudalization. Okay, and next Samudragupta, continuing that one, is also called as Anukampavan. He gave permission to one of the kings of Sri Lanka. That is, the king of Sri Lanka was called as Meghavarmana, to build one kind of monastery at Gaya. Why Gaya? Gaya is famous for Buddhism. Then again, he played Veena according to his coins, and is a patron of art and music. That is the reason he had the title of Kaviraja. Okay, and Vasubandhu, one of the Buddhist philosopher, was his minister. So now they are asking unknown philosophers' names also, right? Okay, so one philosopher name you can remember is that one, Vasubandhu, a Buddhist philosopher, was a minister under which ruler? Samudragupta. Okay, and next, of course, the major ruler was Chandragupta II, and his high water mark of the empire between 376 to 413, 415 CE, and is married his daughter Prabhavati Gupta to Vakataka prince. And why Prabhavati Gupta is famous? One of the earliest women rulers. One, that Vakataka prince Rudrasena died in central India, and she became the ruler. One of the earliest women ruler in India, and she became ruler after his death. And his exploits, achievements of Chandragupta II was there in which pillar inscription? Iron pillar inscription. And make that Meheruli iron pillar inscription same. That is there in today, that is in Delhi. Okay, that is iron pillar, that is there, pillar inscription, that is there in Delhi. And Samudragupta is also pillar inscription. That is stone pillar inscription. Careful, sometimes they can just change one subtle also. Chandragupta's pillar inscription is iron, Samudragupta's pillar inscription is stone. Okay, and then you have the title Vikramaditya. I told you already, right? So many people started adopting the title of Vikramaditya because Vikramaditya was the legend who defeated Shakas. And his court had Navaratnas, 9 gems. That is, Kalidasa was one of those Navaratnas. And then again, Chinese traveler Fahian, he also visited India during the rule of Chandragupta II. Who are the other 2 Chinese travelers? You know Fahian. Other one is Yuan Sang. Who is another one? Yijing. Yijing also visited around same time as Yuan Sang also. 3 Chinese travelers: Fahian, Yuan Sang, and Yijing. And again, his gold coins are called as Dinara. So Dinara means what? Dinara means gold coins. Gold coins issued by which king? Chandragupta II. Okay. Now Navaratnas of Chandragupta, we know already list: Kalidasa, Amarasimha, then again Varahamira, Dhanavantri, Vetalabhatta, Vararuchi, then again Kahapanaka, Shanku, and then again Gadakara. Okay, that is one of the poets. So this list is given. So you just have to go through. I mean, of course, who was the poet, who was the architectural genius, okay, who was the dramatist, okay, who did what, that is your responsibility too. Because this question was asked. Using this information, one question was asked. Okay, I will come to that question. Next one was Kumaragupta, 415 to 455 CE. He founded which university? Nalanda University. Okay, and he is known for some inscriptions. Bilsad inscription, Karmadanda stone linga inscription, that is in UP. Damodar copper plate inscription, that is in West Bengal. Okay, so many inscription issued. And one of the invasion, Central Asian, Unas invasion or Un's invasion started during the time of Kumaragupta. Okay, and Unas invasion was the major reason for the decline of which empire? Gupta Empire. Okay, then Skandagupta, last major ruler, 455-461 BCE. He also had the title of Vikramaditya. Okay, and he defeated Unas. He defeated Un's, sometimes referred to as Unas also, sometimes referred to as Un's also. So he repulsed Un's invasion. And Junagadh Girnar inscription, one more time mentions repair of the same lake. Which lake? Surashana Lake. Now by a different person is governor called as Parnadatta. Who built the Surashana Lake? Pushyagupta, who was the governor of Chandragupta Maurya. Okay, that was got repaired during the Rudradaman time also. That got repaired during Skandagupta also. Okay, that is one thing. And now administration of the Guptas. Very simple administration. like administrative division of the empire. Now Bhukti, Desha, Rashtra, they are called as provinces. The head of the province was called as Uparika, okay, or we can say viceroy. Below province we can say Vishaya. Vishaya means district. Head of the district was, head of Vishaya was Vishayapati. And then again below district there was Vitis. Vitis means sub-district. And below sub-district there will be Grama, that is village. The head of the Grama was Gramika. Gramika was also used during which time? Maurya's time also. Which power Gramika had? Judicial power also. Now look at this one, that is Uparika, Vishayapati. Then again Vitis do not have any kind of information with respect to who is the head of the terms for the head. At the same time, last one, Grama is called as Gramika. You're getting it right? So all the that is descending order as well as ascending order also. They can ask different kind of questions too. And again, administration, I told you decentralization to decentralization. What is the reason for decentralization? Feudalism. What is my feudalism? That is because of land grants. They started granting more and more lands to we can say officers, and they also started granting lands to the ministers who were there. And what this minister, they started to become more and more important. They become independent, and that is the reason there was no necessity for bureaucracy. There is a reason there is a less bureaucracy also we can see during this point of time. Now the king's power became weaker, and now this feudal lord's power becoming quite higher too, strengthening. And that is the reason power was in the hands of local chiefs and feudatories. I told you, when Guptas defeated local rulers, did they occupy that area completely to the Gupta's empire? No, rather they kept those rulers with some kind of autonomy. And that autonomy, the autonomy further increased when the king became weaker. When the king became weaker, the local chiefs became more and more important. Okay. And now because of this, bureaucracy was less elaborate, and high officials were called as Kumaramatyas. Mahamatyas we talked about during the Mauryas. And now which has more bureaucracy, Guptas or Mauryas? Mauryas. Okay. And Mahasandhi Vigrahika, he was a minister for war and peace. Okay. Then again, administrative post was tended to become hereditary, and that evidence is there in Allahabad Prashasti. Okay. What is Allahabad Prashasti? Which ruler? Samudragupta. Okay. So Allahabad Prashasti mentions about all the posts are becoming hereditary. If the posts are become hereditary, who is becoming powerful? The minister is becoming powerful. If the minister is becoming powerful, who lost the right to appoint that minister? Raja, the king. The king power was weakening. That is called as feudalization. Sorry. In the early part. Okay. But towards the end of the Gupta's time, what happened? The Roman Empire broken up. Now the trade declined, and now the gold content of Gupta's gold coins is also very, very, very less compared to Kushanas. Okay. That is it. And again, town administration. What is the town administration during Mauryas? How many committees were there? 6 committees. Who mentioned those 6 committees? Indica. Now, this town administration was in the hands of 5-member councils. And who are these 5 members? The Uparika. Who was the head of the town administration during the Mauryas? Nagarika. Who mentions Nagarika? Arthashastra. Then again, head of the town was Uparika, and he was assisted by a chief merchant. The chief merchant was called as Nagarasreshtin. Then again, he was assisted by chief caravan trader. Caravan trader was called as Sartavaha. What is my Sartavaha? We talked about already. They are specialized in what? They are specialized in long distance trade. They are traveling from let's say for example, from a local area to town area. That is bulk movement of the commodities. Then again, lastly, Pratama Kulika is called as chief artisan or chief merchant, and Pratama Kayastha, that is the chief in charge of revenue collection. With the help of all these persons who looked after the town administration, Uparika. Okay, these are the 5 persons. Then judicial administration, Mahadandanayaka, there was a chief justice. But ultimately, ultimate court of appeal was always the king. Okay. And society under Guptas, Brahmana supremacy increased because they started taking lot of land grants. And Brahmana villages were called as what? Brahmadeya as well as Agraras. What is my Agraras and Brahmadeya? Where Brahmanas were residing. And because the lands were granted to them by kings. Why the land grants were given to Brahmanas also as well as for Buddhist monks also? What is the reason? What is the intention behind that one? To earn religious merit. Okay. Then again, proliferation of castes. The caste numbers increase. What is the reason caste numbers increase right now? I told you yesterday only. Because of the guilds. All the guilds right now converted into castes. That is one thing. That is proliferation due to many reasons. That is one reason is assimilation of foreigners into India. Foreigners were assimilated to which Varna? Kshatriya Varna. That is one thing. That is as the conquerors gave the status of Kshatriya. Then again, absorption of forest tribes into Varna society. These forest tribes were given which status? Untouchable status. Why they were given untouchable status? Technological gap. Which technological gap? Iron technology. Third one was guilds were also turned into castes. And fourth reason is even the administrative officials, they also became castes. Okay, like example is Kayasthas. I told you Pratama Kayastha was there. You said they also turn into castes also. Shanbhog, Patils, all these kind of things. Who were they? They were administrative officials. And now what they are? Castes only. So this, because of all these reasons, there was a proliferation of castes. What is the proliferation? Increase in number. And proliferation of which Varna caste? Shudra Varna caste, Vaishya Varna caste, Kshatriya Varna caste or Brahmana Varna caste? Shudra and Vaishya Varna caste. So more number of castes are there in Vaishya as well as Shudra. Okay, that is one thing. Again, one question with reference to forced labor, Vishti. During the Gupta period, which one of the following statement is correct? It was considered as a source of income for the state, a sort of tax paid by the people. Okay. Then again, it was totally absent in Madhya Pradesh and Kataivar regions of Gupta Empire. The forced laborer was entitled to weekly wages. The eldest son of the laborers were sent as the forced labor. What is my Vishti? I told you. What is my forced labor? I told you. Vishti. Why it was enforced upon Shudras? Why it was enforced upon untouchables? Because as a tax. Exactly, it was the income for the state. You said that is, the state was forcing lower Varna to produce because they were not producing enough. Okay, the answer should be A2. Okay. And now position of women in Gupta society, practice of sati became very fructified. Okay, that is Sati Memorial, that is there at Iran, Madhya Pradesh in 510 AD. Then again we talk about denied the right to property, except one thing was given to women during the time of marriage, that is called as what? Stridana. And at Stridana, people demanded more and more Stridana, that led to what? Dowry. Okay, the Stridana during the marriage, that led to understanding, right, how everything is evolving. Women were denied right to property, just to pacify them they were given some kind of money, that was called as what? Stridana. And now what the groom was asking? I need more Stridana. Listen, that led to what? That led to dowry system. Okay, so women came to regard as a property. And now religion during Guptas as personal gods for increasing. Who were the personal gods for increasing? Vishnu and Shiva. And for the personal gods, you require a place to worship. That place became what? Temple. They need a place to worship. That place was temple. In the if the temple worship is there, in temple what you will worship? As an idol. So idol worship also started to become more and more common. And now you are worshipping a personal god. That led to growth of one more concept, bhakti concept. The personal devotion. That is, bhakti was also growing. Are you getting it right? How everything was evolving? These are very conceptual part. That would be better taken care of in foundation classes, not in this marathon classes. Just to stick to that one. Then again, Hinduism, whatever presently we see today, that acquired the present shape during the time of which time period? Gupta's time period. Okay. And again, religion continuing with that one. Mother goddess worship also popularized, and mother goddess worship is called as what? Shakti cult. What is the definition of Shakti cult actually? What is the definition of Shakti cult? What is the actual definition of Shakti cult? The definition of Shakti cult is that one, a male could be activated only with reunion with a female. That is the actual definition of Shakti cult. Just write down this one. That is, a male could be activated. A male could be activated. A male could be activated with a reunion. Reunion with female. That is called as Shakti cult. Okay. Also called as mother goddess worship. Now, which mother goddesses were becoming very important? Parvati, Lakshmi, and all these goddesses were merged with Vedic gods. Who were the Vedic gods? Parvati was merged with Shiva. Lakshmi was merged with Vishnu. They left out Brahma. Okay, that is what thing. Okay. Now, religion during Gupta's time to withstand growing Buddhism culture, because Buddhism was growing popularly in the previous time period. Which was the previous time period? Post-Maurya. Isn't because all the foreigners gave more and more support to which religion? Buddhism. Why they gave support to Buddhism? Because of equality. And because the Buddhism was growing, now they wanted to provide a reaction against the Buddhism. And that is the reason what they did. Out of one of the avatars was Buddha. Okay. Now Buddha became one of the avatars of Vishnu. So technically Buddhists are nothing but they came out of Hinduism only. So Buddha was given one of the status of, it means Buddha was integrated into Vedic religion. That's it. Okay. And blurring distinction between the two. How the Vaishyas and Shudras distinction was blurring, and now there is no difference between the rituals of Buddhism and rituals of Hinduism also. That is one thing. But except Hinayana Buddhism maybe. That is one thing. And now economy and trade. Now economy and trade during the end of the Gupta time period, it started declining. The reason for started declining was that one breakup of Roman Empire. Because Roman Empire was the major demand. It was the major demand for, Roman Empire was bringing a lot of demand for Indian goods. Once that Roman Empire was broken up, there was no demand for which goods? Indian goods also, and particularly Chinese good. Which was the Chinese good? Silk. And what this Roman people also did was, they learned the technique of silk warming. Okay, or silk weaving. And that is the reason there is a less demand for silk product, and now people are participating in the trade. At the same time, we can talk about the demand for Indian products also came down. When the economy and trade was declining, what will happen? There will less and less demand for coins. Not in the early part of Gupta Empire, but we are talking about the end part of the Gupta Empire. And that is, we can also see less incoming of gold also. And the evident is Gupta's coins have less gold content compared to Kushanas. And that shows that one, there is a less demand for golds also. Because one of the import item was gold. I told you one of the import item was gold. Now there is a less import and less export activity. Gold coming to India was less, and the gold content in coins also becoming lesser too. So instead of gold coins, now people started utilizing cowries. What are cowries? Cowries andre no? Seashells. Cowries were seashells. So they become the medium of exchange too. Okay. That shows what? That shows the downing of or the decline of trade activity. Another reason for decline of trade activity is feudalization. How feudalization contributes for the growth decline of trade is very simple. And now, if I am the Raja, I am granting land to you people. Okay, I don't have any land to grant, by the way. Okay, that is one thing. If I granting any kind of land, you are the ministers. I am also granting the right of taxation collection. I am also granting the right of controlling over peasants, control over artisans. Peasants and artisans belong to which group? Vaishya's group. And now, Vaishya, that is peasants and artisan, should obey the king's rule or your rule? Yours rule. You said, because I am overtly saying that one, all the peasants and all the traders should obey the rules and regulation of the Doni. Doni means what? The person who is receiving the land. You said, and now what these Donis were guided with? They are guided with selfish interest. What is selfish interest? They wanted to collect more and more taxes. You said, they started imposing more and more forced labor on peasants, on Vaishyas also. And now the Vaishyas, that is peasants and artisans, they lost any kind of motivation to do any kind of production function. Because all their, whatever the production they were doing, going into the hands of whom? Going into the hands of these feudal lords. You said? And now that led to the decline of agricultural production, that led to the decline of trade function also. And that led to overall decline of trade during early medieval times. And that is called as what? Feudalization. And now, when feudalization was happening, do you think there was social mobility? Social mobility will increase or decrease? What is my social mobility? You can increase your social position, and that is not possible. Right now, agriculture is declining, trade is declining. Now, Shudras will remain as Shudras. Vaishyas will further, their material wealth also started declining. When Vaishyas' material wealth started declining, they stopped support to Buddhism. They stopped support to Jainism. Now, which religion becoming more and more important? Vedic religion. Now, Buddhism started to decline. You're getting it right? All the interlinkages. And that is not present because paucity of time. We can't get into too much of details in that one. Hopefully, you got the basic idea about that one. Yes. Decentralization. Yes. Feudalization, majorly decentralization. Debatable. Okay. That is debatable. Okay. Because Maurya's time it was working really well. Centralization. Okay. But decentralization, what happened? But today democracy is what? Democracy is decentralization. Listen, can you go against democracy? No. That is one thing. Okay. Now we are coming into feudalization also affected. I already mentioned how the feudalization affected the economy. Artisan and peasant came under the control of big landlords. Okay. And now literature. Why Gupta's age is called as golden age? Huh? Because of the literature development as well as science development. Okay. Literature particularly Kalidasa. Okay. That is, he wrote some plays or dramas. Which are two dramas. Abhijnana Shakuntala as well as Maldvik Agnimitra. We already discussed about what is the theme of Maldvik Agnimitra. Now, what is the theme of Abhijnana Shakuntala? About Dushyanta and Shakuntala. Okay. Dr. Rajkumar and Jayaprada. Okay. Then again, Vikram Urvasiyam. Okay. 3 dramas. Epics are there. Raghu Vamsha. About the kings of Raghu dynasty as well as Kumara Sambhava. Okay. Because nowadays they are asking themes of the books also. So, when you talk about any literature books, literature textbooks, know about the themes of them. Okay. That would be very smart way of preparation too, and hard way of preparation also. Okay. Then again, Ritu Samara. Okay. Then again, these are lyrics or poem, Meghaduta. Now, plays are 3. Abhijnana Shakuntala, Maldvik Agnimitra and Vikram Urvasiyam. And then epics are Raghu Vamsha and Kumara Sambhava. Then again, poems are Ritu Samara and Meghaduta. Like this, just simply put one question. Which of the following is not an epic? Which of the following is a poem? Simple things they can do, right? See, you have to expect simple questions also. You have to expect difficult questions also. If any of you are doing in While reading that, anybody anticipating this kind of questions? Anybody doing that one? Openly say it, be honest. Be brutally honest with your own self. Okay? Be brutally honest. If you are doing it, that is well and good. If you are not doing it, please do it. Okay? Very simple. And then again, some other, Vishakadatta, the famous place of, which one? Mudra Rakshasa, also called as Rings of the Demon. Then again, Devi Chandraguptam. All these are which textbook, which language textbooks? These are all Sanskrit only. It is the peak of the Sanskrit literature. During the which times? Gupta's times. Because Sanskritization was happening. That is the growth of Vedic religion also, and Sanskrit religion as well as Sanskrit literature was also growing well. Okay. And again, these are the themes that have been given. You can go through that one. Okay. Then again, some more literature also there. Bharavi, Kiraturjanaya. Okay. Then again, Dandin, Kavya Darshan and Dashakumara Charita, Vishnu Sharma, Panchatantra, and most of the Puranas we discussed, they were all composed during which time period? Gupta's time period. What are Puranas? Vishnu Purana, Garuda Purana. All these things we discussed. And lastly, Vatsayana, Nyaya Sutra Bhashya as well as Kama Sutra too. Again, science, I don't want to discuss about Aryabhatta. Everybody knows about that one. One more person that was Varamira. He is from Ujjain, 580 to 587. Then again, he wrote Pancha Siddhantika, Bruhat Samhita as well as that book quoted by Al-Biruni. Who was Al-Biruni? When he came to India, along with whom? Muhammad Ghazni. When Muhammad Ghazni came to India, one more historian came, that is Persian historian, that was Al-Biruni. So Al-Biruni quoted which textbook? Bruhat Samhita. Bruhat Samhita is a kind of an encyclopedia. It talks about everything. Whatever the answer option gives, go with that one. Take the risk. Okay, don't blame me then. Okay. Then again, lastly, Bruhat Jataka. Okay, so these are three textbooks written by whom? Varamira, that is Pancha Siddhantika, Bruhat Samhita as well as Bruhat Jataka. Bruhat Jataka deals with astrology, but Bruhat Samhita deals with architecture, temples, construction, perfumes, everything. Okay. That is Varamira. Then again, science dealing with that one. I told you Vagabhatta is from Sindh region, and other two, Shushruta, father of surgery, father of plastic surgery. Then again, Charaka, a medical genius, father of Ayurveda, and these are trinity of Ayurvedic knowledge. Okay, Shushruta, Charaka and Vagabhatta. Okay. Now, Shushruta was very in BC time period. Charaka was during the time of Kanishka. We know that one. And again, he wrote two textbooks, that is Astanga Sangraha and Astanga Hridaya Samhita. Who wrote these textbooks? Vagabhatta. So these three are called as trinity of Ayurvedic knowledge. Okay, Shushruta, Charaka and Vagabhatta. And now one question was, with reference to scholars and literators of ancient India, consider the following statements. Panini is associated with Pushyamitra Shunga. Okay. Amarasimha is associated with Harshavardhana. No, Amarasimha is one of the 9 jewels, Navaratnas. In which court? Chandragupta II. Second statement is wrong. Okay, we'll come to Panini. Kalidasa is associated with Chandragupta II. Yes. Okay. Now look at the answer options. 1 and 2, 2 and 3, 3 only. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Because second statement is wrong, you are going to eliminate A, B and D also. Okay. Now we'll see something about Panini. 4th century BC. Okay. So he is the first grammarian of Sanskrit. Which is the textbook of Panini? Astadhyayi. Okay. He wrote about Astadhyayi. In which language? Sanskrit language. He is also called as father of linguistics. He was there during 4th century BC. See, look at that one. They are using facts only to frame the questions. They are asking, when was the time period of Amarasimha? When was the time period of Kalidasa? When was the time period of Panini? Very simple. They ask in a different way. You have to know what kind of questions are also being asked to. And now, we'll come to Vakatakas, very simple area. Okay. So, Vakatakas are famous for what? Famous for Ajanta caves. Ajanta caves were developed during the one king of Vakataka, that is Arisena. Okay. And 250 CE to 500 CE, they were the contemporaries of Guptas. So, did they have any kind of matrimonial alliances? Yes, Prabhavati Gupta, Chandragupta I. No, that one. Their capital was Vatsagulma, that is in Maharashtra. Today it is called as Washim, and many capitals are also there of Vakatakas too. And supported Hinduism, Jainism, Buddhism. They were mainly Brahmana descent. And cultural contribution, I told you, the Ajanta cave numbers. The caves numbers of 16, then again 17th as well as 19th. And these were a major contribution by which dynasty? Vakataka dynasty. Okay. And not only Vakataka rulers, their governors as well as their ministers like Asti Bhoja as well as Varahadeva, they also contribute for the growth of Ajanta caves. Okay. And again, one of the styles, the writing style of Sanskrit, Vaidar Bharati, was developed during the time of Vakatakas. So all these are very minute details. Again, lastly, Vakatakas had a stamp of their own, and I couldn't get the picture of that one. That is a stamp. Vakataka is known for one of the stamps of that royal stamp that was also there. That one, that family was known for that stamp. That I did search Google, I didn't get that stamp. Probably you search anywhere. If you get that, have that visualization of the stamp also, so you can get that one. And kings were Vidya Shakti. He was the founder. Okay, he was the founder of Vakataka dynasty. Pravarasena. Okay, after the death of Pravarasena, and entire empire was divided into different branches. And the two branches are very, very famous. That is Vatsagulma branch as well as Nandivardhana branch. Even Kushana empire also had two branches. One is Kadaphis's branch, other one is Kanishka branch. Kanishka is the name of the house also, name of the king also. These are two houses of Vakataka, that is Vatsagulma house as well as Nandivardhana house. Okay. Some other kings, Pravarasena II belonged to Nandivardhana line. He was a devotee of Shiva but wrote one Prakrit Kavya glorifying Rama. Okay, that Kavya was Setubandha, also called as Ravanavaha. Okay. Next one we talk about Sarvasena, that is Vatsagulma line. He believed to be a Prakrit poet. He wrote work called as Arivijaya. Okay, so which language they are giving major importance to? Prakrit, can we say? Okay. Then again, last one, Arisena. Most of the Ajanta caves belong to which time period? Arisena time period. Okay, so you are getting the chronology again here too. Okay, some majorly cultural contribution. Now last one, Harshavardhana. Okay, post Gupta time period, many regional kingdoms were emerged, and one such regional kingdom was Pushyabhuti dynasty. Actually, many people confuse Harshavardhana is not Vardhana dynasty, but it is referred to as Vardhana dynasty, but he belonged to which dynasty? Pushyabhuti dynasty. That is from Tanesar, Haryana. His ancestors were, we can talk about, that is Prabhakar Vardhana and Rajyavardhana. Okay, and it's mainly established his ruling over Bihar. We can talk about UP, Punjab and Rajasthan. And later Harshavardhana conquered which place? Very famous place? Kanuj. We'll come to that one. Pushyabhuti dynasty, capital Tanesar. The major source was Harshacharita. Harshacharita of Banabhatta, Prabhakara Vardhana as well as Rajyavardhana, ancestors of Harshavardhana. Okay, now Harshavardhana we are coming into. He was a Shaiva but supported Buddhism massively. Harsha occupied Kanuj. He occupied Kanuj from whom? Who is the person? Shashanka. Shashanka of Gauda. Okay, Gauda means it is a Bihar and Bengal region. That is one thing. And he rescued his sister Rajyashri from committing Sati. Okay, we'll come to his sister story. Then Huansang, the Chinese traveler who visited Harshavardhana, and he visited India during that. And who was the contemporary of Harshavardhana in South India? Pulikeshi II. You see? We'll come to that one. During 629-644 BCE. And Harshavardhana is supported Mahayana Buddhism. Ashoka supported which Buddhism? Hinayana Buddhism. A pattern of arts. Wrote 3 dramas. Which are 3 dramas? Sanskrit dramas. Ratnavali, Priyadarshika and Nagananda. Okay. These are literature contribution. He was also flute player according to Banabhatta. Samudragupta was a Veena player. He was a flute player. And he himself composed 2 inscriptions. That is Banskera inscription as well as Madhuban inscription. Madhuban is in Uttar Pradesh and Banskera, that is also is in Uttar Pradesh too. And he had 2 assemblies. Which are the 2 assemblies? Kanauj assembly as well as Prayag. That is Allahabad assembly. That is Kanauj assembly, 643 AD. A religious assembly to honor the Chinese pilgrim. The Chinese traveler. Who was the Chinese traveler? Huansang. Then second assembly was Allahabad. That is also called as Prayag assembly. And who mentioned the second assembly? Huansang. What is the account of Huansang? What is the name? Siyuki. Okay. Also called as Prince of Traveler also. He is also called as Prince of Traveler. Known as Prayaga assembly also. And then attended by representative of Hinduism, Jainism as well as Buddhism. And routinely convened by Harsha once in 5 years. Kanauj assembly only once. But Prayaga assembly it was a routine assembly. Every 5 years also. And in this assembly they say that one Harshavardhana gave away all the gifts to. Okay. That is Kanauj assembly as well as Harshavardhana. Administration same as Guptas. Vishayapati, we talked about Bhuktis and Gramika, everything. That is most of the time it is feudalization only. What is my feudalization? Decentralization. Administration was in the hands of kings or the local rulers? Local rulers. And that is a major difference between the Guptas as well as Mauryas. So same kind of administration was there during Harshavardhana. There is a feudal type of administration, decentralized administration. Now other regional kingdoms were there. 2020, one question was asked. Which are the post-Gupta kingdoms? Chronology they were asked. One kingdom was Maitrakas. That is 475-776, ruling over Saurashtra. Capital was Vallabhi. Where is Vallabhi? Gujarat. Which council of Jaina held over there? Jainism council. Second council. Who was the head of the Vallabhi council? They were the Kshema Sharmana. Okay. What were added in that one? Upangas. Careful, keep on revising. Okay. That is Dhruvasena. Second Baladitya was an important ruler of which dynasty? Maitrakas. Okay. And again, he was a contemporary of Harshavardhana. Then again, other regional kingdoms, Maukaris ruled over Kanuj. Now, Harshavardhana's sister was married to one of the rulers of Maukaris, that is Grahavarmana. Okay, so he was married to Grahavarmana, but Grahavarmana was killed by Shashanka. Now take revenge against Shashanka, he captured which one? Kanauj. Okay, and now he rescued his sister Rajyashri from committing Sati. Okay, now Harsha reconquered Kanauj also from Shashanka of Gauda. Now one of the other ruler was Ishanavarmana, he defeated Unas also, or Uns too. So which dynasty belonged to? Maukaris. Maitrakas, Maukaris, these are all very regional kingdoms. After which empire? After Gupta's empire. Okay, and now ancient terminologies are there. I have given many terminologies. You can go through this one. Okay, Parivrajaka we discussed, Upasaka, Kshetra, fertile. Okay, Kill, Kulyavapa, Dronavapa. That was also asked in 2020 prelims also. Okay, Iripatti, Gatikas. Then again, Agrara means what? Agrara means Brahmana settlements. Brahmadeya also Brahmana villages. Then Aivale 500 I told you. Manigraman, these are big mercantile, big merchants, mercantile organizations. These were something. And Mata we already know. Okay. Then Taniyurs, what is Parivrajaka? We discussed yesterday. Wanderer or renouncer. What in by Shravaka? I told you yesterday. Direct disciple of Buddha also. Okay. Upasaka, common followers of Buddhism. Then Iranya is a taxation. And some more terms are also there. Sangamish terms. Kalbu, Karpu, Pinch, Mohir, Kanigaishar, then Aniyars. Okay. And lastly I told you one Chinese traveler. Less known Chinese traveler, that is Yi Jing. Also called as, that is I think probably Chinese pronunciation, I don't know. Okay. Lived for 10 years in Nalanda University. Okay. So these are all the three famous Chinese travelers. Fahian, Huensang, Yi Jing. And all the terms, you can add your own terms also. Okay. Whichever one you find it. Okay. So should be Huensang same. Xuanzang is. Okay. So this is ancient India. Okay. That is the end of ancient India. Now we will go to medieval India. Okay. Okay, we'll see some South Indian kingdoms also before getting into actual medieval India. Actual medieval India is about Delhi Sultans and Mughals and Marathas. Before going into that one, we'll see some South India, particularly less known aspect at the same time. People generally read about Delhi Sultans and Mughals, but you forget about reading about Pallavas as well as Badami Chalukyas. We'll go a little bit over there also. That is Badami Chalukyas as well as Pallavas. Very, very simple. We'll see their administrative terms also, everything. First we'll see Badami Chalukyas, that is in Deccan and Karnataka region. Okay, they were the feudatories of which empire, which rulers previously? Kadambas. Before Badami Chalukya, there were Kadambas. Now we are talking about Badami Chalukya. Their capital was Badami, and there were 4 Chalukyas were there in Indian history. Chalukyas of Badami, Chalukyas of Kalyani, Chalukyas of Vengi, and Chalukyas of Gujarat also. We'll come to them in 543 to 753 AD. They were feudatories of Kadambas. Who was the first ruler? Jaisimha, but the famous ruler was Pulikeshi II, but they became sovereign from Pulikeshi I. What is sovereign? Independent. They became completely independent from Kadambas from the time of Pulikeshi I. And Pulikeshi II, 610 to 642 AD, he was the most powerful and most famous. He is powerful and famous for defeating which ruler? Harshavardhana. Okay, Harshavardhana on the banks of river Narmada. Okay, then again he also repulsed first Arab invasion. First naval Arab invasion happened during the time of Pulikeshi II. That naval invasion to capture Konkan coast by a person called as Usman. Okay, he was from Persia. Okay, so he tried to occupy Konkan coast, but he got defeated by whom? He got defeated by Pulikeshi II. And he was also sent embassy to Persian king Khusro II. And what is his embassy when he sent to which one? That is Persian king, and that was represented in one kind of picture. Okay, some kind of paintings is there that this embassy's picture is depicted in Ajanta caves. Okay, and Huensang also visited his kingdom. Now, which are 2 major rulers Huensang visited? Harshavardhana, then again Pulikeshi, and Pulikeshi also defeated Mahendravarman of Pallavas. Okay, and but he got defeated by Narasimhavarma, also called as Vatapi Konda. Vatapi means what? Vatapi is a place referred as Badami. Okay, very simple. And the court poet was Ravikirti, and Ravikirti, which inscription? Aivale inscription. That is Aivale Prashasti, Prayaga Prashasti. Okay, then again Nasik also we talked about. And now we are coming into Pallavas of Kanchi. Only one person is important over there. And Pallavas of Kanchi, that is Simha Vishnu, was the founder, first major ruler. He defeated Ikshvakus. Mahendravarman, 590-630 CE, got defeated by Pulikeshin at which battle? Pulalluru. Okay, got defeated. And he wrote Matta Vilasa Prasana in Sanskrit. Okay, and then he initiated the construction of the famous Mahabalipuram temples, Mahabalipuram temple complex, that is developed under which family? Developed under Pallavas family. And who is the person who initiated those? Mahendravarman. Okay, cave temples at Mahabalipuram. And he took up Shaivism under the influence of Appar, a Shaiva poet. You know about Shaiva Nayanars as well, Vaishnava. Okay, so and he was a Jain initially, and then he became a Shiva. And now next one is, Shaivite. Narasimhavarma Mahamalla, he defeated Pulikeshin second, and with the help of which Sri Lankan ruler, that is, we can say Manavarma, and that is the reason he attained the title of Vatapikonda. Everything you know. Are the Rathas of Mahabalipuram? How many Rathas are there? 5 Panchamarathas, and his Panchamarathas related to whom? Panchapandavas. Okay. Then again in his honor also called as Mamallapuram. And then again next ruler was Narasimhavarman second, that is Rajasimha, and he constructed Rajasimheshwara temple or Kailashnath temple. Kailashnath temple in Kanchi. In front of this temple, one more king's inscription is there. Which king inscription is there? From Karnataka, from Badami Chalukyas. Vikramaditya second. There is a Kannada inscription in front of this temple. Which temple that is? Kailashnath temple. When Vikramaditya second defeated Pallavas and he actually invaded Kanchi. After invading Kanchi, he erected one inscription. That inscription was in the front of this temple. That inscription was called as, that is Kanchi inscription also, or Kailashnath temple inscription. Who erected that one? Vikramaditya second. That is in Kannada. Okay. And he built Shore temple at Mamallapuram. Okay. And Badami Chalukyas administration terms, that is where we will focus on. Modeled on Magadha and Shatavana. Influence of Magadha also, influence of Shatavanas also. Like we can talk about province was called as what? Maharashtrakas. Mandalas are called as Rashtrakas. Okay. Then again districts are called as Vishya. We can going from chronology from top to bottom. Okay. Then again villages of 10 are called as Boga. For administrative purposes, some villages are grouped into 10 villages. And the 10 villages are called as Boga. What do you mean Baga? Tax. Boga means villages. Okay. Careful. Only one letter is difference is there. Okay. And then you got it right. That is provinces are called Maharashtrakas, Mandalas are Rashtraka, districts are Vishayas, and villages of 10 are called as Boga. And Chalukyas tax names, Bilkode, other Kannada names, sales tax. Then again Siddhaya, that is land tax. Then again Kirikula, that is tax on retail goods. Kirikula means harassment. Okay, that is one thing. Erzunka, that is which have no information. Okay, there is no, but it is one type of a tax also. Okay, that is Bilkode, Siddhaya as well as Kirikula. And they can put directly they can ask what is Kirikula means, what is Siddhaya means. At the same time, what are all the terms also refers to? All these terms are refers to what? Terms are refers to taxation system. During which time period? Badami Chalukyas. Okay. And Chalukyan coinage also. Han or Onnu. Okay. That is Fana, Fanam, Hana. Okay. Then again Gadyayana, that is a gold coin. The gold coin of Chandragupta II is called as what? Dinara. We already discussed. Start linking. Okay. So don't learn any kind of fact in isolation. Don't learn anything in isolation. Always link and learn too. Okay. Then again Varaha. Varaha is also taxation. One kind of coins. Then Pallavas administrative units. Mandalam. Okay. At the top. Below that one. Kottam. Okay. And below Kottam there was Nadu. Okay. And below Nadu there was Ur. Okay. Valanadu is also there. That is present in Cholas only. We will come to that. That is Mandalam, Kottam, Nadu and Ur also. You getting it right? Okay. So top to bottom again. And now we are coming into early medieval India. That is 750 to 1000 AD. In early medieval India, we are famous for what? Tripartite struggle. Then Rajputs also. We will only discuss that one. Okay. What is tripartite struggle? Between three families. Which are the three families? Gurjara Pratiharas, Padas as well as Rashtrakutas. And Gurjara Pratiharas had their capital at Avanti, that is at Madhya Pradesh. Then again Padas had capital in Bihar, that is a town called as Munger. And what is the capital of Rashtrakutas? Manyaketa or Malkhed, which is the present district where it is Gulbarga, or we can say Kalburgi of Karnataka district. That is are three families that were fighting for one area. Which is that area? Which area they were fighting for? Kannauj. Okay. They were fighting for Kannauj. That is Palas, Pratiharas and Rashtrakuta. It's a triangle battle for Kannauj. But again, we don't want to get into all the battles and everything. That's slightly confusing also. That you can go through that one. So I'm only mentioning about what was involving over there because they want to occupy Kannauj. Why they want to occupy Kannauj? What is the reason? It's a fertile land and supremacy. Okay, and of course it was a status symbol because before this one, Kanuj was under the control of which king? Harshavardhana. It was a status symbol, right? That is exactly. Ultimately won by whom? Pratyaras. Okay, so Nagabhatta II is a one person who actually occupied Kanuj and made it as the capital of Gurjara Pratyaras. Okay, this is about tripartite struggle. Okay, and now we are coming into within the tripartite struggle some unknown facts are there. Okay, so Palas of Bengal. No, everybody reads about tripartite struggle politically, but we forget about the administrative aspect as well as the cultural contribution of these families. Now we'll talk about Palas of Bengal. Who is the founder? Founder was Gopala. That is Palas means which region? Bengal and Bihar region. And he built one monastery. That which monastery he built? Vadantipuri monastery. That is in Bihar. Okay, they built so many monasteries. Pada kings were the follower of Buddhism. Which Buddhism particularly they encouraged? Mahayana Buddhism as well as Tantrayana. Tantrayana Buddhism. That is diamond vehicle we talked about. Tantrayana became famous in which area? Tibet. Okay, it became famous in Tantra. That is especially Mahayana Buddhism as well as Tantric schools. And now Palas of Bengal contain Dharmapala. He founded which monastery? Vikramashila monastery. Who founded Nalanda monastery? Nalanda? Kumaragupta. Vadantipuri? Gopala. Then again Vikramashila, Dharmapala. They can ask for match the following also. They can put one statement also. That is one thing. Again Buddhist scholar Deepankara, also called as Atista, associated with this monastery. Okay. And then again of course, he was also founder of Somapuri monastery, that is in Bangladesh. Presently that is in Bangladesh. And now Vikramashila monastery was destroyed by whom? Bhakti Arkalji, Nalanda and Vikramashila University. We'll come to that one. Then Mahipala, he got defeated by Rajendra Chola. We'll come to the next Cholas later. Rashtrakutas again, we're coming into 753 to 975. Founder was Danti Durga. Then he helped the Pallavas to capture Kanchi from Chalukyas. Again, Krishna one is famous for which temple? Kailasnath temple. Which architectural style? Three architectural style. Which architectural style? The Kailasnath temple. Dedicated to which god actually? Shiva. And that is in Dravida style. And what is the speciality of this temple? Monolithic. It is a monolithic temple too. Is it a World Heritage Site? Okay. Rashtrakutas. Then again, Amogavarsha, another famous ruler. That is 814 to 878. Built the capital of Malkate. That is Malkate also called as Manyaketa. And Sulaiman, one of the Arab travelers, visited his court. Okay. And he was a scholar in Kannada and Sanskrit. And what is the famous Kannada poetics that is ascribed to Amogavarsha? But actually the people have debated that it was written by Amogavarsha. Some people would say written by Sri Vijaya. That is Kaviraja Marga. Okay, it is the first earlier Kannada work on poetics. And some people would say it was written by Amogavarsha. And some people would say it was written by Sri Vijaya, who was in the court of Amogavarsha. And some people would say half of written by Amogavarsha, half was written by Sri Vijaya. Only those people know. Okay. And Prashnottara Ratnamalika, that is in Sanskrit, he wrote. He called as Ashoka of the South. Okay, because of his benevolence nature. And he is compared with Chandragupta II. Chandragupta Vikramaditya because of his patronage to literature, patronage to art and culture also. And that is the reason he is compared with Chandragupta II. And he is also called as Ashoka of the South too. Then again, general facts about Rashtrakutas. There are the provinces. Rashtra is called as Rashtra. And who is the head of the province? Rashtrapati. And again, Uparika is the head of Bhukti. Again, provinces are further divided into Bhukti. Then again, Bhuktis are further divided into Mandala or Vishaya, also called as districts. The head of the Vishaya was Vishayapati. Again, further that one, Bhojapati, that is a Puttala, also called as cluster of villages. A cluster of villages under Badami Chalukyas were called as what? Boga. Cluster, how many cluster of villages? 10 villages. Here we don't have the numbers, they are called as Bhojapati. Any doubts in this? Again, almost all officials were paid in the form of land grants. Most of them, because the land grants were increasing from the time of which rulers? Shatavahana rulers. And land grants reached the peak during the time of Guptas. Okay, so most of the officials were paid through rent-free land grants. Because when the officials were being paid through land grants, now the officials were becoming quite and more important. Lot of independence tendencies. And that's what I told you, that is most of the revenue officials, ministers, they were tended to become hereditary. And these hereditary officials, one hereditary official were called as Nada Gaundas or Deshagramakas. And these were officials. Now later they turned into what? Castes also. I told you officials were also turned into castes. One of the major reasons for the proliferation of castes. And next we'll come to imperial Cholas or royal Cholas. Why Cholas are famous for? Majorly. Why they are famous for? Between 850 to 1200 CE. You already know the most of the facts. Okay. Capital was Tanjavur. Okay. Then again he conquered Sri Lanka, Maldives. Okay. They had a supremacy at Java and Sumatra also. Okay. They're known for their navy also. Particularly two major kings, Raja Raja as well as Rajendra Chola. Okay, and founder was Vijayalaya, and he was overthrowing which empire, which kingdom? Pallavas kingdom. And first ruler was major ruler Parantaka Chola. Is known for one inscription. Which inscription? Uttara Meroru inscription is known for Uttara Meroru. And what is the details we come to know in Uttara Meroru inscription? About the local self-government under Cholas. And local self-government was Ur and Sabha. We'll come to that one in administration. And in Battle of Vellore, he defeated Pandyas and Sri Lankan kings. And at the same time, he got defeated by Krishna III. Krishna III belonged to which empire or which dynasty? Rashtrakuta. And that which battle? The famous battle is Battle of Takkolam. Okay, Parantaka Chola. And Imperial Cholas. Next one is Arumoli Varman or Rajaraja I, and he is considered as the greatest Chola ruler because he invaded Sri Lanka. Maldives. In Sri Lanka, he defeated whom? Sri Lanka, he defeated Mahinda. Okay, sorry, not in Sri Lanka, that is in Malaya Peninsula, he defeated Shailendra Empire, and that is Rajendra. That is then next one we talk about. He constructed one temple. Which is the temple he constructed? Brodeshwara temple. Okay, and it is also called as what? Another name, Brodeshwara temple name is Rajarajeshwara temple. Why it is called as Rajarajeshwara temple? Because the Cholas had the tradition of installing their own portraits, their own idols. Their own idols means kings and queens idols. And that is the reason it is also called as Rajarajeshwara temple too. And is also had the title of Ulugalanda Perumal. It means the person who measured the entire earth. And why he measured the entire earth? Because not the entire earth, I mean the Chola kingdom. Okay, that is for revenue collection. For the most of the revenue collection, it was based on measurement. First you have to measure the land, then you have to apply the revenue, and that is the reason it was for revenue spent. He got the title of Ulugalanda Perumal too. That is Rajaraja I. Now Imperial Cholas. Next one is Rajendra I. That is known as Pandita Cholan, son of Rajaraja. And now he defeated Mahinda. Okay, not Rajendra. That is not what? Rajaraja. That is Rajendra I is a person who defeated Mahinda. Mahinda was the king of Sri Lanka. Okay, and defeated Mahipala. Who was Mahipala? Which empire? Sorry, which dynasty? Pala Empire. And after defeating him, what is the title he got? Gangaikonda Chola. Okay, so he got the title of Gangaikonda Chola, and he built a temple also, and he built a one city also. What is the city is? Gangaikonda Chola, and Gangaikonda Cholapuram also. Okay, then at the same time one Choleshwara temple also he built. Okay, and later it became capital. What was earlier capital? Tanjavur, and right now it became Gangaikonda Cholapuram. And he led naval expedition to Java and Sumatra. Okay, now movie is coming, go and watch that one. Okay, you'll get more information. Okay, then again Kulatunga Chola. Okay, and one of Tamil poet Kamban. Okay, he was during the time of Kulatunga Chola, and he was in his court. And Kulatunga Chola is known for persecution of which sect? Vaishnavas. He was known for persecution of Vaishnavas because Cholas were the follower of which one? Shiva, isn't? And that is the reason one Acharya had come to Karnataka, Ramanujacharya. To Ramanujacharya, who gave the refugee in Karnataka? Vaisalas. Among Vaisalas, who is the king? Vishnuvardhana, Bittideva, also called as Bittideva. And where Ramanujacharya used to reside? Melkote. And which is a temple built over there? Chalunarayana temple. Which is a mata that was built for Ramanujacharya over there? Yetiraja Mata. Okay, that mata was called as Yetiraja Mata. That is common, the known for persecution of Vaishnavas. Ramanujacharya had to come to Karnataka and refugee under Vishnuvardhana of Vaisalas. And Ramanujacharya known for which philosophy? Visadvaita. Advaita by Shankaracharya. Dvaita by Madhvacharya. Okay, now Chola administration. This is very important. We'll go very slowly here. Try to understand little. Chola administration. That is king was called as what? King was called as Ko or Perumal. Okay, and again one of the Venetian traveler Marco Polo. He visited in 13th century. He talks about one event. That event is that one at the death of king, even the bodyguards of king also went into funeral prayer. Okay, that is called as some kind of a sadi system, but sadi system that done by what? That is the king's bodyguards. That shows the loyalty of these bodyguards to one particular king over there. And again, Mandalam, they are called as provinces. Then again, Kottam or Olanadu are called as division of provinces. And below Olanadu there is Nadu, that is district. Then again, below Nadu there is Pugas. Pugas means that is guilds or shrenis. So guilds under Cholas are called as what? Pugas. So guilds over the head of the guilds were called as what? Jetakar Shreshti. What are Sartavaha? Sartavaha means another type of guilds. What type of guilds they were? Merchant guilds, long distance trade guilds too. And again, Nattar, it is the assembly of leading men of Nadu or district. Okay, one kind of assembly, the kind of administrative assembly. Then again, Nagarattar or Nagaram or Samaya, assembly of mercantile groups or merchants. Particularly 2 mercantile groups are very important. The supra-regional organization, I told you, the Ayavale, Ayanuruvar. That what are the terms I gave you in that one? The terms are there. And at the same time, one more is called as Manigramam. What is Manigramam and Ayavale, Ayanuruvar? These are big merchant groups. Merchant groups means what? They are engaging in trading activities. But they can directly ask, no, this kind of terms. Ayavale 500. Ayavale 500, that is there in Ayavale. And at the same time, Manigraman, that is also one of the mercantile groups also. During the time of which time period? During the time of Cholas. There is Imperial Cholas too. Village administration, that is what they are known for. That is local self-government, Panchayat Raj system. Village assemblies govern the, with the 2 village assemblies. Which are the 2 village assemblies? One is for, it is the general assembly of the non-Brahmadeya villages. What do you mean non-Brahmadeya villages? Non-Brahmadeya villages means non-Brahmin villages. These are the village assembly of non-Brahmin villages. It means other than Brahmana villages. Other than Brahmana villages are called as Vellang villages. And to what these assemblies did? This assembly did discussing the local governance matters. Nothing else, okay? Then again, Sabha or Mahasabha. These are assemblies in Brahmana villages. These are assemblies in Brahmana village. What are Brahmana villages are called as? Either Agrara or Brahmadeya. Okay? These are exclusive assembly of Brahmin gatherings of adult members in Agrara. It means these villages were given to Brahmanas are rent free. They don't need to pay any kind of rent to the king. So these are the local administration of Cholas. Which local administration we talk about? Ur and Sabha and Mahasabha. Okay? And enjoyed a large measure of autonomy. Within these two only. Within these two, which one? Ur assembly as well as Mahasabha. Which had the more autonomy? Brahmana assembly had the more autonomy. Of course, caste system. Okay. Now we are coming into the Rajputs. Okay. Very, very small kingdoms we can go to very easily. Okay then. So now we'll continue the medieval discussion. So where did we stop? We stopped at after completing Cholas. Okay, so now we'll coming into some smaller topics, little bit factual aspects, more factual aspects, little bit less. Understanding is very less, but more importantly, it's majorly factual. Also, minor fact details will also come out. So keep eye on those things. Okay, now in Rajput's first family, we are going to discuss it. Chamanas or Chavans. So what is the capital? Capital was Shakambari. Okay, so presently Sambar. That is later it became Ajmer. Okay, and he was the feudatories of Pratyaras. Who are Pratyaras? Gurjara Pratyaras. And most of the Rajput families were the feudatories of Gurjara Pratyaras. Okay, and founder was Simha Raja, and one major ruler was Ajay Raja, because he is the person who actually built Ajmer. Okay, it was used to be called as Ajay Mero. Yes, switch it on. Ajay Raja, he built Ajmer. Okay. And next one, continuing with the Chavans, very famous was Prithviraj Chauhan, Prithviraj III. Okay, also called as Rai Pitora. Why is he famous for Prithviraj Chauhan? What is the reason he was famous for? Which battle? Battle of Tarain also. Okay, defeated Gore in the first battle of Tarain, 1191, but got defeated in the which battle? Second battle of Tarain. That is in second battle of Tarain, that is in 1192. Okay, and again now we are coming into Chandelas of Bundelkhand. Again, they are also feudatories of Gurjara Pratyaras. Then capital was Khajuraho. That is Khajuraho, that is in Madhya Pradesh. And Khajuraho is famous for what? Temples, particularly which temple architecture? Nagara style. Okay, that is a fully developed Nagara style architecture under Chandelas. Okay, we'll see only the temple construction. Who commissioned which temple? That's what we are going to see over here. Dhanuka was the founder. And then again, Yashavarman, he commissioned which temple? He constructed Lakshmana temple. Okay, then again, one more ruler, Dangadeva, and he commissioned Vishwanatha temple. Okay, but which is a very famous temple at Khajuraho? Huh? Which is a very famous? Very simple. Mahadeva temple. Okay, so before going to that one, and Vidyadhara, so when he was ruling, Ghazni invasion happened. Okay, so Ghazni invasion happened and paid tribute to him, and lastly he commissioned Kandariya Mahadeva temple. Okay, then again Paramaras of Malwa. Okay, again capital was Dar, that is in Madhya Pradesh. The famous ruler was, who is the famous ruler of this dynasty? Very. Capital was at Mandapa Durga, that is Mandav MP. Upendra was the founder. Early 19th century, 9th century rather, 9th century. There is a famous ruler was Boja. Okay, that is between 1010 to 1055, their greatest king too. And he defeated Chalukyas of Lata, so that is Gujarat. I told you how many Chalukyas are there? Chalukyas of Badami, Chalukyas of Kalyani, then again Chalukyas of Vengi, and lastly Chalukyas of Gujarat, also called as Solanki Chalukyas also. Okay, that is one thing. And again formed an alliance against Kalyani Chalukyas. Kalyani Chalukyas ruling, which Kalyani, where Kalyani is? Karnataka, that is Bidar, that is where Kalyani is that one. That is he actually formed an alliance against Kalyani Chalukyas with the help of Rajendra Chola. Okay, and that battle had a mixed kind of results. In some kind of battles, that is Kalyani Chalukya won. In some other battles, that is Alliance was won. And then again he established Bhojashala. Is very famous. Bhojashala is one of the center for Sanskrit studies at the same place. What is the capital? Dar. So that is where it was established. Okay, Dar, that is in Madhya Pradesh. Okay, that is Bhojashala, that is which was the center of Sanskrit studies, and he also established a temple of Saraswati. You can just write down, that is temple of Saraswati at the same place. Okay, temple of Saraswati. And now again Chalukyas of Gujarat are Solanki, Rajputs. Bhima I, when Bhima I was ruling, Ghazni invaded which temple? Somnath temple. Okay, that is Somnath temple, that is in 1025. And he also built the sun temple of Modera. And one more structure that is also United World Heritage Site, Rani Ki Vav. Okay, that is his wife Udayamati built Rani Ki Vav. That is step well, that is the Queen's step well, that is in Gujarat. And then again, second ruler was Bhima II, that is 1177 to 1240. And he defeated Muhammad Ghori. Okay, he defeated Muhammad Ghori at a battle of Kayadara. Okay, and then again, he also defeated Kutubuddin Aibak. Who was Kutubuddin Aibak? He was a slave of Ghori. Okay, slave of Ghori. And now again, Tomaras, they ruled over Haryana. Why Tomaras are famous for? Because they are the first one to make Delhi as the capital. Okay, so they built capital Dillika, that is Delhi, and particularly one person, Angapala Tomara, is widely believed is the ruler who actually established Delhi. Okay, so now political focus shifting to Delhi. Before it was Magadha, then it went to where? Northwestern part of India, and now it is coming into Delhi. With the coming of Arabians, with the coming of Persians, now the center of politics was becoming Delhi. Okay, Delhi is there, but not that. Okay, not that famous as it made during the medieval times. Okay, and now we are coming into Kashmir. Okay, little bit Kashmir history also we'll see. So, what is the major source for knowing about Kashmir history? Raja Tarangini. Okay, that is who is the person who wrote Kalana. Raja Tarangini means the river of kings. It is a historical chronicle of early Kashmir from the BC time also. Okay, from the early Kashmir to until the 12th century. So, that is how entire history of Kashmir was been covered in Raja Tarangini. It deals with politics also, society also, economy also. So, everything is dealt in Raja Tarangini. Okay, then by Kalana, then again it is in which language? Sanskrit language. Okay, that is written in 12th century, that is 1148, 1149. And how many verses are there? That is 7,826 verses, and they are divided into different 8 books, and that is the reason they are called as Tarangas, waves. Raja Tarangini, that is the river of kings also. Talk over all the dynasty, Gonanda dynasty, Karkota dynasty. Okay, every dynasty which ruled over Kashmir has been mentioned in which textbook? Raja Tarangini. And he also talks about society also. Contents of Raja Tarangini, I did not go very detail. Present day Kashmir is courts, we know. The long gown they use, and that is actually introduced by Arsha. Arsha means not Arshavardhana. Arshavardhana was way back in 7th century. This is another ruler, Arsha, that is belong to which dynasty? Belong to Lohara dynasty. He introduced a general code of conduct, general code of dress code for Kashmiris, and that is being continued even today also. And then again, one more major ruler, Zainul Abidin. Okay, that is 1420 to 1470. Okay, so he is from which dynasty? Shamiri dynasty. Okay, why is Zainul Abidin famous for? What is the reason he is famous for? Majorly, he is called as Akbar of Kashmir, of course. Why he is called as Akbar of Kashmir? Because of his benevolent policies and because of his, we can say, tolerance attitude. Tolerance attitude towards other religion, particularly which religion? Hindu religion. Okay, that is because benevolent, liberal and enlightened rule. Okay, because he reversed all the negative as well as the intolerance activities, intolerance policies of his previous ruler. That previous ruler was Sikandar Shah. Okay, and he brought back all the non-Muslims who had fled because of the policies of Sikandar Shah. Okay, then again, he allowed the freedom to reconvert back to their own old religions. Okay, that is what I told you. That is tolerant attitude, which was one of the greatest qualities of Zainul Abidin. He abolished Jizya. Okay, then again he prohibited cow slaughter. I mean, he's respectful of other religion too. And again, Zainul Abidin, one of his ministers, minister was a Kashmiri Brahmin. Okay, that is Shriya Bhatt. And then again, Zainul Abidin also married 2 Hindu queens also, and that all this again shows what? Its tolerance attitude too. And built Zaina Lanka, one of the artificial lake in Kashmir. Okay, where in which lake it has been built? Ular Lake. Ular Lake in which river? Jhelum. Okay, so it's patronage to which scholars? Persian scholars also as well as Sanskrit scholars also. Even Raja Tarangini and Mahabharata, Ramayana, all these were got translated into which one? Translated into Persian languages. Okay, that is Mahabharata, Kalana, Raja Tarangini, all these were translated into Persian too. Okay. And now we are coming into directly the Delhi Sultans. But before coming to Delhi Sultans, we have to talk about 2 dynasties, that is Ghaznavid Empire as well as Ghori Empire. Okay, we are not getting into rise of Islam. Okay, so that is everybody knows that one. That is we are directly getting into the actual part. Okay, that is Ghaznavid. After the decline of which caliphate? Abbasid Caliphate. What actually caliphate means? What do you mean caliphate? Who are caliphs? Caliphs are the next successors of Prophet Muhammad. How many caliphates were there? Umayyad Caliphate, Abbasid Caliphate. Okay, so many caliphate. After this caliphate became very weaker and some kind of new kind of dynasties emerged. That dynasties were Ghori dynasty as well as Ghurid dynasty as well as Ghaznavid dynasty. After the fall of Abbasid Caliphate, a large number of Islamized Turks, these Ghaznavids were Turkish people, and they adopted Islam and they become politically very powerful in a region called Ghazni. Where is Ghazni? Afghanistan. Okay, so that is and also brought the title of Sultan. There is a new title for king. That king title is Sultan. That is continued, and the capital was Ghazni. And of course, the founder of this dynasty was person named Alp-Tajin. Okay, and later Muhammad of Ghazna. He succeeded in 998. Okay, and of course he came to India. What is the purpose of coming to India? For two purposes he came to. One is accumulate wealth. Second one is of course the spread of Islam also. And now Muhammad of Ghazni invasion of India. How many times he came? 17 times. Okay, that is first in 1000 AD. Very easy to remember. 1000 AD. In he defeated Hindu Shahi ruler Jaipala. And what is the battle? Battle of Wahind. Battle of Wahind. That is in present Pakistan. And in 1008, second battle of Wahind, he beated one more Hindu Shahi ruler, that was Anandapala. Okay, so very less known battles because everybody know about Battle of Tarains, and this battle is Battle of Wahind. Okay, that is Ghazni. Now again Ghazni invasions, that is in 1025, which temple? Somnath temple. Somnath temple related to which god? Shiva god. Okay, who was the ruler? I already mentioned Bhima, one. Okay, then again he patronized three scholars, Al-Biruni, then again Firdausi, and then lastly Utbi. Okay, these are the three scholars patronized by Ghazni. And Al-Biruni came to India, he quoted which textbook? I already mentioned. Whose textbook he quoted? Varamiras. The textbook one he quoted, that one, right? Okay, that is keep on linking. That's what I told you. That is don't learn in isolation, but rather keep on interlinking. That is, and Al-Biruni's book is Kitabul Hind, Firdausi's book is Shahanam, and Utbi's book is Kitabul Yamini. And again, now we are coming into Ghurid dynasty. So what is Ghurid dynasty? Who is the founder? Muhammad Ghori or Muizzuddin Muhammad bin Samtum. That is actual founder of Islamic Empire. There is a debate. Who is the actual founder of Islamic Empire? Some people would say Muhammad Ghazni, some people would say Ghori, and some people would say Qutbuddin Aybak also. The reason why it has been given to Muhammad Ghori, because Ghazni did not have the intention of ruling over India, but Ghori had the intention of ruling over India, establishing his permanent rule over India, and to claim that one, wherever he defeated Indian ruler, whichever the area he occupied, he left his generals. And his two famous generals were Qutbuddin Aybak and Bakhtiyar Khalji. Okay, so then Ghazni did not try to rule over the subcontinent, but rather Ghori wanted to rule over the subcontinent. And again, between 1173 to 1206, they were vassals of Ghaznavid. What do you mean by vassals? Feudatories. Vassals, feudatories, everything is same. It means Ghurids were previously officers under Ghaznavids. Okay, and now we are coming to Ghori invasions. He came 7 times. In 1178, he led a campaign to Gujarat, but got defeated by whom? Bhima II. Which battle? I told you already. Kayadara. Okay, got defeated in Battle of Kayadara, that is in Rajasthan near Mount Abu. And in 1191, first battle of Tarain, he got defeated. Who defeated him? Prithviraj Chauhan. But in second battle, he defeated Prithviraj Chauhan. Okay, and also in less known battle again, 1194, he defeated Jai Chandra, because Jai Chandra is the one person who actually invited Ghori to defeat whom? Prithviraj Chauhan, because the story is everybody well known. Okay, and which battle that was? Battle of Chandawar. Okay, that is how many battles we discussed? Kayadara, Wahind, Tarain and Chandawar. They can ask for match the following also. They can ask for chronology also. Different kind of questions can be formed out of this one. Okay, so now we are coming into the establishment of which sultans? Delhi sultans. How many families Delhi Sultanate? 5 families. Okay, that is the 5 dynasties. That is, we know, slave dynasty, Khalji dynasty, Tughlaq dynasty, then again Sayyid dynasty, and lastly Lodhis dynasty. And together all these 5 dynasties are called as what? Delhi sultans. Of course, we are not dealing in any kind of political aspects over here, where they can directly go to administration. That is where the major questions will come. Now, administration of Delhi Sultanate is a new kind of administration. Now, this administration can be linked with Mauryas. What kind of administration of the Mauryas? Centralization. Now, the new kind of centralization started to come into India, because before this centralization, what was the political situation in India? Was it a unified political situation? Was there a divided political situation in India? Divided, because we talked about feudalization, decentralization, and this new administrative system of Delhi Sultanate was influenced by Iranian influence also. Okay, at the same time Seljuk influence, Abbasid Caliphate, Someone is Afghanistan, Iran, Central Asia, everything influenced new kind of administrative divisions or new kind of administrative innovations in India. We'll come to those innovations. The missionary of administration were derived from Ghaznavid, Abbasid, Seljuqid, and of course, it is not just new kind of administration that coming to India. Whatever already existed in India, the Indian traditions which were already existed, they are also intermixed. That is, the influence of Iranian also at the same time, they blended with Indian tradition, and that is called which culture? Indo-Islamic. We said that is a mixing of Persian and Arabic cultures as well as Indian culture. That is in architecture also, that is in administration also, that is in other parts of cultural aspect too. Okay, so overall we can say that was new basis for centralization of power. And now who is the highest court of appeal as well as commander-in-chief and everything? Who will be taking care of right now? Sultan. So now king is called as Sultan. First we will come to Sultan. Okay, so he is a pivot of administration. He had the divine attributes. What do you mean divine attributes? What do you mean divine attributes? Divine right of kingship. What do you mean divine right of kingship? It means they were chosen by the God to rule over the people. That is a divine right of kingship. And when it was started in India, what is the when was the foundation for the beginning of divine right of kingships in India? With the beginning of Rajasuya, Vajapaya, Ashwamedha. Yesterday we discussed about it, right? But who actually strengthened the divine right of kingship in India? Which rulers actually strengthened? I did not mention in the morning class. Kushanas. Okay, Kushanas and Indo-Greeks who came to India, they strengthened the divine right of kingship. It means they believe that one, they were chosen by the God to rule over the people, and that further increased by which one? Further increased by Persians also. To prove these divine attributes, Balban, he assumed one title. Which is the title he assumed? To prove that he had the divine right to rule over India. That is, what is the title he assumed? Zil Allah. It means the shadow of God. Balban assumed the title of Zil Allah. It means the shadow of God. It means the king is the shadow of God on earth. That is the basic meaning. That is to prove that king is a representative of God also. And he introduced two ceremonies also. Which are the two ceremonies he introduced? Sizda and Pabos. What do you mean Sizda? Sizda means prostration on the ground, and Pabos means touching one's feet. Okay, so these are generally reserved for God. But right now, the people have to do this in front of whom? King, that is Sultan. So to prove it what? To prove that what? The king is the representative of God. Okay, so Sizda and Pabo, these are the two ceremonies. At the same time, he also assumed the title of Zil Allah. At the same time, all these rulers, the Delhi Sultan's rulers as well as even the Mughal rulers also, they consider they are the representative of Khalifa. Who was Khalifa? Khalifa means actually what? Deputy. Deputy to whom? Prophet Muhammad. Deputy to Prophet Muhammad actually. He was successor of Prophet Muhammad. They have to take permission from the Khalifa to become kings in other regions of the world. So before anybody assumed the throne in India, either Delhi Sultans or Mughals, but Akbar stopped that one, and they had to take some kind of permission from whom? Permission from Khalifa, and that permission is called as what? Mansur. There is a letter of investiture. Okay, that is a Mansur is the kind of permission, a kind of intimation they are giving into the Khalifa that we are becoming the king. That's it. Okay, and now there were some administration, some ministries were there. Okay, some famous ministries we are going to see. The Wazir department. What do you mean by Wazir department? What it looked after? Finance and taxation. Finance minister. Okay, that is Wizara. It is also called as Wizarat. Looked after finance and taxation. They can directly ask this one too. And by the time of Tughlaqs, the third ruling family, this Wazir position became the head of the civil administration. All the civil administration were looked after by Wazir. And Wazir was also called by different names also. Diwan also. Diwan is also used for Wazir. Ultimately, what he looked after? Finance and taxation. He had some, we can say, deputies. He also had some helping, we can say, subordinate level officers. That subordinate officers were Mushrif. Mushrif means taking care of expenditure, and Mustafi who took care of income. Mustafi took care of income too. Okay, these are the sub-level officers within which department? Wizarat department. What do you mean Wizarat department? Finance department. Okay, and then again sometimes deputy wazir was also appointed. What do you mean deputy wazir is called as Naib. So focus on the terms here again. In medieval India, we have to focus on terms also. They can directly ask the terms, or they can directly give some kind of the terms, identify these terms also. Okay, and again next major department was Diwani Ars. Okay, what do you mean Diwani Ars? Which department this is? Military department. Okay, this is military department. It is the head of this department is called as RSG Mamalik. And what is the responsibility of this military department? Or we can say the responsibility of RSG Mamalik? Was he the commander-in-chief? Who is the commander-in-chief? King. The Sultan was the commander-in-chief. Be careful. Okay, what do you mean commander-in-chief? What is the exact meaning of commander-in-chief? Is the commander-in-chief actually is the person who decides when to declare war, when to sign the peace treaty. But what is the duty of the RSG Mamalik? What he will be doing? What you will be doing? Arizi Mamalik? Counting horses? No. Then you will be doing recruitment of the army, equipment, taking care of the armaments, at the same time payment to the army also. That is a major duty. Is not the commander-in-chief. Commander-in-chief is always was the Sultan. Okay. And it was probably organized by Alauddin Khalji. AK means Alauddin Khalji. Okay, that is fine. I will be using abbreviations here because all the long names will coming. So all of them will be in abbreviation. How we properly organize this one? Introduce 2 new systems into this department. What are the new systems introduced? Introduce Aadhaar. Okay, introduce Aadhaar system, then only that is called Chehra. What is my Chehra? Descriptive roles of soldiers. At the same time, one more concept called as Dag. What is my Dag? Dag means branding of the horses, branding of the quality horses too. So 2 concepts were introduced by Alauddin Khalji, that is Chehra and Dag. Chehra means what? Descriptive roles of the soldiers, and Dag means printing, that is the branding of the quality horses too. And that is varied. Some rulers gave importance to finance department like Muhammad bin Tughlaq. Okay, but Alauddin Khalji gave more importance to military department because Alauddin Khalji was one of the cruelest dictators also, and of course cruelest dictator at the same time had concern for people too. That is also there because both kinds of things can be seen in Balban, one of the foremost dictator. He gave massive importance to military department, but Muhammad bin Tughlaq, he gave more importance to finance department. Okay, so that varied. And again, he also paid soldiers in cash. He is the first sultan to do so. Before that one, how they used to be paid? Land grants. Okay, but right now they are paying with cash because now money economy was also growing too. And now again, Diwani Insha. What is Diwani Insha? It's a correspondence, it's a communication department. Okay, it's a communication department. Correspondence, that is a formal letters and communication. Which communication? What kind of communication? Between the rulers. If the ruler want to send some communication to local governor, to foreigner also, and using which technology or rather which kind of writing system? Calligraphy. They are using calligraphy to write letters and communication. Who is the head of this committee? Head of this department is called as Dabiri Khas. The head of this department is called as Dabir or Dabiri Kastu. What is Wizarat? Wizarat means finance department. And Diwani Ars means military department. Diwani Insha means communication department. Okay. Twitter nowadays. Okay. Divani Ars. Yes, he was established by Balban, properly organized by Alauddin Khalji. Okay, properly organized. Now, Divani Risalat. What is Divani Risalat? It has different meanings under different rulers because under some Risalat actual meaning is spirituality, religion, something related to religion, and that is the reason some historians say Divani Risalat means justice department or some kind of religious department. But under different ruler, it had a different kind of responsibilities. Like suppose for example, there was no clear-cut duties are there. Under Alauddin Khalji, it had the market supervision responsibility. Under Firoz Tughlaq, it had the public grievances responsibility. What are the public grievances? What is public grievances? Grievances means what? What do you make this? Public grievance means receiving complaints from the public about the administration and everything. So under different ruler, it had different responsibilities. But generally, Risalat is the basic meaning of associate with religion. If it is religious department, the head will be called as Qazi or Sadar. You can just write that is, if it is a religious department, the head will be called as Qazi, Q-A-Z-I, and sometimes Sadar also, S-A-D-R, Q-A-Z-I as well as S-A-D-R, Sadar. And now we are coming into court and royal household, because royal household, court had a separate department also to look after the royal family. They had a separate department. Okay, so the head of this department was called as Wakilidar. What you will be looking after in the court and royal household? You will be looking after king's security, king's personal staff, at the same time education of the princess. Who are princess means? Princess means the next in line to become the kings. Isn't? They will taking care of the education of the princess as well as the payment to king's personal staff too. And the head of this department was called as Wakilidar. And within this department, there are so many other officials were also there. Which are other officials? One official was, we can say, Amir Ajibar Barbek. What he looked after? He was the master of ceremonies. What is the master of ceremonies? What is the master of ceremonies? That is taking care of the nobles. The nobles are different ranking. Hierarchy of nobles were there. You said? And where to seat this noble, whether to near to the king or away from the king. And when the darbar used to be held, so where the seating arrangement of the nobles, proper taking care of all the nobles ranking, precedence, nothing but. Is the present rank of precedence is there? Who is the highest rank of precedence in India presently? President. That is taking care of that precedence, nothing but. Okay, that is Barbek. And again, next one is Baridi Khas. Baridi Khas means spice department, intelligence department. Okay. I told you that is Baridi Khas means head of the intelligence. And spies were called as Barids. The head of the Barid department was called as Baridi Khas. Next department is there, that is Karkhanas department. What is the Karkhanas department? That is taking care of the needs of the royal family. Royal family had different needs, and to taking care of the royal family needs, they are the royal stores, that is Karkhanas department, fulfilling the needs of royal family, and that is whatever the goods they wanted, cloths, furniture. Okay, they did not just procure those goods, they also manufactured those goods also. So can we say some kind of industrial development is happening? Yes, that is the procuring, storing as well as manufacturing. They manufactured using whom? They manufactured using slaves. Slavery is one of central to Islam, and that is the reason the slaves were employed to manufacturing of goods. Now, what is the position of slaves right now? Can they improve their material position by becoming the artisans and craftsmen? Now, slaves were given some kind of professional training. Professional training in probably in furniture training. Okay, so for furniture cutting. At the same time, they can be given some kind of jewelry cutting, whatever it could be. Now, slaves did have the social mobility. What is social mobility? Increase their material position. Okay. At the same time, each Karkhana was looked after by a rank of higher noble. What do you mean noble? Nobles means whom? Ministers, extended royal family. That is the one. They are the one who actually are the ministers. Their king's close aid and advisors, like Diwan, Wazirat, Diwaniyars. And who are the heads of all this department? They were called as nobles only. Okay. Some kind of aristocratic in nature. And then one more department, Diwani Amirat. That is from the time of Firozuddin Tughlaq. That is department of public works. That is public works taking care of building canals as well as roads. Sorry, not from the time of Firozuddin Tughlaq, but rather from the time of Alauddin Khalji. Like I told you, Alauddin Khalji was the cruelest dictator also. At the same time, Alauddin Khalji also had caring for people too. That is the reason he established which department? Department of Public Works. Today, can we call it as which department? CPWD. Okay, that is Public Works Department, PWD. Okay, SD Revana always. Okay, then again, there was no separate department for foreign affairs. But who looked after foreign affairs? Who is responsible to look after foreign affairs? Wazir. Wazir is the one who actually looked after the foreign affairs. Wazir is whom? Major responsibility finance. But he also looked after which responsibility? Foreign affairs. There was no separate department for foreign affairs too. Okay, so Diwani Amirat. And you can write one more. Diwan-i Amir hi koi. Write down one more. Diwan hi Amir hi koi. Okay. Diwan hyphen I hyphen AMIR Amir hyphen I hyphen KOSI. Kohi. Diwan-i Amir hi koi. Diwani Amir hi koi. That is by Muhammad bin Tughlaq. Okay, that was established by Muhammad bin Tughlaq to bring agriculture reforms. To bring agriculture reforms. Muhammad bin Tughlaq famous for 3 reforms or rather experiments. Okay, which are the 3 experiments he did? Shifting of capital, token currency, and again lastly agricultural reforms. And to bring these agricultural reforms, he established this new department. That new department was called as Diwan-i Amir hi Kohi. Okay. And next one, now we are coming into provincial administration under Delhi Sultanate. But under Delhi Sultanate, provincial administration was not developed because they are pretty much new to India during that point of time. They did not have the time to develop provincial administration. The actual provincial administration during medieval India was developed by the time of Mughals, by the time of Akbar. We'll come to that one. Very limited development of provinces. Then how the local administration was looked after if there were no provinces? What concept they did bring? Because some of the areas of the entire empire was divided into iktas. Some kind of administrative tracts, they were called as Ikta. Okay, some areas of the empire was divided into administrative tracts, they are called as Ikta or Vilayat also. Ikta or Vilayat, some area, and this Ikta will be managed by some persons called as Walis and Muktis. Okay, they were managed by Walis and Muktis, and generally the heads of the Iktas were military commanders only. When they occupied one area, that area will be called as what? Ikta, or that area will also be called as Vilayat. Generally, Vilayat is the area used for border areas. In the inside, in the central part of the empire, the term they use was Ikta. In border areas, they use the term as Vilayat. And who will take care of this Vilayat and Ikta? Military commander. Not an administrator, but a military commander. And the military commander will be given the name of Walis and Muktis. Okay. What is their responsibility? Maintenance of law and order. And of course, another major responsibility, collection of taxes. And then again, provincial administration continuing that one. And Nayab Diwan or Quaza, he was appointed, was in charge of revenue administration. Who is in charge of revenue administration at the central level? Wazir. At the local level, who is? Nayab Diwan. Okay, Nayab Diwan or Quaza. at the Iqta level. And walis could make land grants to the people. That to the people means to the scholar, Islamic scholars also as well as Hindu scholars also. And that land grants will be called as what? Imlak. That land grants will be called as Inam or Imlak. Okay. And next one, local administration. And again, local administration not much developed, but for the purpose of local administration, the villages were grouped. Like I told you, a group of 10 villages were called as what? Under Badame Chalukyas? Boga. Listen, but here the group of villages were 84 called as Chaurasi, and the group of villages were 100, they are called as Sadis. At the same time, all these group of villages also called as Paraganals. For administrative purposes, all the villages were grouped into either 84 numbers or 100 numbers, because it's not quite easy to look after the administration of each and every village. And that is the reason today what will happen, all the group of villages are called as what? Panchayat. Nothing else. Taluk Panchayat, Taluk Panchayat is there, district Panchayat is there, a local Gram Panchayat is also there. And sometimes the group of villages also called as Paragana. And who are Amils? Amils were the revenue collectors. Amils were the revenue collectors in charge of local level, Paragana level also, at the village level also. At the same time, was assisted by number of non-government officials. What do you mean non-government officials? It means they are not paid salary by the government. Amil was a government official. You will be paid the salary. You will be receiving some kind of salary. Who are these non-government officials? Like example, hereditary landholders, zamindars. Okay, like example, Chowdhuris, landholders. Then again, you can talk about Kats, who are zamindars. Then again, Mukaddams, who are village headmen. At the same time, Potwaris, who are called as village accountants. So all these people help the government in the local administration. Particularly which administration? Collection of taxes. The major function was always collection of taxes. And these were I told you, non-government officials. So can we say how this category evolved? Because of what reason this category was evolving? Because of land grants again. When the land grants were beginning, from the time of Satavahanas, by the time of Guptas, a new big landlord class was created. That new big landlord class were called as what? Zamindars, hereditary landholders. And they were given different terms, Kats, Mukaddams, Patwaris means whom? Village accountants. And nowadays, of course, they are turned into castes also. And now we are comparing administration total in medieval India. We discussed about Delhi Sultan administration. Then there is an interregnum when Mughals were ruling. Humayun got defeated by Sher Shah. Now we will see Sher Shah administration. Then we will compare with Mughal administration in one go. Then again economy, Delhi Sultan, Sher Shah as well as Mughals. That is how we are going to go. And Sher Shah administration, again, he ruled for very few, 5 years only. From 1540 to 1545. But in this area of 5 years, only in a short period of 5 years, his contribution towards administration is very immense. And present Indian rupee, isn't the term rupee was introduced by whom? Sher Shah, Rupaya. And a government under Sher Shah at the village level, okay. Who are the officials? Potwari. Potwaris means whom? Accountants. Then again, there was a non-government official. Non-government official means what? No salary. But if they are not receiving salary, why they will be working? Do they have any kind of incentives from the government? Yes, they will be given some kind of incentives out of the village produce. Okay, some kind of incentives as commission will be given. Again, above villages, what will be there? Paragana. Who is the head of the Paragana? Shikdar. Okay, again, Shikdar will look after what? Law and order. Okay, and one more official will be there, assisted by Amils or Munsif. What is the duty of Amils? Revenue collection. Okay, then above Paragana, one more official is there, that is Khazanadar. Khazanadar means what? Looking after treasury. Okay, and above Paragana we talk about Shikar, Sarkar. Okay, that is Sarkar. Who is the head of the Sarkar? Fauzdar. What is the duty of Fauzdar? Same as Shikdar. What will Shikdar will look after? Law and order. The Fauzdar will also look after law and order. And under Fauzdar also there would be one more person called as Munsif. What will Munsif will look after? Revenue collection. Revenue assessment as well as revenue collection. So this is from bottom to top or top to bottom. So that is the one question asked, right? Suba, Paragana, isn't? At the same time, Sarkar. Which year it asked? Which I think 2021, I guess so. It was asked in 2021 prelims paper. That is villages, Paragana as well as Fauzdar. So we are getting the arrangement properly. The same thing was also continued during the time of Akbar also, with some little bit changes. We'll come to that one. Mughal administration. Again, central administration. Who is the supreme? King is the supreme. What is the position of the king? He is the commander in chief. That is one thing. Second one is that one. Is the highest. We can talk about the judicial authority. Okay. And he reintroduced Chara and Dak system. Who is the first person to introduce Chara and Dak system? Alauddin Khalji. Now, who is the person who reintroduced that one? Sher Shah. Because that fell into disuse. Because Delhi Sultanate started declining. And that is the reason all the administrative authority was also declining. And now that reintroduced by Chara, that is Dag system by Sher Shah. And he introduced Chara even for slaves also. And Alauddin Khilji had introduced Chara for whom? Only for soldiers. Okay. Now we introduce for army slaves also. Then justice administration is known for his justice administration. He says that there should be no distinction between his own family members as well as the common people. That is the real administration of justice. And Sher Shah was known for justice administration, and he appointed judges. The judges were called as what? Qazis. The judges were called as Qazis. Also called as Sadr also. S-A-D-R. Qazis were nothing but judges who delivered some kind of justice system. And again, last one, Shikdars and Zamindars. They also had some kind of judicial power. Who are Shikdar? Shikdar is the head of Paragana. Okay. And where were Zamindars were there? Zamindars at what level of administration? Village level administration. And they had this kind of judicial duties too. And other notable measures Sher Shah taken up, like he was a despot. What is my despot? Dictator. But his despotism was tempered with some kind of benevolence. What is my benevolence? Kindness. Kindness attitude towards whom? Kindness attitude towards other people. That is the subject. That is the citizens. So what are this kindness attitude? That is he added records of handicaps. And we can say some democratic kind of administration also there. Records of handicaps. And for what purpose records of handicaps? To give them incentives. Okay, to give them incentives, especially not in the entire empire, but in towns and cities. At least in towns and cities, he maintained the record of handicaps. That's handicaps, that is disabled persons. And then again, he provided incentives to this handicapped person because they can't work. And that is the reason he provided cash also. And he also ran Langar Khana. What do you mean Langar Khana? Community food preparation. Okay. Who introduced that one? Free kitchen. And free kitchen to feed the destitute person as well as poor person. Who is the person who actually brought that concept? Langar Khana. Sikh Guru. Who is the Sikh Guru? Who is the person? Divine kingship theory was introduced in India by, I think it was not introduced, it was already there from the time of later Vedic times, but that concept was strengthened from the time of Kushanas and Indo-Greeks, and further strengthened during the time of Delhi Sultans. Okay. Guru Nanak again. Okay. Guru Nanak introduced Langar. Why? What is the reason behind introduction of Langar Khana? Why it was introduced? Because this is interdaining. There was a lot of interdaining disabilities in Indian society. Because upper Varna was not mixed with lower Varna. Because they did not sharing the food activities. This was a community food preparation to eliminate untouchability. Okay, that is a major intention behind bringing of Langar Khana. Okay, and he gave land grants to Brahmanas as well as Islamic scholars also. And at the same time, we can talk about there was a merit kind of bureaucracy. What is a merit bureaucracy? Any person with talent can attain the ISF level. One example, one officer. Who is that one officer who fought against Akbar in the second battle of Panipat? Hemu. Okay, that is one example is Hemu. He was an officer. He was a Shahana. Shahana means market officer. He rose to the level of Wazir. What is my Wazir? What is my Wazir? Finance department. Isn't? He was just a market officer, but due to merit bureaucracy, he went to the level of Wazir also. And ultimately, Hemu was a Hindu. Isn't? But he fought against whom? Akbar. Isn't? That shows what kind of society was evolving. Composite tolerant society was evolving too. And now we are coming into Mughal state system. Okay, we talked about Delhi Sultans, then we talked about Sher Shah, now we are coming into Mughals. Then we will go to Marathas also. Again, I will come in economic administration. No? First we are talking about politics. Okay, Sarais will come to. Now what is Mughal state system? Who is the head? Head was always Sultan. Okay, and that is believed in divine right of kingship. And that is how every king who was there, they always believed in the divine right of kingship too. And then again, he was not dependent upon ulema. What do you mean ulema? Religious heads, spiritual heads, Islamic scholars. They were called as ulema because they thought king should consult ulema before implementing measures, before taking any kind of decisions. But what kings thought was that one, we are not dependent upon any other person to take our decision. That is the one thing. Okay. And a paternal love towards subjects, so that we can see in, during the time of Mughals, there is liberal absolutism. What do you mean absolutism? First you have to define what is absolutism. Absolutism is what? Above law. Kings were above law. They are the law. They are not just above law, they are the law. What do you mean liberal absolutism? Liberalism is, and they tempered their despotism and dictatorship with some kind of kindness towards the people. Okay, and assisted by 4 ministries. Mughal state system is very, very simple. And how many ministries we saw during the Delhi Sultanate? Was Wizarat, Diwani Ars, Diwani Insha, Diwani Amirat, Diwani Amiri Koi, it is a Diwani, court at royal household also. Okay, there are only 4 ministries are there. And the first ministry was Diwan. Diwan means what? Same as Wazir. What is Wazir? Finance and taxation. He was also called as Diwani Ala, also called as Wazir also. Okay, sometimes appointed joint Diwans also. Now, entire Mughal state system, Mughal administration was developed during the time of which king of Mughals? Akbar, because Akbar was one of the longest ruling king of Mughals, because from 1556 until early 17th century too. Listen, that is, he was there for quite longer period of time. All the Mughal state system, Mughal revenue system, everything was developed during the time of Akbar. Now, all these administrative departments also organized by whom? Akbar only. So, Akbar used to appoint joint Diwans. Okay, joint Diwans means there is they did not have to appoint only one person to the position. They used to appoint 2 persons to the same position. What is the intention behind that one? Why they are appointing 2 persons to the same position, same designation? If efficiency is one thing, that is one thing. To check each other's power, make sure that one person is not becoming powerful. Make sure that one person is not eclipsing the status of Raja, status of Sultan, and checking the accounts of other department. So they were not just looking after taxation and everything, they also did the duty of auditing of other department also. And then the next one is Mir Bakshi. What is Mir Bakshi means? Same as Diwani Ars. What is Diwani Ars? Military department. He was the head of military department. That is Diwani Ars, that is the military department head. Was he the commander-in-chief? No. Who is the commander-in-chief? Sultan. Now what is his duty then? That is recruitment, equipment as well as payment and branding of arses also. But the Mughal military department head has larger duties than the Delhi Sultan's military department head, because Delhi Sultan's military department head had all these duties. But in addition to this Mir Bakshi had another duties, that is, he was the head of intelligence also. Okay, he was the head of intelligence. What do you mean? Who was the head of intelligence during the Delhi Sultans? Baridi-Kas. And intelligence spies were called as Barid. And right now, who is the head of intelligence? Mir Bakshi. Okay, and he also had one more role: registration of all the Mansabdars. What is the Mansabdari system? We'll discuss today. What are the Mansabdars? Who are Mansabdars? Mansabdari system is a kind of a civil service under Mughals. We'll come to that one. We'll understand. So he was the register of Mansabdars also. And next one person called as Mir Saman. And he looked after royal household, royal stores. Okay, head of the royal. Who was the head of the royal household during the Delhi Sultans? Wakilidar. Wakilidar. Here there was a Mir Saman. He looked after all the karkhanas as well royal stores. That is, purchase the goods needed by the royal family, storing the goods needed by the royal family, at the same time manufacturing also. Okay, and all the goods required by royal family too. And so each karkhana, whatever different karkhanas were there, furniture, okay, at the same time oil department or goods department, whatever it is, and each karkhana was headed by a person called Daroga and an accountant. Can we say bureaucracy is growing further? When was the first bureaucracy we saw? Maurya's time. And right now this bureaucracy is further expanding under Mughals. Okay, centralization is also happening, and at the same time bureaucracy is also expanding. And the fourth department was judicial department, and it is called as what? Sadar. The head of the judicial department is called as Sadar, and he appointed judges. Judges were called as what? Qazi. And who is this Sadar? Sadar was the leading Islamic scholar. He was the head of ulema also. What was ulema? Religious group, we can say theologians, Islamic scholars we can say, and that group head is also the ex officio head of judicial department. What do you mean ex officio? Like we know, vice president is the ex officio chairman of Rajya Sabha. In the same way, any person who is the head of ulema, he automatically became the head of which department? Judicial department. Okay, that is, he is a leading Islamic scholar. He is also the head of ulema too. And then again, he was the chief advisor of the king with the enforcement of Shariat law. What do you mean Shariat law? Islamic law. Okay, and then again, another responsibility was to grant lands. Land grants to Islamic scholars also as well as Hindu scholars also. What these land grants are called as? Imlak or Inam, but in Mughal it is called as Madadi Mash. It's Mughals it is called as Madadi Mash. For both Hindus and Muslims it is called as Madadi Mash grants, also called as Inam lands. Imlak also, Inam also, as well as Madadi Mash. And to whom the grants were given? For weaker sections also, women also, as well for leading Islamic scholars also. To masjids also as well as to temples too. Therefore I told liberal absolutism. How many departments we discuss? Finance department called as what? Diwan. At the same time military department was called as Mir Bakshi. And the head of, who was Mir Saman? Head of the royal household. And who was the head of judicial department? Sadar. Okay, he was also head of ulema too. And now we are coming into provincial government. Provincial government under whom? Provincial government under Mughals. Because was there any kind of provincial government under Delhi Sultans? No. But the provinces were looked after by whom? Iqta. Or sorry, provinces were called as what? Iqta. And Iqtas were also called as Vilayat. The head of the Iqta was called as Walis or Muktis. But right now, there is a separate structure of provincial administration. Can you see presently Indian government, central government is also there, at the same time state government is also there, and that kind of structure was also there. The provincial government was established in 1580 and Mughal emperor was given to how many provinces? 12 subas, also called as 12 provinces. The head of the suba was called as Subadar, also called as Sifasalar. This was the question asked. Suba, Paragana, and then again Sarkar. That was the question was that one asked. He was assisted by Diwan, Bakshi and Sadar. Look at that one. The central departments are mirroring in state, are mirroring in provinces. Central which departments were there? King was there. And king was assisted by Diwan, Bakshi and Sadar. And right now at the provincial head was Subadar. And he was assisted by whom? Diwan, Bakshi as well as Sadar too. What do you mean by Diwan? Finance. What do you mean by Bakshi? Military. And what do you mean by Sadar? Justice department. Okay. Then again, justice providers at some local level judges, they are also called as what? Mir Adal. Local level justice providers are also called as Mir Adal. And the town administration was in the hands of Kotwal. And how was the town administration during the Mauryas? How many committees? 6 committees. Who mentioned those 6 committees? Megasthenes. Okay, Indica's Megasthenes mentions that one. At the same, sorry, Megasthenes Indica mentions that one. At the same time, how was the town administration during Guptas? Who was the head of the town administrator? Uparika. He was assisted by Nagarasrestin, Pratama Kayastha, Pratama Kulika. We discussed, but here the town administrator head was Kotwal. Okay. At the same time, one more person was there, Mir Bahar. He looked after rivers. He looked after the ports as well as rivers too. And the same position during the Mauryas. What was it called as? Navaladhyaksha. Isn't? Link that one. Navaladhyaksha during Mauryas was called as, that is, he was looking after rivers and ports. But right now, under Mughals, it was called as Mir Bahar. Okay. And Vakya navies, they were informers to Mir Bakshi. Vakya navies are nothing but intelligent informers. Intelligent spies. And what is another term for spies during Delhi Sultans? Barid. But during the Mughals, what it is called as? Vakya navies. News givers. News informers to Mir Bakshi. Because who is the head of the intelligence department under Mughals? Mir Bakshi. I told you. Okay. Again, district and local administration. We already seen. Shik was called as what? Shikar Sarkar is headed by Fauzdar. And what is the duty of Fauzdar? Law and order. He was assisted by Amal Guzar. What is Amal Guzar? Will look after revenue. Okay. At the same time, next one below Fauzdar, what will be there? Paragana. Who is head of Paragana? Shikadar. What he will looking after? Law and order. We already seen this one. That is assisted by Amils or Munsif. Who are Amils and Munsifs? Revenue assessors. Okay. Revenue collected revenue. Then again, a treasurer was also there. What is the treasurer during the Sher was called as? Kazanadar or Poddar. Okay. And below Paragana, we know what will be there. Village boundaries will be there. Village will be there. And one more official called as Kanungo. He looked after the village boundaries. For what purposes? Taxation purposes. So these are the bureaucracy which was there during which times? Mughal times. So it is always mirroring Sher Shah, right? Sher Shah is established this one. That is further developed by whom? Developed by Mughals. Okay. Again, the Mansabdari system. What is Mansabdari system? We'll go a little bit slowly here. Okay. What is Mansabdari system? I told you Mansabdari means it is a unique system developed by Mughals. We'll try to understand this concept instead of going really fast. We'll try to understand this concept. Okay. What do you mean by Mansabdari system? It is a unique system. It means what do you mean by unique? It is very special to Mughals. Actually, this is a combination of Central Asian tradition as well as Indian tradition also. Both mixing is there. Okay. Mansab means what? Mansab means rank. What is Mansab? Mansab technically means rank. Okay. Awarded to an individual. One person was given one kind of ranking. That is called as Mansabdari rank. Okay. And then again we can talk about that rank decided 3 things about that individual. Okay. If one person is given one kind of rank, that decided how many things? 3 things. What are the 3 things decided? That person status in the official hierarchy. Okay. And this person's salary. Okay. And that person's ultimately how many savars or how many soldiers he need to maintain. So that rank decided 3 things. What are the 3 things it decided? The status of the person. Okay. At the same time, status where? Status in the official hierarchy. Obviously, after king, who will be the highest authority? Wazir, can we say that one? Can we say Wazir was given one kind of ranking? Now that Wazir ranking will decide his official status in the hierarchy, and the same rank will also decide the salary, and the same rank will also decide how many soldiers should be maintained by Wazir? One example. Can we say it's combining both civil duty as well as military duty? That ranking is combining civil duty as well as military duty. To any person, one rank is awarded, that person need to maintain certain soldiers. For that, you will be given some kind of salary. Salary either in the form of cash, either in the form of land also. Okay. The holder can be given what? An administrative post. Okay. Or we can say can be given as some kind of a military post. Can we say Mir Bakshi is a military post? Mir Bakshi is a military post, but Wazir is an administrative post. But sometimes nothing will be given. Okay. Only rank will be given. You will be kept in attendance in the court. What is court? Court means what? Darbar. Okay, so it should be kept in attendance. You should attend whenever a royal darbars happen. So that rank will decide his status, his salary. At the same time, the number of soldiers he must maintain. At the same time, the holder of the rank will be given an administrative post, either a military post or nothing would be given. Okay, just kept in attendance. At the same time, therefore, Mansabdari system was a single system that combining which duties? Civilian duty also as well as military duty also. Okay, it's combining both the duties too. And then again continuing with the Mansabdari system, and now these Mansabdars will be given some kind of salary. Okay, either salary will be given either in the form of cash or land, and when we given in the form of land, that is called as what? Jagir. And that is the reason system is also called as Jagirdari system too. So in that Jagir, whenever the land is given, that person, that Mansabdar should collect all the taxes from that area. After collecting the taxes from that land, he should keep some money for his own expenses as a salary, and should keep some money for maintenance of the soldiers he was awarded, and rest of the money should go to whom? King. That's it. Okay, that is the basic meaning of Mansabdari system. That is, Jagir should collect all the taxes, hence the name is also called as Jagirdari system also. Okay. And now again, what is the ranking numbers? Ranking numbers are given like this: 10, 20, 100, 200, 500. Okay. Which is the highest rank? 10 or 5,000? Which is the highest rank? 10, 20, 100, 5,000. 5,000 is the highest rank. So that rank decided what? If one person is given 5,000 ranking, salary also, his status also, how many soldiers he should maintain. So if the salary is higher, obviously you will be given more number of soldiers to maintain or less number of soldiers to maintain? More number of soldiers. Okay. Theoretically, a person has to enter at the lower level, and by way of promotion, he have to keep on improving his ranking. So can you say again merit bureaucracy? But some nepotism was also there. Okay, favoritism was also there. Do you think all the posts cannot be any kind of democratic system? And what kind of nepotism can be seen? Because all the royal princes, royal family members, nobles, do you think they are going to accept 10 numbers? No. What numbers they want? More than 5,000. You see? That is, we can say that's some kind of attain higher ranking through merit, but higher than 5,000 ranking always reserved for nobles. Nobles are royal princes. Shivaji was awarded 7,000 ranking, but Shivaji wanted 9,000 ranking. He became unhappy with Aurangzeb because Aurangzeb tried to give him very lower ranking. Shivaji thought it is an insult to him because Shivaji was given some kind of low rank according to him. Okay, that is the reason the conflict happened between Shivaji and Aurangzeb. Political conflict also as well as some Mansabdari issue is also there. At the same time, example, Raja Mansingh was given 7,000 ranking. Raja Mansingh belonged to which families? Rajput families. So they say Rajputs are the pillars of Mughal administration or the Mughal power expansion in India, because Mughals could not have expanded their rule over India without the help of Rajputs. And once this Rajput support went away to Mughals, what happened to Mughals' power? Kept on declining. Because of the policy of Aurangzeb, Rajputs became the enemies of Mughals. They say Aurangzeb knew the art of making enemies. Okay, and that is the reason that is Mughal family kept on declining once the time of Aurangzeb too. And some changes were done in Mansabdari system. They introduced new concept in 1595-96, that is Zat and Sawar ranking. Zat is nothing but Mansab rank only. What do you mean Mansab? Mansab means rank, whatever the rank. Like 5,000 is given, that is called as 5,000 Zat. Very, very simple. That is a rank awarded to an individual, and that decided what? Personal pay as well as status. If the person is given 5,000 Zat, that 5,000 Zat decided his salary as well as his status. And next one is Sawar ranking. Sawar ranking means how many number of soldiers or how many number of horsemen that person need to maintain according to that ranking. Understood? What is Zat ranking as well as Sawar ranking? What do you mean Zat ranking? Zat ranking is the indicated personal pay and status. And Sawar ranking introduce how many soldiers you have to maintain. That is Zat ranking as well as Sawar ranking. And that is part of this system, part of Mansabdar system. Actually, there were 3 categories of Mansabdars were there. That is highly confusing. Don't need to get into that one kind of thing. Because one person, just take example. One person Z rank is 5,000. Okay. One person Z rank is 5,000. That person's Z rank, Savar rank could be 5,000 also. The same person's Savar ranking could be 2,500 also. The same person's Savar ranking could be less than 2,500 also. So there are three categories of Mansabdars were there. The three categories is that one. Those Mansabdars whose Savar rank is equal to Z rank. Like I told you, Z rank is 5,000. Savar rank is what? 5,000. Equal to Z rank. Isn't it? Those Mansabdars, second category, those Z rank or Savar ranking is half of the Z rank. What is the Z rank? Let's say 5,000. What is the half of 5,000? 2,500. Okay. It means how many soldiers he has to maintain? 2,500. If the Z rank is 5,000, Savar ranking 5,000, how many soldiers he has to maintain? 5,000. And another kind of Mansabdar, third category of Mansabdars, whose Savar ranking less than half of the Z rank. What is the Z rank? Let's say 5,000. What is half of 5,000? 2,500. If Savar ranking is 1,000 only, so his Z rank is, Savar ranking is less than half of the Savar ranking also. And these kind of three categories were there. No need to get into, no need to do PhD. Okay, just stick to this kind of basic understanding. What is the Mansabdari system overall? We can say it's a kind of a civil service. It's a kind of a ranking system awarded to different individuals. Every person was awarded some kind of we can say ranking system. Okay. One of the reason for decline of Mughals is also Jagirdari crisis, they say. Now this ranking was limited to 7,000, 9,000. But by the time of Aurangzeb, what happened? This ranking went to 15,000, 20,000. Ranking also increasing. At the same time, what should also increase? Salary should increase. Isn't? Salary should also increase. That is putting pressure on what? Putting pressure on treasury. But what Aurangzeb was doing? He was waging wars against Marathas. Continuous 27 years of war. So that put lot of pressure on the Mughal treasury. One of the reasons for the decline of Mughals is also Mansabdari crisis, they say. Also called Jagirdari crisis. Because they were losing lands for Punjabis also. They were losing lands for Marathas also. Either they had to pay money, either they had to pay land. They were not having any kind of money. At the same time, they also did not have any kind of land to pay Jagir to. That is the reason, one of the reason for decline of Mughals. Next one, Akbar religious reforms. One question was also asked in 2014. 2014, one question was asked about the Ibadat Khana debates, which are three reforms of Akbar religious reforms: Salekal, Deen Ilahi, as well as Ibadat Khana debates. So we'll see one by one. What is my Ibadat Khana debates? It is established in where? Established in the year of 1582. Okay. So that is Fatehpur Sikri. It's a prayer hall. Ibadat Khana is a prayer hall. Sorry, in 1575, because it closed in 1582. It closed the Ibadat Khana debates in 1582. It's a prayer hall at Fatehpur Sikri. Where is Fatehpur Sikri? Fatehpur Sikri is in Fatehpur Sikri. Okay. Where is Fatehpur Sikri? UP, Uttar Pradesh. Okay. Then again, it's a rectangular hall. It's a prayer hall built around a Sufi saint called as Sheikh Abdullah Niazi Sirhindi. Okay. It's around his cell. This rectangular hall was built. And what this prayer hall used to be was doing a discussion on religion. Initially, it was open only to Islamic scholars only, Islamic theologians as well as Sufis. But later it was open to other religion also, even to atheists also. What do you mean by atheists? Gnostics, who do not believe in God. Okay. So what Akbar expected, all these people will do discussion on religion, and the intention behind it was what? To bring out the real truth behind every religion. What Islam talks about, what Hinduism talks about, what Christianity talks about, what atheist also talks about, what is the ultimate truth belief system. But instead of debating, what these people are doing? Arguing. Okay. Nowadays we can see in our news channels, listen, everything, that same thing they were also doing. That is a truth behind every religion, but that was not happening. At the same time, you want to remove the differences among all the religious persons. But instead of debate, they were doing arguing. Akbar became disappointed. That is the reason he closed the hall in 1582. Even Akbar also couldn't bring tolerance. Ashoka did not. Ashoka also tried to bring. Akbar also tried to bring, and that is not even possible even today also. Okay. Second one, Dini Ilahi. Okay. What do you mean by Dini Ilahi? It means divine faith. And again, it is confused with a new kind of religion Akbar wanted to establish. No, it was not a new religion. Like Ashoka's Dhamma only. Almost we can relate Dini Ilahi as well as Ashoka's Dhamma. Okay. That is it was not a new religion. It has to be said loudly. It's an ethical society. What was Dhamma also? Dhamma was also what? Moral conduct life. This is also ethical way of life. Those who joined this society, those who joined this Dini Ilahi, Akbar expected some kind of ethical lifestyle. Okay, some ethical behavior from the persons who joined this Dini Ilahi. That is in 1582. Expected members to follow some virtues, like example, liberality. What do you mean liberality? Even Ashoka also said, Rock Edict 3rd. It talks about liberality towards Brahmanas and Shramanas. What do you mean liberality? Respect. At the same time, give some kind of donations also. Look at the liberality, loathing of evil. Then at the same time, overcoming lust, and lastly, dwelling on God name. So these are some of the qualities expected by Akbar. And he also expected some other qualities also. Akbar as the teacher of this ethical sect. Okay. And on their birthdays, whoever become the members of the society, on their birthday, instead of receiving gift, they should give the gift. Okay. Instead of, at the same time, they should give also sumptuous feast to others. So that is what he expected. So that is what some kind of a ethical quality mindset, it is an ethical behavioral from the members of this society. And no scriptures, no sacred books. Okay. At the same time, no priests are there. Because one religion will be characterized by what? A religion will be having scriptures. A religion will be having some kind of priests. Even Buddhism also had priests. Mahayana Buddhism, Tantrayana Buddhism, they had more priests than Hinduism also. Okay, that is one thing. No scriptures, no sacred books, as well as no priests. That is the reason we cannot say Deen Ilahi is a religion. Okay, it is an ethical society and also called as Tawhidi Ilahi. But he expected people to follow one virtue in religious terms. He says that one, to asking people to believe in one God. That is, Tawhidi Ilahi means divine monotheism. What do you mean? Monotheism means one God. What Raja Ram Mohan Rai also said? One God. Okay, all the people also believing in one God. And last one, Salekal. Okay, it means peace to all. Ibadat Khana was a debating all. Deen Ilahi was a ethical society. Salekal was a peace to all. And Salekal, it is a duty of the ruler to maintain equilibrium in the society. What do you mean equilibrium in society? What do you mean equilibrium in society? Make sure that no conflicts are happening. Conflicts between whom? Conflict between different religion, different sects. Okay, different sects. That is, so the members of one religion will not interfere in, should not interfere in duties of other religion. That is maintaining tolerance, nothing else. So whose duty to maintain that one? According to this principle, it is a duty of the ruler. It is a duty of the, ultimately, the king, the sultan. He must maintain that equality in society. He should bring that harmony in the society. What kind of harmony he should bring? Tolerance, attitude, tolerance among the people, and that principle is called as what? Salekal. Okay, it is a duty of the ruler. Make sure that sectarian harmony is there. Okay, but nowadays duty of ruler is to bring sectorial disharmony. Okay, that is one thing. Now economy under Delhi Sultans. Okay, now we discuss all the political aspects, and now we are being into economical aspect. So economy was growing or declining during medieval India? Indian economy was growing or declining? Growing. Growing or declining? Let me know. Economy under Delhi Sultans as well as Mughals also. We are comparing both. Okay, everything will be comparing. Now first we will talk about agriculture. Because agriculture was growing because Sultans were fond of gardens. Because of the centralization, new kind of centralization, now all the irrigation facilities were given. Okay. What is that? What happened? Siri. No. Okay. Okay. Sultans were fond of gardens. We talked about Mughal gardens, Lodi gardens. Okay. If gardens are growing, what kind of products will be growing? What kind of agriculture product will be growing over there? Then if we talk about, that is horticulture. Horticulture means what? Cultivation of fruits. Now FST. FST means Firoz Shah Tughlaq. Okay. FST means Firoz Shah Tughlaq. It developed how many gardens around Delhi? 1200 gardens. Now it led to the development of fruits cultivation. Okay, some areas were very famous for fruits cultivation. Like we can talk about Meerut, Delhi, in and around region were famous for fruit cultivation. And where the demand for fruits consumption was coming from? From which section of the society? Soldiers also as well as nobles also. Because the new kind of society was evolving in India. That is, the nobles aristocratic class was there, and the aristocratic class was having a different kind of food habits. That food habits was consuming higher nutritional value. That is, higher nutritional value is fruits, and that is created a lot of demand for gardening also. Then again we talk about agriculture. The FSC again is known for building canals. Two canals he built. Which are two canals he built? From Jamuna. He also built one more canal from Sutlej and Ghagar. Okay, so it helped which regions? Which state? UP region, Haryana region, as a Punjab region. Okay. Now if they are building canals, what it will help in? What facilities they are giving? Irrigation facilities. If the irrigation is improving, ultimately what will be improving? Agriculture production will be improving. Because medieval economy was growing only, that is the reason Europeans came, no? That is the reason Portuguese, that is the reason Britishers. All these people came to India for what purpose? Because they want to participate in the growing economy of India. We'll take up modern history, we'll come to that one. And again, agricultural taxes were there, okay? Then again, Baga or Karas, they are called as land revenue, okay? Bog was called as cess. Then again, Kar means extra cess, okay? Then again, we can talk about Alauddin increase the area under Kalisa. What do you make Kalisa? Sita lands. What do you mean Sita lands? We talked about in Maurya's crown lands. It means whatever the cultivation that was happening in Sita lands, all the money went to whom? Imperial treasury. Now whatever the taxation in Kalisa lands, all the money directly went to whom? Central government. It means, like suppose for example, there is a Ikta was there. What is my Ikta? Ikta is a region. In Ikta region, what is the major function of that Ikta there? Or we can say that Wali or Mukti? Collection of tax. Do you think that Wali or Mukti kept all the taxes? No. Some part of taxation he kept and rest of the money went to central treasury. But whichever the area that referred as Kalisa, 100% revenue went to which treasury? Royal treasury. That is the imperial treasury. So that is that one. Revenue from these lands went directly to central government or imperial treasury. It means the local government do not have any kind of share in the revenue of these lands. Which lands? Kalisa lands. And which of the areas were brought under Kalisa lands? Fertile lands. Which fertile lands? Indus Valley region as well as Ganga Valley region. Okay. And again, land revenue was fixed on the basis of measurement. What is the measurement? First you measure the land, and if the one person having huge number, large number of holdings, he will be charged with higher taxes. The person who has less number of land holdings, he will be given lesser taxation. All these were based on measurement. Then again, non-agricultural production was also there. That shows you how the economy was growing. One non-agricultural production was textiles. Cotton had two types of cotton were there. Mahin as well as Kamin. That is, Kamin means the low quality cotton. Mahin means high quality cotton. Okay, that shows that different types of non-agricultural production was also happening. Again, who demanded all these cotton cloths? Royal family, nobles, people also. It shows that when agricultural economy was also flourishing, at the same time non-agricultural economy was also flourishing. And again, Gujarat was famous for cotton textiles, and Kashmir was famous for woolen textiles, and shawl industry was flourishing during the Delhi Sultans as well as during the medieval times. Shawl industry was flourishing since ancient times only, and they got some kind of support from the rulers of medieval India. And again, textiles, we are continuing that one. Production of textiles improved by 6 times. What is the reason? The production of textiles improved by 6 times. They introduced one kind of new item. What is the new item they introduced? New kind of machine they introduced? They introduced something called as charaka. Charaka is not indigenous. Okay, charaka is not indigenous. It actually, first it was in China, then it went to Baghdad, that is Iran and Iraq, and then it come to India. Okay, that is earliest reference to charaka in India. That is in which century? 14th century. First time charaka reference in India comes from 14th century. First century that was in use in China. In 12th century it went to Iran. From Iran who came? All these Persians. That is Delhi Sultans. Listen, they also came from Iran and Central Asian region. So they brought their technology also. With the technology they brought, we can talk about charaka. Okay. And then again, metallurgy. Metallurgy, that is one of the age-old tradition of India. Which metals we are talking about? Copper age, Chalcolithic. Then we talked about which age? Bronze age. Then we talked about Iron age. Okay, that again continued right now. Idols of copper and bronze. For what purposes? Temple building activity was going on in medieval times. Hoysalas were there. Vijayanagara were there. Rajputs were there. Okay, that's all these were building what? Building of temples. And temples what required? They required idols. And idols were done with metals only. Okay, that is what created greater demand. And swords and daggers also. And particularly Indian daggers and Indian swords are famous all over the Islamic world. Okay, that is they said what India was the manufacturing house of entire world. By the time of 17th and 18th century, India was producing nearly 1/4 of the total goods of the entire world. They said 25% of the entire world goods were being produced in India. But when the Britishers left India, it came down to less than 5% also. And that is the scale of exploitation that happened from 1757 to until 1947. We'll come to that one. The famous all over Islamic world. Next one, paper making. A new kind of industry coming to India, that was paper making, a new industry. And that is the first again used by whom? First used by Chinese. And charaka was also first used by Chinese. Okay. Then again, Iranians and Baghdad. later they started using paper from the time period of 8th century. Then again came to India. In which year it came to? 1223, 1224. It came in 1223, 1224. And the first references of paper in India, which century we can say that is? 13th century. Charaka was in 14th century. Okay, so first was paper and second was Charaka. And the earliest reference, earliest paper manuscript in India comes from which state? Gujarat state. Okay. Why Gujarat? What is the reason? Because of the sea trade, isn't earliest, okay, with the contacts with the Persian lands. Again, because of the paper came to India. So what activities became very, very famous? Bookmaking, literature. Okay, so bookmaking, all this became very, very famous too. Then again, trading activities. India was a manufacturing hub. I told you, okay, that is sound currency system further improved it. Which kind of currency system was there? We talk about gold was called as dinar. Then again, silver currency was called as tanka and copper currency was called as dirham. And even though we already know about Muhammad bin Tughlaq, he brought currency reforms also. He did demonetization way back in 14th century only. Okay, you are all very pretty much new to demonetization. He did demonetization way back in 14th century. Okay, again, system of road construction also helped. Sultans were building roads, isn't? Particularly Sher Shah was also known for building roads also, isn't? He built 4 roads, Agra to Burhanpur, Agra to Chittor, and he restored the old Grand Trunk Road also. Which is the old Grand Trunk Road? That is connecting from Indus Valley to, we can say, Bay of Bengal. That is Tamralipti, that is Sonargaon, that is in Bengal. Okay, so they are building roads also. And also, Muhammad bin Tughlaq also built one more road from Delhi to Devagiri to shift the capital. But that did not fructify for various reasons. We'll come to that one. System of roads for help in trade also. Domestic trade, and domestic trades were in the hands of Baniyas. Who were Baniyas? Baniyas are local traders. From the peasants, Baniyas bought the goods, they took it to the local market. Okay, and there were other categories of traders for their Banjaras. What are the Banjaras? Like Sartavaha, Sartha. What were Sartavaha and Sartha? Long distance traders. Okay, now Banjaras carried the products from local markets to the bigger markets. Which are the bigger markets? Delhi, Agra, okay, Bengal. These were all the bigger markets. So now they took markets to local areas, Baniyas, and Banjaras were specialized in which kind of trade? Long distance trade. Okay, long distance trade to Banjaras and Baniyas. But I think Banjaras question asked in 2016 prelims. If I'm not wrong, it was asked in 2016 prelims. Banjaras were related to what? Banjaras were what? Traders. Traders, can we say merchants also? Yes. Sorry, I couldn't add PYQs to medieval India. Okay, so but PYQs are there in modern India. That's for sure. Okay. Now domestic trade continued with rich traders called as the Banjaras. They used to carry goods from local area to bigger area, and they were specialized in bulk commodities. And to buy that bulk commodities, they were given some kind of money by financiers. And the financiers were called as Sarafs. And the financiers also called as Narendra Modi and Amit Shah. Okay, that is Shahs and Modis. Listen, they are called as what? Rich financiers. Okay, they were the persons who financed the Banjaras, and these Banjaras bought all the goods from the local peasants and they carried it to bigger markets too. That bigger markets were there in Delhi too. These are the financiers. So can we say well-sounded economy was there? Sound system of economy, sound system of currency system, or we can sound current system as well as well-established domestic trade also, well-established international trade too. Now we are coming into foreign trade, which foreign trade was with Central Asia, Iran and Europe. Imports, what is the major import? Arses, Iraqi arses, Arabi arses, Central Asian arses, okay, Arabi and Iraqi, Central Asian arses. Then again, wine, slaves, dry fruits, okay, and the major center of trade, the meeting point of Indian traders and foreign traders was Multan. Multan was called as gateway to India. Okay, Multan was called as gateway to India. That was the, but today Multan is in Pakistan. Okay, that is there, and meeting place of traders from 2 worlds. Which are 2 worlds we are talking about? Western world as well as Eastern world. The Eastern world is India, Western world is West Asia as well as Europe also. Again, town life under Mughals. We are coming into town life. That is, they say there were 4 types of towns were there during the Mughals. Okay, the price of town development further increased by the time of Mughals too. What is the reason town development was started increasing? What is the reason? Because of trade purposes. Because of trade. They say there were 4 types of towns were there, and in North India itself only there are 120 big towns. Who mentioning all these towns? Where the evidence for us to coming from? Where the evidence to prove that there were towns were there? There were some European travelers came to India. That European travelers were, that is persons called as Coryat and person called as Tavernier. Coryat from UK, Tavernier was from France. Okay, Tavernier was from France, Coriat from UK, and they mention about Indian towns, and they used to compare Indian towns with European towns. They used to say Indian towns are better than European towns. And today what is happening? Okay, when after Britishers came to India, what happened? All the Indian towns were shifted to, all the Indian towns' wealth shifted to Britishers. Okay, you can openly say that one. London, Manchester, Liverpool, all these are built out of whose money? Indian money. Okay, you can proudly say that one. Okay, there are 4 types of towns were there. That is administrative town. What do you mean administrative towns? These area developed into town because of administrative nature. Which are the examples we can say? Which are the administrative towns? Delhi and Agra. Okay, we can say that is Delhi and Agra. The production function was secondary, but the major reason is that when the development of town of this area is because the administrative missionary was there. Which was the administrative missionary? Royal family was there. Soldiers were there. They were not engaging in production function, but they demanded production. They demanded what? They demanded the produced items. They used to come from where? They used to come from local areas, and now that area developed into what? Marketplace. And how the towns are classified? Towns are definitely characterized by having a marketplace, and a marketplace will definitely was there in Agra and Delhi, and of course that is due to Delhi Sultans as well as Mughals, and Pune because of Marathas, and Jaipur was because of Rajputs. So these are administrative towns. Are the towns developed due to administrative reasons? And second type of towns was manufacturing towns. What are the manufacturing towns? What are the manufacturing towns? It means here the primary function is production. Production of a particular item too. That is, we can talk about commercial activities are more. The production of crafts and other facility, other goods too. Example, Patna and Ahmedabad. Ahmedabad was famous for what? Textiles. Okay, so that is one example we can see. So one particular areas or one area were developing into town because of different reason. One area developed into town because of administrative reason. Other area developed into town because of manufacturing reason. And the third type of town was, we can talk about, that is the pilgrimage centers. That today you look at any kind of pilgrimage centers, they are towns only. Why they are developed into towns? Because of what reasons? Pilgrimage towns. Because people will come to that area. They want accommodation. They want consumption. They want goods for consumption. Now where they will procure it from? From other area. Now that area will develop into what? Town region. Example, we can talk about Banaras, Mathura. Okay. Then again Kanchi, Ajmer also. Why Ajmer? Because of Dargah, Moinuddin Chishti. Okay. Then again there was another type of town. It is known for distinct product. Today we call it as what? Geographical indication. GI tag. Which state has the highest number of geographical indications? Current affairs. Batakte the. Local commodity was famous. Which is local commodity? That is any kind of. Presently we can talk about. Particularly Mysore has so many geographical indications tag, right? Can I name some? Mysore Pak. Okay. Always goes to food first. Why? What is the reason? Sadis. Okay. Mysore Agarbattis, Mysore sandal soap and everything. Okay. Then again local commodity was famous. Particularly skill. One area is okay, enough. Particular area is that known for one particular skill, one particular distinct product. Because of that product only that area is developed into a town. Example, we can talk about Patan, that is in Gujarat, known for dyeing, and let's say Bayana, that is in Rajasthan, known for indigo. Why? Where indigo was used in? As a coloring agent. Okay, coloring for textiles we can talk about. So that area developed in a town because of one particular product. Okay, any doubts in this? And make sure that is whatever the geographical indications are there, make sure you know it in current affairs too. Okay, sometimes they can put directly which are the Karnataka. Okay. Town life, we can continue that one. I told you who is the town administrator? Kotwal. But spelling mistake is there. Yes, it should not be there. Kotwal is the town administrator. And what he looked after? He looked after the prices. He looked after the security of the people and everything was looked after by Kotwal too. Continuing with town life, there was a capitalism tendency was growing in India. Technologically, India was backward. What do my capitalism tendencies? Can you give me an example? What do my capitalism? Investment, private investments. Isn't it? One person establishing some kind of entrepreneur or becoming an entrepreneur. Now he is organizing production. One person is organizing production. We can talk about Ambani's and Adani's are capitalists, right? Isn't? They are bringing many people under one umbrella, okay, for production function, and that kind of tendency was growing during Mughals time. That is, example we talk about, there was a class of big merchants and traders who hired local artisans, local craftsmen under their umbrella. Okay, so that is, we can talk about, that is, these persons, these rich traders, they used to hire the local artisans and asking them to produce goods. They were not asking them to produce goods in an industry. at their homes only. Okay, now what these artisans and craftsmen will get out of it? What is the benefit for artisans and craftsmen? They will get ready market, because whatever the goods being produced by artisans and craftsmen, they will be provided with ready market by whom? These big merchants. You see, they don't have to worry about the selling of their product. Okay, these big merchants will carry, they had big contacts, they used to export it out of India also, or export to other towns of India too. So give them loans and specify the product design, quality, what kind of product they wanted, what kind of qualitative product they wanted, and they used to give them loans also. So what is the advantage of this one? They don't need to worry about the capital necessity. Who is giving the capital? The big merchants is giving the capital. Now who is organizing the industry? Is the big industrialist. He will bring the capital, and out of that capital he will hire some artisans and craftsmen, they will produce the goods for them. That kind of tendency was emerging in India. And at the same time they procured raw materials also. What garments will do? Garments will procure raw materials. And who will work in garments? Tailors, okay, dyers, everyone will work, right? They don't have to worry about the raw materials. So such kind of tendency was developing in India, especially during the time of Mughals. This system is called as Dadini system, also called as putting out system also. It is called as Dadini system. That is, capitalism tendencies was growing in Mughals India. Example, one person was called as Kashi Veeranna. Okay, he was a big merchant on the Coromandel coast. Where is Coromandel coast? East coast or west coast? East coast of India. Okay, that is, the weavers of Coromandel coast were under the control of this person. Who was that person? Kashi Veeranna. That is, all the weavers were producing for one person. Who is that person? Kashi Veeranna. Okay, and called as Veeranna's villages. So this kind of capitalism tendency was growing. Artisans were becoming what? Wage earners. Instead of self-employed, they were also self-employed too. At the same time, they were becoming wage earners. But what happened? Look at that one. But who came to India? Britishers came to India. Okay, they destroyed all this, what was developing in India. Can we say it would have led to industrialization in India? It would have led to industrial revolution in India. Okay, but what happened after 18th century and 19th century? Industrial revolution was happening in Europe, but India was experiencing deindustrialization. Isn't because of one person, because of one so-called civilized? Who are the civilized persons who came to India? Britishers. And rural society, will come to that one. We discussed about the politics, economy. Now we are coming into society. Okay, society, that is entire medieval society. Which is the largest section in society? Obviously, cultivators. So cultivators are the largest section too. Again, they are called as Tanik, they are called as Mirasi, they are called as Stalavahak. So cultivators means whom? Peasants. They were given different terms in different areas. And cultivators are further divided into two classes, Riayati as well as Rayati. What do you mean Riayati and Rayati? Two types of cultivators were there, Riayati as well as Rayati. Any idea? Okay. One is Riayati and Rayati. Rayati means privileged cultivators. Who are privileged cultivators? Cultivators from the upper caste, also called as Kutkast. They were also called as Kutkast. What do you mean Kutkast? They themselves cultivating their own land. Okay, they were resident owner cultivators. What do you mean resident owner cultivators? Whatever the land they were cultivating, their own land. Okay, either they cultivated on their own with the help of a hired laborers. That is there. Okay, they generally come from higher caste only, with the help of family or some kind of higher laborers. Generally come from which caste? Higher caste. Okay, like Brahmanas, Rajputs, we can take that one. And again, Rayati means general category peasants. What is my general category? They come from which kind of caste? Middle caste. Okay, they come from middle caste. They were also given some kind of terms at Muzarians as well as Paltis also. Either they were cultivating their own land or they were cultivating land of others. Okay, as a rented lands. They were coming from middle caste. Okay, either the owners of their land or the tenants of others' land. Okay, they were also cultivators. These are also cultivators. Careful, only one letter will be changed. Riayati, privileged. Rayati are general category. One more category of cultivators were also there. You know, they are called as Paikast. One more called as Paikast. Paikast means lower caste cultivators. So upper caste cultivators, middle caste cultivators as well as lower caste cultivators. Who are these lower caste cultivators? They used to migrate from one place to another place in search of surplus land to improve their material position. Because of their caste stigma, they couldn't get to improve their material position. There was no social mobility. So that is the reason what they did. They migrated from their village to other village. In that other village, if they find any kind of extra land, they used to started cultivating those lands. And that is the reason they used to, ultimately they could become what? They could move to the which position? Rayati also, Rayati also. If possibility solves, Rayati solves. You find it means outsiders, another category of cultivators came from neighboring villages to cultivate surplus lands, generally from lower caste. Okay, because they wanted to improve their material position. And the villages also had services class. What is my services class? Ironsmiths, carpenters, rope makers, watchmen, washermen. And the services class were given different terms called as alutedars as well as balutedars. Okay, they were called as balutedars and alutedars. So that is what nowadays focusing, right? Terms. The terms in medieval India as well as terms in ancient India. Are you getting enough terms? Need more? Okay. Okay. And next we'll go to Mongol invasion. We'll take a break. Okay then. Now we'll move on to new topic. Okay, very small topic. That is the Mongol invasions, because some questions were asked from this area also. Okay, some few questions were asked from this area. Of course, we are not getting into too much deeper into that one. I will just say which ruler took what kind of measures to deal with the Mongols. And of course, Mongols were a very great threat to Delhi Sultans during that point of time. Okay, especially from the time of Genghis Khan. We now talked about Genghis Khan came to India during, who was ruling India when Genghis Khan came to India? Iltutmish. Okay, that is we talk about Genghis Khan is the first person to come. That is during the time of 1221. Why did he come to India? What is the reason he came to India? To watch IPL? No. Then when did he come? 1221. Okay. He came to India because he was chasing another prince of Khawarizm prince. Khawarizm empire was there. That is to chase Jalaluddin Mangbarani. Okay. So he came until which river? Indus river. Alexander came until which river? Beas river. Getting it right? So interlinking, how to interlink while reading everything. One person related to other person, one geography related to other geography. And who was the ruler during that point of time? Iltutmish. But why did not come to India? The major land of India, central part of India, why did it not come? What is the reason? This Jalaluddin Mangbarani had asked Iltutmish to give him refuge. Okay, to give him some kind of help. Against whom? Against Genghis Khan. But Iltutmish showed some kind of shrewdness, showed some kind of statesmanship, just to show, because if he had given refuge to Jalaluddin Mangbarani, and Genghis Khan definitely would have come to Delhi also. And of course, Mongols were known for their cruelty. Okay, Mongols were known for what? Known for their aggressive attitude. And during that point of time, not present Mongols, I'm not talking about present Mongols. Okay, I'm talking about that Mongols. Okay, so that would have led to what? That would have led to destruction of India. Okay, so that is the reason he did not give any kind of permission to, any kind of help to Jalaluddin Mangbaran. And then again, Tayyar Bahadur, another person, that is in 1240. He commander of Herat, Ghazni and Afghanistan. He was not the king, but one of the commanders of Mongol. Okay, so he came and occupied Lahore. Lahore was the province of what? Province of one of the areas of Delhi Sultans. Okay. Initially, actually, Delhi Sultans capital was what? Initial capital of Delhi Sultans what? Lahore. Then they shifted capital to Delhi. Who is the person who shifted the capital? Iltutmish. Iltutmish is a person who actually shifted capital from Lahore to Delhi. Okay. And from Delhi Sultans he occupied Lahore. The reason is that one, why Delhi Sultans couldn't able to take action during this point of time, because Razia Sultan had died. Okay, there was some kind of succession dispute was happening in Delhi, and that is the reason Delhi Sultans couldn't take proper measures against Tayyar Bahadur, Mongols invasion, because no help was coming from Delhi following the death of Razia Sultana. Which dynasty she belonged to? Which family? Slave dynasty. Okay. Then again, Balban's effort. What Balban did? So every major Delhi Sultan, they had to take some kind of measures against whom? Some kind of measures against Mongols. Okay. Now Balban, his effort was to safeguard India. He sent an envoy. He sent a kind of mission to Alako. Alako was the king of Mongols. Okay, that is, the written embassy was also sent by Alako. It was given with, treated with some kind of respect and everything. So some kind of cordial relationship he tried to establish between whom? Delhi Sultans as well as Mongols. And because of that cordial relationship, and Alako gave orders to his local commanders not to invade India. The real reason why Alako asked local rulers not to invade, because he was busy occupying Syria and Iraq. Okay, that is the reason he asked local people not to attack India. Okay, so that is Alako instructed officials not to invade India. And then again, Jalaluddin Khalji, after Balban, major ruler was Khalji dynasty, and he is the first person who established matrimonial relationship with Mongols. So Balban, he tried to do what? He tried to establish diplomatic missions. Now what Jalaluddin Khalji did was matrimonial alliances. Okay, in 1292, he himself, two persons who actually tried to occupy India, that is Abdullah and Ulagu, they invaded Punjab, and Jalal himself had to went to fight. At the same time, then agreement was reached between the two, and some more Mongols embraced Islam, and some kind of matrimonial alliance was established between Delhi Sultans as well as Mongols also. So can we say Mongols and Delhi Sultans had matrimonial alliance? Yes, who is the person who established? Jalaluddin Khalji. Now, UPSC is asking questions about wars between Delhi Sultans as well as Mongols. First invasion, when it was happened and everything. But all of a sudden, they can ask matrimonial relationship also, right? Okay, that is the reason. So you can know what all comprehensively. That is overall concept is that one. Overall comprehensive, how you have to read is that one. Read comprehensively about one particular topic. Have some deeper understanding. Especially where the questions are coming from which area. That area know very deeply. Okay, where the grey areas are there. No, if not 100%, no, at least 50 to 80%. If not 50%, 25% will also do. That is something is better than nothing. Okay. Then again, Alauddin Khalji. Okay. Then new Mongol forward policy came after 1297-98. Okay. Mongol army under Qadar and Dawa Khan. He was the king. They crossed which river? Beas and Satluj. They tried to occupy what? They tried to occupy Delhi during that point of time. But Alauddin Khalji sent his brother, who was called as Ulugh Khan, and he defeated Mongols. It's the first major defeat of Mongols under the hands of Delhi Sultans. Okay, Ulugh Khan, he defeated Mongols in the battle of which battle? Battle of Jaran Manjur. That is presently, that is near Lahore. Okay, and then again, it was the most convincing victory. Not many people defeated Mongols. Okay, not many people defeated Mongols. So Delhi Sultans are the one such powers who actually defeated Mongols too. Then again, second time next year, that is 1297, after 1297, 98, 1299, another noble, that is Zafar Khan, another commander of Delhi, he also defeated Mongols too. Now, who is the person, who is the ruler during that point of time? Alauddin Khalji. Can we say the first person to defeat Mongols convincingly? Who was the ruler? Alauddin Khalji. Okay, that is Ulugh Khan as well as Zafar Khan. That is Ulugh Khan defeated near Lahore, Zafar Khan defeated them near Sindh region. Okay, and again continuing with Alauddin times, in 1299, Kutluk Khan, the son of Mongol ruler Dawa Khan, he tried to, with the invention of conquering Delhi, because they want to take revenge against their defeat. Because who defeated them? Alauddin Khalji. Where Alauddin Khalji was ruling from? Delhi. They want to take revenge. Now they had the intention of conquering Delhi right now. And there was a battle of Kili outside Delhi. That is one more battle too. And Zafar Khan got killed in this battle. Who was Zafar Khan? He is a person who actually defeated Mongols in previous year. Okay. Now Alauddin Khalji had a huge army. And because of this huge army, Mongols could not able to invade India too. And one of the policies of Alauddin Khalji was market reforms. Okay, Alauddin Khalji's reforms, one is land revenue reforms, second one was market reforms. The market reforms he brought with the intention of dealing with Mongolians. Any idea how an economic policy dealing with political policy? Huh? How market reforms dealing with Mongols is economic policy and political policy. How it is related? What do you want to do? Market policy means you want to control the prices. You want to control the prices to the bare minimum. That's what we want to do. So, intention is very, very simple. To defeat Mongols, what you require? Army. What kind of army you require? Small army or very huge army? Huge army. If there is huge army, you have to pay salaries. Okay, you have to pay salaries. That will put pressure on what? Treasury. Right? You also wanted to maintain treasury. You also wanted to have a huge army. How would you balance that one? Make sure the soldiers are not asking for salary increase. So, how do you do that one? When you will demand for salary increase? When the prices are increasing. Okay, when the prices are increasing, when there is inflation. So, what Alauddin Khalji did was control that inflation itself. And that is what called as market reforms. Isn't the market reforms are the major intention of dealing with which invasion? Mongol invasion. If I can put one statement, market reforms are the huge intention of, major objective of market reforms, what to control or to safeguard Delhi from Mongolian invasions too. Okay. And so they retreated. So because of this one, 1299, they retreated because Alauddin Khalji had very huge army. Still not yet, market reforms were not yet brought by Alauddin Khalji. He brought market reforms quite late. Okay. And then again, in 1303, Alauddin avenged Chittor, was occupying Chittorgarh fort. There is a famous story, Padmavat. Who wrote Padmavat? Malik Muhammad Jaisi. When that was written actually by the time of Sher Shah. But this was happening in 14th century. But that was written in 16th century. Okay. So most of the things that were written in Padmavat are some kind of a fiction. Okay. But some Rajput belief is that one, that is real also. Different kind of controversies are also there. And because those events which were written during the 16th century was happening in 14th century. That is what Chittorgarh. So Alauddin came and protected Siri during that part. Siri is a city outside Delhi. Okay, and at the same time fortified Delhi for the first time. Now we realize the real threat of Mongols. Initially, previously he had defeated, but right now they came until Delhi also, and that is the reason he had to come back from Chittor to protect Delhi. Now we started fortification of Delhi, and now he brought something called as market reforms. Okay, market reforms were needed for enlarging of what? Enlarging of army. You want to raise huge army, and to huge army would have put more pressure on the treasury. To reduce the pressure on treasury through ways of salaries, he brought something called as market reforms. Okay, in 1305, one more attack happened, but again that was better prepared than the first time. He sent an army under Hindu noble called as Malik Naik. So he sent 3 commanders. Who were the 3 commanders? Ulugh Khan, Zafar Khan, as well as Malik Naik. Okay, all 3 were defeated. All 3 defeated whom? Mongols. So one ruler who convincingly defeated repeatedly Mongols was Alauddin Khalji. That is the reason he gave massive importance to which department? Military department. Understood, right? Instead of understanding facts in isolation, link all these things. He gave massive importance to military department because he wanted military to deal with whom? Mongols. Okay, and defeated them near Amroha, that is near Uttar Pradesh. Okay, and next one, Tughlaq times. And Tughlaq time, particularly one Tughlaq, Muhammad bin Tughlaq, he knew Mongols were always a danger because Mongols were actually attacking India by making Afghanistan as the base. Afghanistan was under whose control? Mongols' control. So Afghanistan was the base for attacking India. So Muhammad bin Tughlaq came up with a grand plan. As long as Mongols are there in Afghanistan, they will keep attacking India. So what Muhammad bin Tughlaq thought? I am going to occupy Afghanistan itself. Now people call him mad ruler. Okay, he had the grandest of intentions. Isn't? People call him as mad ruler. At the same time, shifting of capital also. There was a valid reason for shifting of capital too. Okay, but we are not going to discuss that one right here. But whatever the PDFs I am going to share, that will be there in detail. Everything, shifting of capital, token currency reforms, as well as that market reform. Sorry, not market reform, rather agriculture reform. That will be there in your PDFs. What I am going to share tonight. Okay, and now what he had the intention of Muhammad bin Tughlaq? He had the intention of occupying which area? Afghanistan. So that permanently he wanted to safeguard Delhi from whom? From Mongols. Okay. And that is one thing. And of course, in 1320, Dalucha Khan, he entered Kashmir Valley. Okay. And one more branch came until Meerut and defeated by GST, not Goods and Services Tax. What is by GST? Ghiyasuddin Tughlaq. Okay. FST was Firozuddin Tughlaq. Okay. GST was Ghiyasuddin Tughlaq. And the MBT was Muhammad bin Tughlaq too. Okay. Then again, MBT had the foresight. What is the foresight? What is the foresight means? Distant vision. What is that distant vision? That is, he knew as long as Mongols are there in Afghanistan, they keep attacking India. That is the reason he raised a 3,75,000 army. Okay, that is a rise, very, very huge army. Due to internal conflict as well as some other reasons, he couldn't able to occupy Afghanistan. He did not have the intention of occupying just Afghanistan. He wanted to go to Central Asia also. Okay, that is also would have become India's part. Okay, but due to some major reasons, never invaded for various reasons, internal revolts also, peasant revolt also. Because some internal revolts were happening because of shifting of capital as well as currency reforms. Because currency reform, demonetization had put a lot of pressure on treasury. He accepted it, but Indian government never accepted it. Okay, next one, Sher Shah Sur. Okay, little bit. Sher Shah Sur, that is the 1540-45. That is which empire it was called as? Sur Empire. Okay, and he defeated Humayun in 2 battles. Which are the 2 battles? Battle of Chauza. Okay, at the same time Battle of Kanauj in 1539 as well as in 1540. Okay, now Sher Shah, he established roads. He is known for his establish some roads. Write this one. Okay. Sher Shah is known for roads construction. Isn't? In the roads, he altered some kind of halting station, resting houses. That resting houses were called as what? Sarais. Okay, you can just write down this word, that is Sarais. Kannadadalli Sarai antaru husharu. Okay, that is Sarai. Okay, Sarais means what? These are resting houses. Okay, these are resting houses. Okay, resting houses for whom? In roads. For merchants, for travelers. Okay, these are resting houses, they are called as sarais. Okay, that is only one fact you can just add. And he built actually 4 roads from Agra to Burhanpur. Okay, and he built road from Agra to Chittor. Okay, and he also built, he restored the old Grand Trunk Road also. What is that Grand Trunk Road? From Indus Valley to Ganga Valley. That is one thing. Okay, and now we are coming into Marathas and Shivaji. Okay, so what was, why PDFs are not available to online students? Are we going to get it or not? You are going to get it. I will make sure we are going to get it. Okay, definitely. Okay, don't worry. Don't need to be so much angry on me. Okay. Definitely. Priyadarshini. Okay, please. Okay, that is one thing. I should write, that is Marathas and Shivaji. We are going to, and who are the early Marathas? Where were the early Marathas? Shivaji's ancestors. Where they were working? They were working under whom? They were working under Bahmani Sultans. Who are Bahmani Sultans? Ahmadnagar as well as which Bahmani Sultans? Ahmadnagar and Bijapur Sultans. That is, early Marathas held administrative posts under Ahmadnagar as well as Bijapur. Okay, that is Bijapur Bahmani families too. That is Malauji Bhonsle as well as Shahaji Bhonsle. They were the commanders under which family under Ahmadnagar? Nizam Shahis. Which family in Bijapur? Adil Shahis. There were 5 families of Bahmanis. We will discuss that one. We'll come to that one too. Shahaji son was Shivaji. Okay, and now he inherited Pune Jagir. Pune was given to Shivaji by his father, that is Shahaji. At the same time, he was influenced by 3 persons, that is Dadaji Kondadev, his guru. At the same time, we have one Sufi saint, Pir Sheikh Yaqub, and Bhakti saint Tukaram. Okay, because Maharashtra Bhakti had both cultural aspect also, political aspect also. Careful about this one. Maharashtra Bhakti has cultural aspect also as well as political aspect also. Okay, that is Maharashtra nationalism. Okay, that is called as Maratha nationalism. That was preached by Maharashtra Bhakti saints. That Maharashtra Bhakti saints, who were Maharashtra Bhakti saints? Tukaram, then again Jnaneshwar, okay, Namadeva. So these are all the persons who actually played a huge important role in development of what? Development of Maharashtra nationalism. That Maharashtra nationalism influenced Shivaji to establish Maratha Empire. Understood, right? Okay. And again, Shivaji united all the Maratha Sardars and ultimately established a kingdom, and that kingdom became ultimately empire also. And he called himself as Chhatrapati. What do you mean Chhatrapati? Ruler. Okay. Then again, conquest of Shivaji, very one famous battle. Which is a famous battle? Battle of Pratapgarh. In Battle of Pratapgarh, he defeated whom? Afzal Khan. Who was Afzal Khan? He was the commander of Adil Shahis of Bijapur. Okay. And now after his battle, he was becoming very famous all over India. Okay. He became a legend in Maharashtra. Now one person became quite suspicious about Shivaji's intention. That person was Aurangzeb. So he appointed which person to defeat Shivaji? Who is the person? He appointed Raja Jai Singh and Diler Khan. Raja Jai Singh was appointed by Aurangzeb to defeat Shivaji. Now Raja Jai Singh defeated Shivaji. Okay, and they signed a treaty. Which treaty? Treaty of Purandar. That is 1665. Okay. According to this treaty, Shivaji has to surrender all the forts. To whom? Mughals. At the same time, what Aurangzeb was thinking about Shivaji was that one, he never wanted to compromise with Shivaji. But Jai Singh actually advised Aurangzeb to compromise with Shivaji to deal with Bahmani Sultans. There was a 3-way battle going on. Mughals, Bahmani Sultans and Shivaji. All had their own, Marathas we can say. They all had their own conflicts. Now, to defeat Bahmani Sultans, Jai Singh advised Aurangzeb to have cordial relationship with Shivaji. But Aurangzeb had his own ideas, had his own philosophies. Okay. And agreed to visit him in Agra. But in Agra, what Aurangzeb did was he insulted Shivaji. I told you Mansabdar. He was given some kind of 7,000 ranking, but Shivaji wanted more ranking. At the same time, Aurangzeb did not visit or did not meet Shivaji because he was having his birthday celebration. Who was having birthday celebration? Aurangzeb. That is the reason he did not meet Shivaji. Now what? Shivaji was surrendered, so rather he was captured and he escaped out of Agra and he came back from Agra. He reconquered all the lost forts and he ultimately crowned himself as king at Raigat in 1674. And there is a conflict between Marathas as well as Mughals. Okay. Now Shivaji's administration, that's where we'll focus on. Okay. What is administration is called as Asta Pradhan. What do you mean Asta Pradhan? 8 ministers. Which are the 8 ministers? Famous one is, they are directly responsible to Shivaji. They are directly responsible to Chhatrapati, that is king. Peshwa, also called as Pant Pradhan. What is the duty of Peshwa? Looking after general administration. Is a prime minister or chief minister to the king. Who was the king? Shivaji. And ultimately, after the death of Shivaji, this Peshwa position became important. The Peshwaship became hereditary. From the time of which Peshwa? From the time of Balaji Vishwanath. From the time of Balaji Vishwanath. And second one was Sari Inovat or Senapati, that is military commander. And third one was Amatyar Majumdar, that is accountant general. Fourth one was Vakya Navis. What do you mean Vakya Navis? We already discussed in Mughals. Intelligence. Here also intelligence too. Oh, can we say the administrative mechanism of local tradition are influencing Mughals, and the administrative tradition of Islamic or Mughals or Delhi Sultans also influencing Marathas too. Okay, everything is influencing. And Surunavi Sir Chitnis or Sachiv, he was a general secretary who also looked after correspondence. Which department looked after correspondence under Delhi Sultans? Diwani Insha. Then again Sumant or Dabir, he was a master of ceremonies. Who was the master of ceremonies under Delhi Sultans? Barbek, Amir, Ajib, I told you. Under which department? Under court and royal household department. Okay. And seventh one, that is Nyayadish. Nyayadish means justice. And lastly we talk about Pandit Rao, that is charities as well as ecclesiastical department. What is my ecclesiastical department? Religious. Something related to religious too. So these are the Astapradhan of which one? Shivaji. Okay, they are all directly responsible to whom? Directly responsible to Shivaji. What is my directly responsible? All these persons could be removed by Shivaji anytime he wanted to. Okay. And again, local administration under Shivaji. Prant, also called as province. The head of the province was called as Subedar. Okay. Then again, districts were called as what? Tarafs. And the head of the districts were called as Avaldar. And some village level officials were called as Kulkarni. That is, Kulkarni was looking after accounts and Patils were looking after law and order. Are they government officials or non-government officials? Local level officials. That is village level officials I am talking about. They are non-government officials. Kulkarni and Patils are non-government officials. But Subedar and Avaldars are government officials. What is the difference between non-government and government officials? Government officials mean they are directly given salary by the government, and non-government officials, they were given some kind of commissions or incentives. Okay. And what is the revenue administration? We talked about based on measurement. Almost all the revenue administration is based on measurement. At the same time, it took action against middlemen like Deshmukhs, Patils as well as Kulkarnis. What is this middleman? Because they are the one who helping the government in collection of taxes. From the peasants, they used to collect and provide it to the government. But this middleman, what they used to do? They used to exploit the peasants. And that is the reason Shivaji took action against all the middlemen. Same thing also did by Alauddin Khalji also. Okay, that is one thing. And again, rate was varied between 33% to 40%. Okay. There were other two incomes of Marathas. Which are other two incomes? Chauth and Sardeshmukhi. What is by Chauth? That is the 1/4 of the land revenue of the neighboring provinces. They should be given to whom? They should be given to Marathas. As what money? As a protection money. Okay. Marathas used to say that we are going to, it's a kind of a production money that we are going to provide to. At the same time, it is not just production money, it is a protection against Maratha invasion. You see, Marathas used to say that is, if you don't pay 25% of your land revenue, we are going to invade. So instead of dealing with the invasion, rather we will pay 25% first. Some kind of a Maratha protection money. Second one was Sardeshmukhi. What is Sardeshmukhi? Extra 10%. It is extra 10% claiming Shivaji is the head of all the landholders of the zamindars. That is called as Sardeshmukhi. Okay, these are the extra incomes of Maratha state system. Okay, and now we are coming into Vijayanagara Empire. Very simple. We are going to that one. Okay, and politics of Vijayanagara. How many dynasties? 4 dynasties. Which dynasties? Sangama. Okay, capital was Hampi, of course. Sangama dynasty. And who are the founders? Akkaraya and Bukkaraya. And other two kings, Devaraya I and Devaraya II. And second dynasty was Saluva dynasty, not much important, but the third dynasty is very important. That is Tuluva dynasty. Who is the famous ruler? Sri Krishna Devaraya. And the last major kingdom was Aravidu dynasty. Okay, that is Aravidu, that 1565 to 1682. Okay. And Vijayanagara is known for foreign travelers. Okay, they visited during different kingdoms, during different dynasties, also different rulers also. That will be there in your, it is only factual memories. That is, you can just have to go through that one once that PDF comes to you. Okay. And again, administration, we have to look at that one. Mandalam or Rajyas are called as what? Provinces. Who is head of the province or Mandala? Mandaleshwara. Okay. And then again, below that one, Nadu. Nadu are called as what? Districts. And then again, below districts, Stalas or sub-districts. Then again, below sub-districts, Grama, villages. Also, village head were called as Gauda or Nada Gauda. And today, what all this became of? Castes also. I told you what the hereditary officials were there. At the same time, whatever the revenue administrators were there, as well as the ministers and officials, they turned into castes also. Okay. And again, paid in cash, also called as land grant. And land grant is called as what in under Vijayanagara system? Amaram. And one of the administrative system of Vijayanagara is Nayaka system, also called as Nayankara system. What do you mean Nayaka system? Is a feudalism. You know Kempegowda? Not Sudeep. Okay. Who was Kempegowda? Founder of Bengaluru. Listen. And Kempegowda was one of the Nayaka under Vijayanagara. What is these Nayakas? What kind of powers they had? They had internal autonomy. They had internal autonomy. They had to pay some kind of tributes. Some kind of tributes to whom? Tributes to the king. And because they are paying some kind of tributes, these Nayakas had some kind of autonomy. Autonomy in where? Autonomy in local administration. And that system is called as what? Nayaka system. They say there were more than 200 Nayakas under Vijayanagara. Once Vijayanagara empire became weaker, what these Nayakas became? They became independent. Understood, right? So that is called as what kind of system that was? Feudalism system 2. That is Nayaka system. That is local zamindars, also called as Palegars. Okay. And they had to maintain their army because of local administration. When the king went to war, these Nayakas used to send their army. Okay, these Nayakas used to help the king in maintenance, help the king in invasion of other areas, at the same time in winning over battles over other kings too. Okay, and at the same time they had internal autonomy. The Nayakas had internal autonomy. Then again, Sri Krishna Devaraya. So he is known for conquest also. He is known for some kind of literature also. Okay. Then again, Sanskrit. He wrote which one? Jambavati Kalyanam, Usha Parinayam. Then again, Madala Satcharitam, and again Rasamanjari. And again, Telugu he wrote which one? Amukta Malyada. Okay. And again, he quoted Ashtadigajas. What do you mean Ashtadigajas? Vishnuvardhana and Ambarish. Not Digajaru. Okay. That is one thing. Okay. Who are the Ashtadigajas? Alasani Peddanna. Okay. Then again, Nandi Timmanna. Nandi Timmanna was the Kannada poet. Nandi Timmanna was the Kannada poet. Most of the Ashtadigajas are Telugu poets. See, Krishna Devaraya is from Tuluva family. Tulu speaking. But they patronize Kannada also. They patronize Telugu also. Okay. Madayagiri Mallanna. Durjati. Ayala Raju Ramabhadradu. Then again, Pingali Suranna. Ramaraja Bhushanadu. Then again, Tenali Ramakrishna. What was the position of Tenali Ramakrishna? Narsim Raju. Okay. What was Tenali Ramakrishna? He was a jester, not Sadhukukela, okay? He was a jester, court jester. What do you mean court jester? Vidushaka anta karitarala kannadalli. Okay, ಬೇರೆಯವರು ನಗ್ಸೋದು ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದಿಲ್ಲ ನಾನು ಅದನ್ನ ಈಗ. Okay, that is Tenali Ramakrishna. That is, the thing is that one, most of the Kannada kingdoms as a Kannada dynasties we come to know through Dr. Rajkumar. Pulikeshi he has done. The Krishna Devaraya he has done. Mayura he has done. Babruvana, yes, of course you can relate to that one too. Okay, so almost all the major Kannada dynasties are covered by Dr. Rajkumar. Okay, you can watch these movies too. And lastly, we'll come to Krishna Devaraya's conquest. He conquered Shivana Samudram in 1510 AD and Raichur in 1512. Okay, then again in 1523 he captured Odisha and Warangal. And in Odisha, he saw one monument over there. He saw one monument and he wanted same kind of monument in Hampi. What is that monument? What is that monument? Stone chariot. Stone chariot was there in Odisha, and when he captured Odisha, that when he defeated Odisha, which rulers he defeated? Gajapati rulers. Gajapati rulers he defeated. He saw stone chariot over there, influenced by that one, and he built one more stone chariot in Hampi. Hampi is famous for what? Stone chariot. One more stone chariot is there. Only 3 stone chariots are there in India. One is Konark, second one is Hampi, third one is in Mahabalipuram. 3 stone chariots are there. Okay. Now Bahmani Sultans. So there was a conflict between Bahmani Sultans as well as Vijayanagara. For what kind of conflict it was? What is a religious conflict or was it for a political conflict? It was a political conflict, but people put it as a religious conflict. That political conflict was for occupying which region? Tungabhadra Doab. Tungabhadra Doab, that is Raichur Doab also. Okay, because that was a fertile region. Who is a founder, establisher? Hassan Gangu Bahmani. He is the founder of Bahmani kingdom, and he was one of the Turkish officer in Devagiri. When Muhammad bin Tughlaq, he wanted to shift the capital from Delhi to Devagiri. He brought a lot of his officers to Devagiri, isn't? And he cancelled that measure, and he asked all the people to go back to Delhi, and some people stayed at Devagiri, that Daulatabad, and one of this person was Hassan Gangu Bahmani. And now we revolted against Muhammad bin Tughlaq, and he established which kingdom? Bahmani kingdom. Okay. In 1347, he established independent Bahmani kingdom. His kingdom stretched from Arabian Sea to the until river Krishna also. Okay, that is in Arabian Sea to the Bay of Bengal and whole of Deccan up to river Krishna. Okay, and capital was Gulbarga, but later it shifted to Bidar. Now Gulbarga today it is called as Kalburgi. Okay, non-Kannadiga students. Okay, again constant conflict with Vijayanagara to occupy which region? Tungabhadra Doab. Okay, but one person is famous, that is Muhammad Gawan. Muhammad Gawan was not the king, he was the prime minister. Okay, he was just an administrator, he was not the king under Burmese. He was a very wise scholar and able administrator. He improved administration, eliminated corruption, and he encouraged public education, and he established one college. That college is called as Gawan Madrasa. Where is Gawan Madrasa? Bidar. Okay, it was a residential college during that point of time, and lectures used to come from Persia and Iran too. So it was and also he also established public library, that is Gawan Madrasa. That is Gawan Madrasa, that is there in Bidar. Now administration we can talk about, that is Tarafs. The kingdom was given to many provinces called as Tarafs, and same in Shivaji also, Tarafs, districts, same thing in Bahmani also, both influencing each other. Then again Tarafdar or Amir, governor who controlled the Taraf. What do you mean by Tarafdar ultimately? Tarafdar means an official. Official under which kingdom? Bahmani kingdom. What do you mean by Tarafs? Tarafs means province or a district too. Okay. Now, over a period of time, there was a breakup of this Bahmani kingdom, and broken up into how many different families? 5 families. Which are these 5 families after 1480? That is, we talk about Bijapur, Adil Shahis, then again Ahmadnagar, Nizam Shahis, then again Berar, Imad Shahis, then again Golconda, Qutub Shahis, and lastly Bidar, Barid Shahis. Okay, Barid Shahis also. These are as a family names. Qutub Shahis, Barid Shahis, Imad Shahis, Nizam Shahis, as well as Adil Shahis. Okay, and little bit cultural contribution also. That is Gol Gumbaz. Okay, that is one thing that is in Bijapura. Today it is called as Vijaypura, and in 17th century built by Muhammad Adil Shah, and also developed which language? Urdu language, and they also gave massive importance to Sufism too. Okay, so Sufism in Karnataka developed due to the influence of the local tradition, Veerashaivism, as well as Islamic tradition. Okay, so that's all this intermixed with each other. It led to the growth of Sufism, massive Sufism in Karnataka too, particularly northern part of Karnataka. So this is Gol Gumbaz. And now Battle of Talikote, very important battle. Who got defeated? Vijayanagara. Okay, that is battle of, also called Battle of Rakasa Tangadagi. Okay, that is in 1565. Who was the Aliya Ramaraya was the king or the administrator? He was the king, was Sadashivaraya. Okay, Aliya Ramaraya was just he was actually the regent. And the real power was in the hands of Aliya Ramaraya. Make sure Aliya Ramaraya was not the king. Okay, whose Aliya he was? Aliya means what? Son-in-law. He was son-in-law of Krishna Devaraya. Okay, he was called as, he was son-in-law of Krishna Devaraya. That is the reason he was called as Aliya Ramaraya. So against 4 Bahmani sultans. Which Bahmani sultan did not participate in this war? Out of the 5 Shahi houses, only 1 house did not participate. All the 4 houses participated. Which did was participate? That is the Barid Shahis did not participate. Okay. Bijapur, Golconda, Ahmadnagar and Bidar participated. Berar Shahis did not participate. So instead of remembering 4, eliminate the odd one. What is the odd one you are eliminating here? Berar. Berar did not participate in which battle? Battle of Talikote. So once Battle of Talikote happened, which empire started declining? Vijayanagara Empire. Now which dynasty under Vijayanagara became important? Aravidu dynasty. Okay, because Aliya Ramaraya's family was called as Aravidu family. Okay, and now Ahom kingdom, it was in news, current affairs little bit. Okay, then again Chaulang Sukapa, he was the founder. Where it is? Brahmaputra Valley. Where is Brahmaputra Valley? Assam. Okay, it was existent between 1215 to 1826. Sorry, 1826. And capital was Gargaon as well as Jorat. Actually 4 to 5 capitals were there. So these 2 are quite important. And province was annexed to Britishers in 1826 with the signing of Treaty of Yandabu. When the Treaty of Yandabu was signed, we are coming into modern India. Okay, that is when the Burmese war was happening. Okay, and Battle of Saraigat, again it was in news. Okay, 1671, it was a naval war fought on the Brahmaputra river, and King Chakradwaja Singha. Okay, at the same time, but his general was Lachit Borphukan. Okay, so hopefully I am pronouncing it right. Okay, Borphukan, and against Mughals, and Mughals sent which one? Raja Ram Singh and Munawar Khan. Who was the Mughal king? 1671. 1671 was Aurangzeb. Okay, 1671 was Aurangzeb. So who won this battle? Ahoms. Ahoms won this battle too. Against, there was another battle, Battle of Itakuli, that is in 1682. And in this battle also Mughals got defeated. Okay, that is his general name, that is Alun Borbaruha, would defeat the Mughals. After that, Mughals did not intervene in Ahom affairs. Ultimately, what happened? Britishers occupied, or Britishers made Assam as the part of British India. That's what happened. Okay, the battle would permanently end Mughal presence in Assam and further campaigns. There were no further campaigns of Mughals. 2 battles. Only one battle was in news, that is Battle of Saraigat. But another battle I am giving you is that one, Battle of Itakuli. Okay. This is the end of medieval. Okay. That is one thing. Now we will come to modern India. No need to be you are asking, I know, it will be made available, don't worry. Okay. I will make sure the PDFs are made available online, don't worry. Okay. How? Today and tomorrow, no? First we will talk about the occupation. Okay, then we will directly go into medieval, freedom movement. That's what we are going to do. That would be better, no? Okay, so because we will go a little bit deeper also. We will try to cover as many facts as possible. Okay, so that would be great, I guess so. Okay, and also we will solving all the PYQs in modern India. Whatever the PYQs they have so for us, we are going to solve each and every one too. And in the after completing modern India, we will go back to a little bit art and culture, like you requested for Hoysalas. Okay, some kind of current affairs art and culture I will try to cover because of the paucity of time. So I think it's not quite feasible to cover each and every art and culture. Okay, so I will cover rather the current affairs art and culture. That would be great. Okay, so I think if you want to cover each and every art and culture, I think it's really that is 18 hours. Okay, yesterday 6 hours, today 6 hours, tomorrow 6 hours. All these things would have taken more than 100 hours. Isn't? That's I'm trying to cover it in within 18 hours itself only. So you have to try to understand the overall objective of this session. This objective of session is just to brush up what you have already read. I hope you have already read what I have thought, right? Okay, brushing up is happening. Okay, you have to brush again. No, then so let just little bit some kind of just eating that memory. Okay, just eating that memory what you have already read to. Okay, so now we'll start from arrival of Europeans to independence. So that is the overall thing. Okay. We'll try to cover as much as possible until 5 o'clock. Okay, so tomorrow maybe we will stretch 1 hour or more so. Okay, so not today, maybe tomorrow we can stretch more too. So why did Europeans came to India? Why did they come to India? What is the reason? To watch IPL? No. Then why? To see RCB lose? No. Okay. No. I am a core RCB fan, by the way. I am a core RCB fan. Okay. It literally pains me to see RCB losing matches. Okay. I actually went to Mumbai Indians and RCB match. Okay, I am planning to go to CSK match also if I get the tickets. Anybody sponsoring? It would be very kindness of you. Okay, very kind of you to sponsor any CSK match. Tickets are there. Please do sponsor. Okay, that would be great. Huh? So, what is the reason Europeans came to India? There was a central power was declining. Okay, central power. The reason is that one, we will make fun of RCB also at the same time. We were core fans of RCB also. ಈ ಸಲ ಕಪ್ ನಮ್ದು ಆಗುತ್ತೋ ಬಿಡುತ್ತೋ ಅದು ನಮಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ ಒಂದಲ್ಲ ಒಂದು ದಿವಸ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ ಅದನ್ನ ಬೇರೆ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ ಓಕೆ ದಟ್ ಈಸ್ ದೇರ್ ಆರ್ ಮುಘಲ್ಸ್ ವರ್ ಡಿಕ್ಲೈನಿಂಗ್ ಓಕೆ ಡನ್ enough okay then now we are coming into Mughals. The reason why the Europeans started coming to India is because the central power in India was weakening. That central power in India was existed was which territory, which kingdom, which family? That was Mughals. Okay. And that is because of Mughals were declined due to internal reasons as well as some external reasons. Which are the internal reasons contributing for the decline of Mughals? One is Aurangzeb responsibility, they say. The policy of Aurangzeb, war policy as well as his devout Islamist mind, all these things cause for some kind of rebellion against Mughals. Then again, weak successors. And the first Mughals from 1526 to 1707, they are called as mighty Mughals. Who are the mighty Mughals? Babur, Humayun, Akbar, Jahangir, Shah Jahan, and lastly Aurangzeb. They are called as what? Mighty Mughals. After Aurangzeb, they are called as what? Later Mughals. These later Mughals are what? Later Mughals are powerful or weaker? Very, very weak. And weak successors. Of course, it was a despotic system. The despotic system always depends on the quality of the leader. If the quality of the leader is declining, obviously the despotic system will not survive. Mughal system was definitely a despotic system 2. I told liberal absolutism. Absolutism is nothing but what? Dictatorship only. Because dictatorship always depends upon the quality of the leader. Whether you go to Hitler, Mussolini, Napoleon, whoever you talk about. Okay, so everything depends upon what? Quality of the leader. Okay, then court factions and rise of nobles. So instead of king, the king makers were becoming important. Who are the king makers? The nobles. You must have heard about Zulfikar Khan, Saeed brothers. Okay, they were becoming very, very important. Okay, then again, Mansabdari crisis I talked about. That is Jagirdari crisis also called feudal tendencies. Now, what the Mansabdars were doing? They were maintaining some army. Now, army was receiving salary from whom? Mansabdars. Previously, they were receiving salary from the king. As long as they were receiving salary from the king, they were loyal to king. Now, they were receiving salary from Mansabdars. Now, the loyalty shifted from king to Mansabdars. Now, whichever the side this Mansabdar took, the soldiers also participated in that battle. That led to court factions. That led to Mansabdar. That is rise of the nobles also. Okay, that is one thing. External reasons is rise of Marathas, because Marathas were rising on the ruins of Mughals. Because Mughal power was declining and Marathas were rising. Because Shivaji was occupying which territories? Mughals territories. Isn't? So both are going hand to hand. And same foreign invasions, two foreign invasions, Nadir Shah and Amar Shah Abdali. Okay, and again we also talk about coming of Europeans. When the Europeans came with better technology, Europeans came with a long-term intention. What was the long-term intention? Not just to trade in India. The major intention they came to India was trade. But the long-term intention was to establish their imperialism in India. What is my imperialism? What is my imperialism? Huh? Imperialism is what? Huh? Imperialism is political occupation. Imperialism is political occupation. What is my colonialism? What is the difference between imperialism and colonialism? Exploiting for the benefit of other country. You said colonialism is governing one country for the benefit of other country. It means India was a colony of UK. India was being governed for the benefit of Britishers. There was a famous saying, right? That is, our system pretty much works like a sponge, drawing up all the good things from the Ganges and squeezing them down on the Thames. John Sullivan, he said that one. He said that is the reason that is called as colonialism. But which precedes first? Colonialism is first or imperialism first? Imperialism should be first. First you should occupy that country, occupy that place, and after occupation what you will do? You will start administering that place. Send imperialism first, then it will be colonialism. So Britishers' overall journey is very simple. Traders, imperialists, colonialists. Okay, that is how they were. And then again, of course, later Mughals. Who are the later Mughals? You can look at that one. Muhammad Azam Shah. Then again, and look at the tenures also. Look at the tenures. Because the mighty Mughals, except probably Babur, was only for 1526 to 1530. Only 4 years. But all other Mughals were ruling for a considerable amount of time. Like Aurangzeb ruled for more than 50 years. And even Akbar also. Right? So they had a lot of political stability. But here there is no political stability. Look at that one. 1707 to 1712, 1712, 1713, 1713, 1719. And except one, Muhammad Shah probably 1719 to 1748. Okay. So that was the only one long period of stability. Even though long period of stability was there, he was a weak ruler. He was more interested in, he was called as Muhammad Shah Rangila. Listen, so he was more interested in music. He was more interested in dancing, watching Instagram reels. Okay, all these kind of things. He was more interested in all these kind of things. That is the reason which two invasions happened, Amar Shah Abdali and Nadir Shah. Listen, and then that is the reason there was a lot of political instability. And this political instability was utilized by whom? Utilized by Europeans, and particularly one Europeans, that is Britishers. And what kind of questions can be asked? They can put Battle of Plassey. Who was the king during Battle of Plassey? Alamgir II. Who was the king during Battle of Buxar? Shah Alam II. You see, these kind of small questions can be asked. Okay, they can put one kind of statement. And again, when Mughal system was declining, there were a lot of regional states were emerging. These regional states can be categorized into two: successor states and rebellion states. What do I mean by successor states? They were previously provinces under Mughals. Example, Hyderabad, Bengal, and Awadh also. And rebellion states. What do you mean rebellion states? They rebelled against the Mughals. Example, Marathas. And we can also talk about Sikh Empire. Listen, Sikh Empire, that is also Punjabi, that is one thing. Central power was weakening, two kinds of state emerged, that is successor states as well as rebellion states. Successor states means, example, Bengal, Awadh and Hyderabad, and then again rebellion states are Marathas and Punjab. Okay, they rebelled against the Mughals. And successor states means, they still considered who as the king? Mughal king as the king. Okay, but internal autonomy was more. Internal autonomy was more in Bengal, Awadh as well as Hyderabad. Okay, we'll see those regional states. First and foremost was Hyderabad. Who is the founder of Hyderabad? Nizamul Mulk, also called as Khilji Khan, Asafzah, 1724. Who was he? He was actually a wazir at Delhi. What do you mean wazir? Finance minister. Because of the court faction which was happening, who was the king in 1724? 1719 to 1748? Muhammad Shah Rangila. Okay, that's 1724. Okay, that is, he was at Delhi. Because of the court faction, he was not functioning properly. That is the reason he requested the king to make him as the governor of Deccan. Governor of Deccan was, Deccan region is Maharashtra, at the northern Karnataka, as well as we can talk about Telangana and Andhra Pradesh region. And then his divan was Puranchand. He came to Deccan and he declared independence. Declared independence, not complete independence, but he had his overall internal autonomy in ruling. Okay, one of his divan was Puranchand. Okay, but he died in 1748. Okay, then again Carnatic. Carnatic was a small province within Hyderabad. Carnatic was a small province within Hyderabad. And now Carnatic region is what? Parts of Andhra Pradesh, Tamil Nadu and Karnataka. Can we say southeastern India? The Coromandel coast region, that is one thing. Which is the capital of Carnatic? Arcot. Arcot was the capital, that is southeastern India too. And now Nawab Sadatullah Khan, so he declared independence out of Hyderabad. Okay, now can we say what is happening in Indian political system? It is integrating or disintegrating? Disintegrating. And ultimately helped whom? Helped Britishers, or we can say Europeans. Vijayanagara Empire was disintegrating, Mughal Empire was disintegrating, and within Mughal Empire some kind of states were also disintegrating. Okay, and became independent of Mughals and Nizam control. That is Hyderabad Nizam. That is one thing. And again, capital was Arcot, that is in Tamil Nadu. And again, another state, very famous state, that is Bengal. Who is the founder of Bengal in 1717? Murshid Quli Khan. Okay. Then again, later rulers were Alivardi Khan, and last major ruler was Sirajud-Dowla. They can ask for chronology also, right? Which successor states were first established? 1717, which one? Bengal. 1724, what? Hyderabad. Then later, Carnatic. Okay. Then again, one more state, that is Awadh or Awadh, that is we can say. So the Awadh region is which region of India presently? UP region, Lucknow region, that is one thing. Sadat Khan in 1722. Okay. And capital was Ayodhya and later shifted to Faizabad and later Lucknow also. And later it became, later ruler, one of the ruler was Safdar Jung. Okay. And now what happened? Now the Britishers had to defeat this one small states. Instead of defeating Mughals as a whole, first they have to defeat what? Hyderabad. Then they have to defeat what? Bengal. Then they have to defeat Awadh. Then they have to defeat other rulers too. That is exactly what happened. They started defeating one ruling family of India after one another. First they occupied Mysore, first Bengal, then Mysore, then again Marathas, then again Punjab, then again lastly Sindh also. You see, they occupied one after the other. Because all these areas, whichever the regional states were there, did they have harmony among themselves? Political harmony? No, they had internal conflict. And this internal conflict were interfered by whom? Britishers. In dynastic disputes, Britishers interfered, they taken advantage by the Britishers. Ultimately, who won? Britishers won. Exactly. Okay, the regional states, that is failure. Once this powerful Nawabs were failing. Once this powerful Nawab, that is Nizam, then again Sadat Khan, at the same time we can talk about Alivardi Khan, and at the same time Murshid Quli Khan, they did not let these Europeans to violate the rules and regulations. Because Europeans came to India for what purpose? Trading purposes. He said they did not let to violate any kind of rules and regulations. Once these powerful Nawabs died, and later some weak rulers came, and these weak rulers paid into the hands of Britishers. Okay, and they were taken advantage by Britishers too. Weak successor paid into the hand of East India Company. And what is India's economy in 18th century? Just for a little bit understanding. What was 18th century India's economy? Was flourishing or declining? Flourishing. That is the reason they came, right? That is, India was called as sink of precious metals. What do you mean sink of precious metals? It means India was exporting more products because of the manufacturing base. In return, what India was receiving? Bullion. What do you mean bullion? Gold and silver. Because there was no dollar, there was no pound then. That is the reason all the money was flowing into India, and it was called a sink of precious metals. And there is a famous statement of Peter the Great, Russia. What he says? That one statement concludes the entire Indian economic position. Bear in mind, okay? The commerce of India is the commerce of the world. Those who are ye who exclusively commands it, ultimately you will be the dictator of Europe. Who commanded India's commerce? UK, that is Britishers, and Britishers became the dictators of Europe. Until which year? Until 1945. You see, that is, he says that one. Bear in mind that commerce of India is the commerce of the world. Okay, and he who can exclusively commands it will be the dictator of Europe. And who commanded the Indian commerce? Indian commerce came under the control of Britishers. And that shows how much importance was given to which trade? India's trade. And how much profitable was India's trade. Okay, not necessary. And again, 18th century society, we know that one social evils, backward education, static society face a dynamic society. Which was the dynamic society came to India? Western society. Okay, that is because Indian society was, even though economically flourishing, but social evils were lot more. Okay, and now we'll come to foreign invasions. Some less known object, that Nadir Shah. Now facts will start right now. The understanding part gets over. Nadir Shah came from where? Iran. He was the founder of which dynasty? Okay, that is Afsharid dynasty. Then again, he came through Khyber Pass. Which was the other ruler, other conqueror came through Khyber Pass? Alexander. Alexander also came through Khyber Pass. Okay, he attacking Delhi in March 1739. Who was the ruler of Delhi? Muhammad Shah. Okay, and he defeated the Mughals. Okay, in the Battle of Karnal. Okay, and he did not come alone. He came with one of his Georgian vassal. What do you mean by vassal? He's a feudatory. Under his supremacy, the Georgian vassal was called as Heracles II. And Mughals got help from Hyderabad. Mughals got also help from Awadh. Awadh was ruled by Sadat Khan and Hyderabad was ruled by Nizam. Okay, so that is Mughals ruler was Muhammad Shah. So all these three powers of India could not defeat whom? Nadir Shah. Okay, what he took away from India? Peacock throne of Shah Jahan, and he also took away which one? Kohinoor diamond. But Kohinoor diamond changed hands so many times. Ultimately, by 1846 Lahore Treaty, it went into the hands of British Queen. Okay, and that is one. No need to get into all those kind of minute details. Just stick to this one. That is Nadir Shah took away Peacock throne of Shah Jahan as well as Kohinoor diamond, and that is Kohinoor also called as Mountain of Light. Okay, and then again one more person came. Sorry, west of all the Indus River, that came into the control of which empire? Afsharid dynasty or Afsharid empire too. That is became part of Iranian empire. Next one is Ahmad Shah Abdali. Okay, he was a prelude to Ahmad Shah Abdali 8 times between 1748 to 1767, and he came from which country? Afghanistan. And Nadir Shah came from Iran. Ahmad Shah Abdali came from Afghanistan. Okay, so that empire was called as Durrani Empire. He is also called as Ahmad Shah Durrani also. Ahmad Shah Durrani. What is the famous battle he fought in India? Third Battle of Panipat. Against whom? Against Marathas. What is the reason for Third Battle of Panipat? What is the reason? Because Marathas has expelled son of Ahmad Shah Durrani. Who was the son of Ahmad Shah Durrani? Taimur Shah Durrani. Okay, not Taimur Khan. Okay, that is one thing. Third Battle of Taimur Shah Durrani was expelled by Marathas. And to take revenge against Marathas, who came to India? Ahmad Shah Abdali. And that culminated in which battle? Third Battle of Panipat. That Third Battle of Panipat happened on 14 January 1761. And Ahmad Shah Durrani with two Indian allies. Ahmad Shah Durrani got help from two Indians. Who are the two Indians helped him? One is Awadh. Second one is Rohilas. Okay, the second one was Rohilla Afghans, because Rohillas were also Afghans. Why Awadh helped against Marathas? What is the reason? Awadh is Indian only. You said Awadh region is India. Why they are helping foreigner? What is the reason? Because Marathas were frequently invading all these territories. They were collecting what? They were collecting Chaut and Sardesh Mukhi. And that is the reason there was no political unity in India. And this political disunity was utilized by foreigners. And what is this foreign invasion showing to the Europeans? Because already Europeans are entered India since 1498 only. You said, what are they doing while all these battles are happening? Then what they were doing? They were observing what is the political situation in India. You said, they understood that there is lack of political unity in India and a lot of internal conflicts are there, and the internal conflicts can be utilized for their advantage. And the internal conflicts can be utilized for establishment of their imperial rule in India. Okay, and ultimately Shujauddaulah of Nawab of Awadh, he also helped against Marathas. Okay, now Marathas got defeated, and who is the Maratha commander who got defeated? Sadashir of Bau. Okay, and now Maratha power also started declining, and one family who could have challenged Britishers, who could have really defeated Britishers, that was Marathas. But now Marathas, what happened? Now Marathas power is what is happening? Declining. And after the death of Madhav Rao, what happened? There was a Peshwa conflict started happening. Narayan Rao, Raghunath Rao. Okay, so they had some kind of internal conflict, and that led to the first Anglo-Maratha war, and ultimately through Anglo-Maratha wars, ultimately Britishers occupied Marathas also, Mysore also, as well as Sikh, that is Punjab, and then again Sindh also too. And again European penetration we will coming into, that is, what is the major reason for Europeans coming into India? Constantinople. Why Constantinople is important? Constantinople today is called as what? Istanbul. Okay, from 1930 onwards, Constantinople will be is being called as Istanbul. Where is Istanbul today? Turkey. Okay, that is, it was under Roman Empire, but especially Byzantine Empire. Byzantine Empire is also called as Eastern Roman Empire. And from the Roman Empire, who occupied that one? Sultan Mehmed. He belonged to which empire? Ottoman Empire. Okay, and he occupied from Byzantine Roman Empire, that is Constantine 11. Okay, and that stopped the land route to India. And now what Europeans wanted? Sea route. Okay, that is one thing. Land route was lost as was the gateway to east from Europe. Like how Multan was the gateway to India and Constantinople was the gateway to the entire eastern part of the world. Okay, that is the reason they started what? Discovery of sea routes. And which states helped them in discovery of sea routes? Which states, which countries helped? Particularly two countries took the lead for discovery of sea route to India. Portugal and Spain. Okay, that is Vasco da Gama from Portugal. Okay, he came to India in 1498 and reached which city? Calicut. Okay, then again with the help of one seafarer, who is a seafarer helped him? Abdul Majid, he is from Gujarat. Then again, who is a local ruler when he reached India? Zamorin. Okay, and Manuel I was the king of Portugal when Vasco da Gama came to India. Not necessary, but hope for the best, prepare for the worst. Okay, ultimately, did Vasco da Gama come one more time to India? Yes. After going back, discovering sea route, one more time he came back to India too. Okay. Again, Portuguese are the first one to come. Portuguese came, especially after which year? After 1498. First country to come. Then again, their first factory was at Cochin, 1503. Then again, other viceroys of Portuguese, that is Almeida. He was the first viceroy, that is in 1505 to 1519. He brought two policies. Which are the two policies he brought? Almeida, blue water policy. They called us, what do you mean blue water policy? Also called as cartel system. What do you mean cartel system? Anybody wants to trade, any trading ships to venture into the sea, have to take license from whom? License from Portuguese. And that is called as what? Cartel system. Blue water policy. And also blue water policy also means Portuguese did not have the intention of establishing any land empire in India. They wanted to dominate the sea. If they dominate the sea, what they can control? They can control the trade. Okay, they did not want to establish rule over India. But Britishers, they want to dominate sea also. Rather than not just sea, they want to dominate land region. That is the reason Britishers more focused on establishing rule over India. But Portuguese were more focused on controlling the Indian Ocean. Okay, and he also built one fort at Anjadeva. Where is Anjadeva? That is actually Karnataka and Goa in middle. Okay, that is where it is. And Portuguese, of course, then won in 1510. They captured Goa from Bijapur Sultanate. Who was the person who captured? Alfonso de Albuquerque, who is a king, Vijayanagara king, who helped Alfonso de Albuquerque, Sri Krishna Deva Raya. Okay, because Vijayanagara and Bahmani had their own conflict. That is the reason. And the first territory under Europeans since the time of Alexander. Okay, first European to occupy Indian territory was Alexander. Okay, it is the first time since the time of Alexander the Indian territory came under the control of Europeans. That is the Portuguese territory. And interestingly, Portuguese are the first one to come to India and last one to leave India. Okay, and then again, next one is he tried abolishing sati, particularly in that region, in Goa region. Okay, and he also brought some kind of uniform civil code also. That is also there. And headquarters was Cochin. Okay, and again another ruler, we can say Viceroy Nino de Cunha, and he shifted the headquarters to Goa. Alfonso de Albuquerque had the headquarters at Cochin. Okay, and with the coming of Europeans, some kind of new crops were introduced. I talked about the impact of Central Asia. What Central Asian impact to India? What they are all introduced? Tiles, helmets, boots, warriors, coats. At the same time, they introduced toe stirrups. At the same time, saddles, reins, everything related to horse. Okay, and what are the new crops introduced? Whatever you are eating today, everything was introduced by Europeans. Okay, tobacco, very famous. Okay, cashew nut. Then again, potato, sweet potato. Okay, then again, corn, rubber. Then again, pineapple. Okay, tomato, chili. First printing press also. Okay, can you make any kind of Indian food today without all these items? It is possible to make. Can you make any food without onion? Can you make anything without onion? Yes, that can be made. Okay, Maggi. But to put in Maggi also, you require some kind of vegetables, right? Our own Maggi also. Bachelor's biryani. Is it right? Maggi is bachelor's biryani. Then again, printing press, that is in 1556, that is in Goa. But why Portuguese left India? What is the reason? What is the reason they left India? Please make sure recordings are also uploaded. Very nice. I will relay the message to the concerned team. Okay, that is last favor due to their conversion policies. Okay, last favor due to their conversion policies, because they just did not come to trade in India. They rather they want to spread Christianity also, and it's spreading Christianity through some kind of forceful conversions too. That is the reason they lost favor and they captured Mughal ships. Mughals were still mighty during that point of time. They were mighty Mughals. Who was ruling Mughals? Who was the Mughal ruler in 1613? Jahangir. Okay, they wouldn't tolerate all this kind of thing. They were not later Mughals. Later Mughals tolerated all the rules and regulations violation by Europeans. But the mighty Mughals never accepted any kind of rules and regulations violation by Europeans. And that is the reason Mughals also did not give any kind of support to Portuguese. Because you require the support of the local rulers to establish their trading, to establish some kind of territories in India. And that is the reason they fell out of support of Mughals. And they were more interested in South America. SA means South America. And today you must have seen Brazil, Argentina, they were under which control? Either Portuguese or Spain control. So most of them were under the control of Spain or Portuguese. Rather than India, they had more interest in South America. And then again, we'll coming up next, one question was there, which of the following groups of plants was domesticated in the New World and introduced to the Old World? What do you mean New World? Which areas are called as New World? Americas, South America as well as North America. Why they are called as New World? They are discovered very recently. Very recently means 1492. Okay, they were discovered very recently because who was the person who discovered? Columbus, because he wanted to discover sea route to India. But luckily, but rather unfortunately, he discovered America, and that is called as New World. What is the Old World? Old World is Asia and Africa. They are called as Old World. And sometimes species recognition is New World monkeys and Old World monkeys. Make sure the difference between what of them. Okay, just write down. It is your task. Some environment question can be asked because they are asking behaviors of animals also, right? Okay, the famous question, elephant question in 2020. Okay, how many of you answered if you had given the exam? 1%, not bad. Okay, very nice. Okay, that is the know the difference between Old World monkeys also, New World monkeys. I'm slightly jumping into environment territory. Now I will stick to history. Okay, tobacco, cocoa, rubber, and then again tobacco, cotton, rubber, cotton, coffee, sugarcane, and again rubber, coffee, and wheat. Which should be the answer. It is very easy actually. You don't have to remember all those things. Cotton was there since when? Mohenjo-daro. It's right. Cotton is there where? Year and year. Wheat was there since Mehrgarh. Isn't it? You don't have to know whatever the new things they are introduced. You just have to eliminate. That is the reason I told you to look for wrong answer first, wrong statement first. Okay? Wrong statement. Eliminate whichever is left. A. Answer should be A. That is tobacco, cocoa, and rubber. So what people do is that one, I did not read about the introduction. When the question comes in front of us, what people think is that one, I should have read what kind of new introduction came during the time of Europeans came to India. So you will just, when that kind of mindset comes, when you before going into solve the question, and then you will look away all the basic logic over here. What is the basic logic here? You just have to look for one kind of item that you can eliminate. That's two statements you can easily eliminate. By the knowledge of ancient India, you can answer question of modern India. It's an interlinking. That's what I'm saying. Okay. Answer is A, the tobacco, cocoa, and rubber. And next one come to India was Dutch East India. Okay, that is who is the person? Cornelius de Ottman is the first Dutch traveler who came to India in 1596. They established Dutch East India Company in 1602. You know what is the reason? When did Portuguese come to India? Which year? 1498. When was the Dutch are coming? 1602. What is the reason? 100 years they did not come. Britishers also came in 1608. Surat. Listen, that's what happened. Why is this 100 years gap? Why other Europeans did not come? One thing is the discovery of sea route, it was kept very secret. It was kept very, very secretively. And one Dutchman was working under Portuguese in Goa. The Dutch person was John Huygens. The Dutch person was John Huygens. And he stole that map. He went to Europe and he published a book. Okay? And he published a book that is Sea Route to East. That is how I forgot the book name. I can't able to remember that book name right now. Just go and search that one. John Huygens is the person responsible for bringing other Europeans to India, other than Portuguese. Okay, Portuguese kept that sea route very, very secretively. Just write down that name, John Huygens. Huygens. Okay, John Huygens. That is one thing. John Huygens. That is a Dutch pronunciation. He was working under whom? He was working under Portuguese. Okay, 1602 Dutch East India Company, and their major interest was in Indonesia. Portuguese major interest was in where? South America. And that is the reason they could not concentrate their efforts in India. And who concentrated their efforts in India? Britishers, and that is the reason they established their rule over India too, and they conquered Sri Lanka from Portuguese. But ultimately, they came to an agreement with the Britishers. What is the agreement they came to? We will leave India to Indonesia. Britishers should not interfere in Indonesia, and Dutch will not interfere in India. Isn't? So they made that official understanding. By 1660s, the Dutch left India. Okay, and first factory was at Masulipatanam. Okay, then again they minted their gold coins at Pulicat. Where is Pulicat? Pulicat Lake, eastern coast. Okay, then again their headquarters was at Nagapattinam. Nagapattinam, that is in Tamil Nadu. Okay, and their last major battle in India, Battle of Chinsura or Battle of Bedara. Who is in Battle of Bedara? Dutch got defeated by English, and who is the other person? Who is the other ruler of Bengal? Sirajuddaula 1757. No, we are talking about 1759. Who was the 1759 Battle of Bedara? Oidana history ellaru. Mir Jafar. Because after 1757, who became the Nawab of Bengal? Mir Jafar. Because Mir Jafar could not satisfy the greed of Britishers, and that is the reason he took the help of Dutch to defeat whom? Britishers. Listen, ultimately Mir Jafar also got defeated, Dutch also got defeated. In which battle? Battle of Bedara. That is in 1759. So every available European competition was gone. To whom? Britishers. Where? In India. Okay. And in 1667, they came to an agreement with the Britishers that Britishers should not interfere in Indonesia, and Dutch will give up Sri Lanka as well as India. Rappon mane aasi anta divide madkonbitru. Right alla? Okay. That is what happened. That is India for Indonesia and give Ceylon. Okay. Then again next came to us. Actually the third one to come was Englishers. But I am, for chronology purpose, I am just missing the chronology here. What I am talking about is Danes. Danes means which country? Denmark. Okay. But Danish East India Company, that is Denmark. But another country was also in partnership, that was Norway. Okay. That is a Danish East India Company, the partnership between Denmark and Norway. I am missing the chronology here. Because third Europeans to come to India was English. But we will take them separately. Special persons, we will take them. Okay. 1616 and 1620, they formed settlements at two places, the Tranquebar, that is in Tamil Nadu in 1620, at the same time Serampur, that is in Bengal in 1676. Okay, Danes. Ultimately that came in 1620 as well, 1676. And I already mentioned that is headquarters for the Serampur, and sold their factories to English by 1845. Okay, they were not much interested in Indian trade as well as Indian. We can talk about the establishment of the rule over India. And I told you chronologically, they came after English, not before them. Okay, because they came around 1616 or 1620. When Britishers came? 1608, Surat, we know that one. Okay, so now we are coming into coming of the Britishers. Mane uddara madoru. Okay, that is one thing. Established East India Company in 1999. Okay, by a group of merchant called as merchant adventurers. And what you have to do about all these settlements? What is your responsibility? Mapping. Okay, hopefully. Okay, who is a person, who is a monarch who gave the charter to trade exclusively with the East? Queen Elizabeth. Okay, gave charter on 31st December 1600. For how many years this charter was given? What is this charter? The charter is about only this company can have the right to trade with eastern part of the world. What is that eastern part of the world? Particularly Africa and Asia. You said they had a charter for how many years? They charter for 15 years. Okay, the charter for 15 years. But this charter was extended indefinitely. Okay, that was in 1609. So that charter, indefinite charter, continued until which charter act? Which charter act? 1813 and 1833. Because 1813 what happened? Monopoly of India trade was ended. In 1833, monopoly of trade was completely ended. Charter Act of 1833. Now this charter, which was there from 1600, rather we can say, I can say from 1609 to until 1833. For nearly 200 years we can say, they had the exclusive right to trade with which countries? Asian countries. We can say eastern part of the countries too. And now progress of the British, how they are progressing. Coming. Who is the first person to come? Captain William Hawkins came to which court? Jahangir's court. Okay, what is he was a representative of East India Company. Okay, and what is the ship he came? Ship name was Hector. Okay, and he took the permission to establish British settlements on the western coast of Mughal territories. Not in the entire Mughal territories. The first permission that took was to establish territories on the western part of the Mughal territories. That is the western part was which one? Surat. Why I have put two dates, 1608 and 1613? What is the reason? In 1608, it was temporary. In 1613, it became permanent. Why it became permanent? What is the reason? Because they wanted to, because Portuguese tried to limit the English influence in India. Listen, they tried to negotiate with the Mughals also, do not give any kind of permission to Britishers. Okay, that kind of negotiation was going on. But what happened? Portuguese were losing favor with Mughals and Britishers defeated Portuguese in a battle of Suwali. Anybody heard about this battle? Battle of Suwali in 1613. And once Portuguese got defeated and their settlement was made permanent in 1613. Became permanent in 1613 because factories at west coast of Mughal territory. The first permission they took from Jahangir was establishment of factories or settlement at which coast of Mughal territories? Western coast. Like I told you, Battle of Suwali or Battle of Suwali. Okay, Battle of Suwali was English pronunciation. Okay, that is near Surat, and that is 1612. That is East India Company versus Portuguese. The person who defeated Portuguese was called as Thomas Best. Thomas Best is a naval battle, and Thomas Best defeated Portugal. And once Portugal got defeated, and now the Mughal king, who was the Mughal king? Jahangir. He made Surat as the permanent factory of Britishers. What is my factory? Were they producing any kind of goods over there? What is my factory means? It is a warehouse. It is a warehouse. It is a storehouse. Once they collected all the goods from India, after buying the goods from Indians, they stored at their factories and they further exported into Europe. That is the reason that place is called as settlement or a factory. There was no production function was happening. Okay, that is Battle of Suwali, and Mughals became now favorable to English, and later English became more inconsiderate towards Mughals. Okay, and factory was made permanent. I told you. And again, further progress in 1611 on the eastern coast is the first settlement, Masulipattanam, that is in Andhra Pradesh. In 1615, what happened? Thomas Roe. Okay, he came to again Jahangir's court. He wanted more permission, more concession, and now the permission was given to establish territories all over Mughal territory. First permission was given where? Only on the western coast. And now the permission was given to establish territories all over the Mughal Empire. Okay, that is English diplomat. He was sent by James I. James I was the king. Okay, now permission to open factories in all the Mughal territories. Okay, that was taken in which year? 1615. Thomas Roe. Then again, British progress further. We can see that is in 1632. What happened? 1632. In modern India, what we are going to do is, I will just ask the question, you have to answer. Okay, Golden Firman. Golden Firman was given by whom? Sultan of Golconda. Okay, that is called as Golden Firman by Sultan of Golconda, because Golconda was which family? Bahmani family. Which Shah is? Qutub Shah is. What do you mean Golden Firman? That is, they will pay 500 pagodas a year. Pagoda means currency, not pagoda. Understood, right? Okay, that is pagodas a year means currency they will pay, and in return of that one, what is the concession in English are going to get? That is, they earn the privilege of free trade in the ports of Golconda. In all the ports of Golconda, Britishers got the right to what? Got the right to trade. Okay, they have to pay some kind of money. That money was 500 pagodas a year. In 1639, what happened? They got one city, Madras. Okay, that is the person who negotiated that one was Francis Day, and Madras for lease. Who is a king who provided this lease? Raja of Chandragiri, also called as Venkatadri Nayaka. Damarla Venkatadri Nayaka, he was the representative of Vijayanagara Empire. He was a representative of Vijayanagara Empire. That is Chandragiri Raja. Now the Britishers are getting Madras for lease, and in return for that one, what Britishers will pay? Half of the custom duties. What are the custom duties from that area? That will be given to whom? That will be given to that local Raja. Why all these persons are providing? What is the reason all these local Rajas are providing all these concessions to the Britishers? Because trade. Because trade was bringing a lot of wealth to India. They thought Britishers will remain in India as traders. But ultimately what happened? Imperialists, then again colonialists. Okay. And half of customs for what purposes? What are the privileges Britishers got in Madras? Trade. That is one thing. Second one, they can coin the money. They can coin which money? British money. Okay. And then again, administration. This is the first time Britishers were becoming administrators in India. In which city? They became Madras. After they got it for lease. And they built a fort around Madras. Which fort? Built a fort, that is Fort St. George. Okay. And this is about, we can see, right, how the British are progressing. Only on the west coast. Next, entire Mughal territory. And right now they got one city to administer also. The which city they got to administer? Madras. And again 1651, what happened? First factory in Bengal. Which is the first factory in Bengal? Hooghly. Okay. And again permission from Sultan Shuja. He was a Subedar. He was a Mughal Subedar. What do you mean Subedar? We already discussed. Subedar Sifasalar, he was the head of the province. Which province he was the head? Bengal province. Okay. And again 1662 to 1668, what happened? They got more areas under them. They 1662 King Charles II got Bombay. From whom? Portuguese. Portuguese was under, Bombay was under Portuguese. And now one of the princes of Portuguese got married to Charles II. That is, he was the monarch of England. And now Bombay was provided as dowry. Okay, that is one thing. Marrying a Portuguese princess in 1668, the king transferred the Bombay to whom? Bombay to East India Company. Madhve aitiradu Europe alli. Dowry kodtiradu India dalli. Okay. What kind of logic was that one? That is 1668, the king transferred Bombay to whom? East India Company. Okay. To East India Company to an annual rent of 10 pounds. Okay. Look at how much money they are paying. Okay. So annual rent of 10 pounds. So now Anglo-Mughal conflict. The first war, actually first Anglo-Indian conflict was with Mughals. Not we can say Bengal, not we can say Mysore, not Marathas, not some other areas. The first Anglo-Mughal conflict that happened in India, that is the Anglo-Indian conflict, that is against Mughals. Okay, that is in 1686. Okay, that is a person called as Josiah Child. Okay, it's also called as Child's War. Okay, it's also called as Child's War. Okay, Kannadadalli bere meaning ಇದೆ Child's War antadre. Okay, he was literally a child. Okay, his name was Josiah Child. What this Josiah Child was looking for? He wanted more concessions. He wanted more and more concession for what purposes? Trade purposes. But Mughal authority, but the Mughal governor and the Mughal administration declined that authority, declined that kind of concessions. Now what this child was thought was, he can invade Hooghly also. He can occupy India, or he can occupy one particular place, that was Hooghly. Now what he did, when the trade negotiation broke down, when the concession negotiation broke down, he tried to occupy Hooghly. But who was the ruler of Mughals during that point of time? 1686, Aurangzeb. But Aurangzeb never tolerated that kind of attitude by the Britishers. And now what Aurangzeb did, he completely defeated East India Company, and all these factories of East India Company were seized. And this is the first, actually we can talk about Anglo-Indian war on the Indian subcontinent. Okay, first Anglo-Indian war on the Indian subcontinent. He tried negotiating for more trading concession, already mentioned, but was declined. Mughals did not give any kind of trading concession. Underestimated whose power? Mughals' power. Because Mughals were what? Mighty Mughals. Still they were mighty Mughals. And that is the reason what he did. He started blockading their ports and invaded Hooghly also. And he disturbed some kind of Hajj pilgrims, because there was a religious issue also. So he took all the measures. Who would disapprove of that one? The sovereign of India would, a sovereign of Mughal territories would disapprove of it. And ultimately they invaded Hooghly and other places. Now who had to intervene? Aurangzeb had to intervene. Now we defeated East India Company completely. Officially, technically, East India Company got over in India. In which year? 1686 and 1687. Now we seized all the factories. The forts at Bombay, Vizag, Bengal, Surat, everything was seized. But later they were restored, because Britishers employed the famous tactic, that is apology. Okay, wrong has been done from our end, so we ask for apology, restore all our privileges. Okay, now and find how many rupees? 1,50,000 rupees. And what is the reason all these things were again restored by Indian kings? Because of this trade. The trade with Europeans was bringing lot of bullion to India. Bringing lot of bullion to India. That is the reason India was called as what? Sink of precious metals. You see? And whose income was growing? Indian income was growing. Okay? At the same time, we can talk about Indian peasants were becoming more and more rich. Indian traders were becoming more and more rich. And that is the reason all these kings supported the Britishers in India, other Europeans in India, giving some kind of concessions too. Okay? Because it would help Indians too with better markets and prices and enriching treasury. Because Mughals can put taxes on them, you said, that will further enrich their treasury. And this was the first war. Okay. Then 1696 to 1698, they got 3 villages. Which are 3 villages? Sutanati, Govindpur, Kalikata. Okay. Villages of which right of these 3 villages they got? Zamindari right. They got the Zamindari right of these 3 villages from the local governor called as Azimushan. What do you mean by Zamindari right? What was the traditional right of Zamindars? Collect taxes. They used to collect taxes from the peasants and provide it to the government. And government used to provide them some kind of concession. Now who is stepping into that role? East India Company. That is the Britishers stepping into that one particular role. Now East India Company acting as the Zamindar. Zamindar of which 3 villages? Sutanati, Gobindpur and Calicut. Okay, that is, and negotiated by the person called as Job Charnock, a merchant. Francis Day, which area he got the lease for? Madras. Job Charnock, 3 villages. Then Captain Hawkins, western coast. And then again, one person, Thomas Roe, is from all over Mughal territories. Okay, all this thing. And again, they built a fort called as which fort? Fort William. And the Fort William was kept on building until 1770s also. From 1690s to until 1770s, they kept on building. And this expansion of the Fort William was the major cause for which war? Which battle? Battle of Plassey. Because they were expanding Fort William and they had to expand the fort with the permission of Siraj-ud-Dawla. But they were started expanding without his permission, and that is one of the major reason for, one of the reasons, not the reason, one of the reasons is what? Expansion of Fort William also. Okay, that is on the banks of which river? Banks of river Hooghly. Okay. And now 1717, very, very important. Why 1717? Royal Firman. Okay, that is a major milestone in East India Company. And who is the king was? Farrukhsiyar. What he granted? He granted something called as Royal Firman, also called as Magna Carta of East India Company. Okay, to which person? To a person called as John Surman. Okay, what was there in this Royal Firman? The right to free trade. In which province? Bengal province. Okay, right to free trade, and later that free trade right but extended to Gujarat also as well as Deccan also. But majorly will stick to Bengal. This is very, very important. And then again, to distinguish their goods, they can issue what? They can issue dastak. What do you mean dastak or pass? What do you mean dastaks? It's a trade pass, nothing else. Because Indian goods are taxed, British goods are not taxed. When they are passing the customs, you need to distinguish between Indian goods as well as British goods. To distinguish the British goods, they had to put this kind of dastak as a pass, some kind of VIP pass. So the custom officer will identify that goods belong to which one? East India Company, and they were not imposed with any kind of tax system. And then again, one more right was also EIC coins, which were being minted at Bombay, will be the coins all over Mughal territory. Do you think it would have accepted by the mighty Mughals? No, but these were our later Mughals. That shows what? That shows the weakness of the later Mughals. Listen, that is one thing. And later what happened? That is a major reason for what? Major reason for this dastak issue is a major reason for 1757. What is my 1757? Battle of Plassey. One question was there. With reference to Indian history, consider the following statements. The Dutch established their factories, warehouses on the east coast on the lands granted to them by Gajapati rulers. Gajapati rulers, were they related to this any kind of things? No. Which year? 2022. Alfonso de Albuquerque captured Goa from Bijapur Sultanate. That is there. Third one, the English East India Company established a factory at Madras on a plot of land leased from a representative of the Vijayanagara Empire. Okay. And now, which of the following statements are correct? 1 and 2, 2 and 3, 1 and 3, and lastly 1, 2, 3. Which is a statement? First statement is wrong, because Gajapati rulers were doing the time of Vijayanagara. Okay, they were quite earlier. Okay, and ultimately our answer option should be B. That is 2 and 3 only. Look at that one. Normal, simple fact. 1510, Goa, Bijapur Sultanate. Okay, Krishna Devaraya. Okay, ultimately East India Company, representative of Vijayanagara Empire. Who was the representative? Damarla Venkatadri Nayaka. Okay. And now Anglo-French struggle for supremacy. Should we continue? With your permission? Online students? You people are very angry on me. Okay. Shall we continue tomorrow or today? Tomorrow? Okay. Overwhelmingly, some people are saying continue, some people are tomorrow, today. Okay. I am getting confused. Anyway, we are starting with the occupation. We'll continue tomorrow. Okay, we'll continue that one. Okay, so that is Anglo-French struggle for supremacy, Carnatic struggle, and then we'll go to occupation of Bengal, Mysore, Marathas, then again Punjab, then again Sindh. Then we don't need to get into impact of British rule, because that is slightly mains part. At the same time, that is mainly understanding part also. We can directly go to freedom movement, and we will try to cover some art and culture too. Voice as you requested. Okay, at the same time, some any kind of current affairs, art and culture also we will try to cover. Okay, any doubts in this? Getting value out of it? 100%, 99%, 1%. Okay, so ultimately left to you people. So tomorrow, please don't miss, because there is a more weightage in UPSC. That is, we are going to cover even more extensively also. Okay, I will try to cover I will try to go as deep as possible too, because you already know the facts. Okay, you already know most of the facts. I will keep asking the question, you keep answering. Ultimately, one of One prelims day will come, you also keep answering that day. Okay, that's what you cap. See you tomorrow.